Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on, sit down because today we're gonna get lost in the aisles of one of the most magical places on earth. That's right, we're talking about Home Depot. Summer is here, and it's the perfect time to do a little home improvement around the house. A little while ago, we did a video exploring the horrors that take place inside Walmart and just recently the Goodwill outlet stores. Well, if you thought those were the only retailers that had issues, you'd be wrong. After all, Home Depot is a big place, so there's plenty of opportunity for bizarre and dangerous things to go down. Whether it's crime rings, deaths, or weird sexual encounters, dark secrets of this American staple will have you watching your step the next time you go searching for supplies. And you know, we also want to talk about this too. We're doing a lot of renovation stuff, and let me tell you, every time we have to go into a Home Depot, it's an odd encounter. It's kind of like Walmart in the sense that there's a lot of old people that work the front, and there's just a lot of I just feel like every person working in the back of Home Depot is just sketchy as fuck. The more I go in there, the more just weird shit. It's just another form of Walmart. I don't know how to explain it, but that's what made us kind of want to touch on this video subject. And after digging down deep, I think every store has some kind of dark, but Home Depot, for some reason, it tickles my fancy. And if we're gonna go into the insanity that is Home Depot, we gotta talk about the customers, right? And I'm one of them. I have a Home Depot credit card after all, Nick.
They got you at the sign up.
I surprisingly use it way more than I thought I would.
Oh, my dad has one too.
Well, Home Depot differs from previous retail stores we've covered because its customers are not known for being barely dressed or smelling strange. That's usually our go-tos. Usually their are hanging out, I don't know, they're fat and falling down, or they're old and senile and screaming. That's usually what makes me chortle. I do. That's not really what Home Depot's known for. Instead, it's usually contractors or crafty people looking for supplies for their next project, aka contractors conning people in some way, being like, yeah, I need another $6,000 to fix your tub. And they're walking around Home Depot just grabbing shit off the shelves. Take a nap in the aisle. However, that doesn't mean that some of these people are not building strange things, right? One employee reported getting stopped outside the front of the store by a man asking if they had any large hooks in stock.
You got any big hooks?
Why would you ever ask anyone that? I think there's some items, and I think everyone has had an item in their life where they're like, I'm not going to ask anybody because it's going to come off strange. To not have that social spidey sense scares me.
You got any big hooks? I'm looking to hook something up.
Think of like Texas Chainsaw Massacre when they hang him up on the hooks. Or he has a like little, like Kung Pao, whatever, that guy, his like little claw hand, like that kind of thing. Or the pirate, Captain Hook. Confused by their quest, she asked what, it was a girl too.
You got any hooks?
She's like, she asked what he needed the hook for. Okay, hold on. What was it for? I feel like that's a bit invasive, isn't it?
Yeah, why do you need to know that?
What is he using it for? I'd be like, I don't know, I'm gonna kill somebody. It doesn't matter to you. Where is it? And you see, now I'm already on the guy's side. At first, the man didn't directly specify why he needed the hook, but he did state that he needed a hook that could support the weight of a human. Oh, come on, dude. Even more confused, he finally caved and revealed that he was looking for a large hook to suspend his wife during their BDSM session. I would have almost been like, just tell me you're killing somebody. Tell me you have a meat locker, that kind of thing. All right, I on her legs and she hangs and dangles. There's nothing I hate more than seeing that stretch back skin.
Oh, yeah.
Those hooks, I hate looking at that stuff, man. Can you imagine sitting there, you're like, you spin your wife like a circus delay thing, her back's all hooked up, stretched up, she's spinning around, you're just like, because there's no way you can.
Oh.
You're just sitting on the side.
Well, there's a way. Get a little stool.
Hop on the back of her. Before the employee could even respond, the man asked if she'd be interested in joining. Still in disbelief, she ignored the customer's request and just walked away. Smart human being is what I gotta say. That's a smart person. You know, you want to join? Throw your hands up and just walk away. Because I feel like if you address it in any way, it's going to end badly.
You think so?
Yes or no. Yeah, I think the outcome is the exact same. I feel like people like that, they act like deer. They're like wild animals. Or if you act away, he like probably forgets to even talk to you. Oh, hooks, yeah. He just like walks off. Another associate shared a strange story after visiting a customer's home to check on a toilet installation. The woman later came in furious, insisting they put in the wrong model of toilet. The employee followed the woman to her home and entered it, stating that it was incredibly dark. After making his way to the bathroom and confirming that it was the wrong model, a random sound in the darkness spooked him. Oh. As he looked out from the light of the bathroom, he could make out a naked, 500-pound man sitting in a bed just underneath the sheets, watching him from the darkness. That's me, dude. I'm just like butt naked, my little pig there, and I'm like,
How up here, sweetheart.
Apparently, the employee had walked right past the man as he stood near the door in the darkness before making his way to bed and alerting him of his presence. After seeing her husband, he quickly left the home and informed the supervisors that he refused to return and install the toilet. So wait, is he saying that the guy was like standing in the room? He walked past it and see this ghoulish giant man, and the guy was like, and then crawled in his bed really quick, like a little pig in a blanket. He like wrapped himself up, and that's when he like turned, and he's like, "What the hell?" And he's like, "Lay with me." Home Depot usually has everything you need to fix your home, including materials to block gamma radiation. A Home Depot employee told a story of how a woman came into a store and confronted them about needing 32-inch foam face boards. When questioned about the odd request, the woman stated that she needed them to protect her house at night, and when the employees questioned her further, the woman finally revealed the real problem. She stated that every night, aliens shoot gamma rays into her home, which messes up their TV and internet signal.
I like how that's what she's focusing on.
This is so real, dude. This is like Facebook Moms 101. The aliens shooting their gamma rifles at me, and I can't download my stories.
My Instagram feed is fucked. I'm getting like schizo, alien. They'll be like, look at my arm. I was burned by the radiation.
I love it. And there's nothing there. There's seriously, no, there's this guy on TikTok that I love. He's like, I think he's a schizophrenic guy that he says he has like a $300 quadrillion city. And he like makes like these maps of it. And it's just like the most schizophrenic. Like, I'm like, that's exactly what, if I want like cringe and that kind of, that's the kind of stuff I want. I don't want guys dancing. I want a guy being like in this roach infested apartment being like, hey guys, how's it going? I'm going to tell you about my submarine that goes down, like that kind of thing. Awesome. She claimed that she had contacted the authorities from the police all the way to the FBI, but nobody believed her. So she went online and asked if anyone had this problem. People said that if she had covered her house with 2-inch foam face boards, her issue would stop. I always think that's people fucking with them, but at the same time, I think people online are like, "That happened to me last year. This is what stopped it."
If she Googled gamma radiation and went into a forum.
Yeah, just any kind of forum where people are like, yeah, it happened to me. It's actually the extraterrestrial. And she's just like, that's gotta be it. That's actually exactly what I was thinking too. That giant floating spaceship outside my house, that makes sense that they're shooting me with lasers. Hey, would you guys off? I'd hate to be her neighbor, dude. She's definitely yelling out her window. Stop! Wait! We want to thank today's sponsor, GamerSubs, our longest, most beautiful sponsors on this channel. You can go to gamersubs.gg and get our own flavor, raw meat. That's right, baby. It's one of the best. I'm going to say it's the best right now, and I think I need you to try it right now. It's keto-friendly, sugar-free, and there's non-caffeinated options if you have a little quail heart and it's too much for you. But also, GamerSubs right now has carbonated energy drinks. Move over, Red Bull. There's a new sheriff in town. They got all kinds of flavors right now, guys. Let me tell you, if raw meat keeps going the way it is, they're wanting to put that little bitch in a can and sell it as well. So be sure to check out my flavor, raw meat. And also, if you're unironically just wanting like a carbonated energy drink or more of the shaken energy drinks type stuff, GamerSubs is the way to go. It's fucking awesome. It is a very, very nice product. So thank you so much to GamerSubs for continuously sponsoring these channels. And hey, go check them out. You can get free samples. If you like big anime titty cups, they do tons of drops with different creators. It's just a nice thing for if you're a fan of online content and if you're needing a little extra energy boost. So thank you so much for GamerSubs for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. At a Home Depot store in Kansas, a customer rushed out of the bathroom and told employees that there was a serious bomb threat. I got a bomb! He claimed it was coming from a man inside the bathroom. He's like taking shit next to a guy. You better get out of here. I got a bomb. Taking the threat extremely seriously, police and bomb squads arrived and went into the bathroom to investigate. When they found the man with the supposed bomb, they realized the whole thing had been blown out of proportion. When the man walked into the bathroom, he said to the other people, quote, "You all need to get out of here because I'm fixing to blow it up." He then walked into the stall and took a massive The person that reported the bomb threat actually believed he had a bomb and was going to blow up the whole store. Once the police exited the bathroom, they informed the confused customer that he was just warning the others that, hey, he's going to take a big shit, and that there was no bomb. Say, if I saw a guy's walking, he's like, you guys better watch out, I'm ready to blow it up, I'd be disgusted and leave. But I wouldn't be like, what? It'd be like Colin Farrell in that movie, was it Phone Booth or something? For some people, walking around Home Depot gets them hot and heavy. So much so that they gotta go outside and take care of business, all right? At around 8:30 a.m., Emily Craig and Sean Bowden were spotted walking into a display shed in the parking lot and closing the door behind them. How gross, dude.
Nature calls.
He doesn't. Hang up is what I say. Hang up the phone. Employees called the police, reporting the suspicious activity. When they opened the door, they found the couple having sex in the empty shed. Police stated that Sean had his pants around his ankles and they were caught in the act. Both were charged with disorderly conduct and subsequently sent to jail.
Do you think it's for OnlyFans content?
I always think so. Nowadays, I anytime I hear about that stuff, I'm like, the motherfucker had like a DJI pocket cam, whatever, where he had like a disability helmet and a GoPro on top of it, and he's like, I gotta tell you too, if you go anywhere, wash your hands, wear gloves. You know what I mean? I've legitimately have started carrying like gloves with me everywhere I go. People will stop me in public, like, hey, can I get a picture of all that stuff? And it isn't against them. I wash my hands furiously every time. I've even started carrying like hand sanitizer with me and stuff. You just never know, dude. In May of this year, police were called to Home Depot after multiple calls came in about a naked man entering a display shed. After police searched multiple sheds, they finally came across the man they were looking for. He was on his back and he had his pants down. Holding his phone in one hand and masturbating with the other. That's some serious toddler energy. Yeah, he's like, he's had enough tummy time, so he rolls on his back. Police noted that a large container of Vaseline sat open next to the man as he enjoyed himself. That's the police fibbing. That's the police being like, this motherfucker's already in it. We're just gonna toss in some cherries on top. He was told to roll onto his stomach and was arrested. He's like, tummy time. While in custody, he tried to claim that he was simply watching YouTube. The judge didn't buy his story and charged him with 1 count of obscenity, which I feel like is light. Why go to this shed in May? Actually, it's pretty beautiful weather. He's like, God damn. He walks outside.
It's the thrill.
You leave it slightly cracked open. You're like on your back, legs like this. Every once in a while, you like look over your belly.
I hope they don't catch me.
Exactly. I hope no one walks in here. Hey, no one come in here. That's what you say the whole time. And then just... Home Depot is also known to attract homeless people for a variety of reasons. But one of the biggest reasons is obviously the empty sheds outside that are used as basically free housing, right? If it's bad weather, if I owned a Home Depot, I'd be like, I mean, you can sit in the shed. Don't come in the store. Employees often have to remove them. One employee recalls how management would lock the homeless people in the sheds overnight while they were on drugs.
They would lock them in.
I'm like, that must be hell. I feel like that would be dangerous for them. They like hurt themselves inside the shed. At a different store, the homeless consistently inside the shed and it was left to bake in the sun for long periods of time. It wasn't until a customer opened the door and was hit with the smell that the manager had to clean it. All right, fine. Home Depot isn't just a place where homeless people live, it's also where they die. A news report came out about a 61-year-old homeless man who was found dead on top of a shopping cart covered in plywood.
This seems like a murder cover.
That's a murder. That's not a man just like, he's not just like, all right, time to die.
You don't think he fell over and pulled plywood over him?
he like started to die. He's like, yep, here I go. At some point, the man died of natural causes. And the other people in his encampment made a makeshift gurney to try and get him to the hospital, but it was too late. They were like trying to carry him like, oh, he's dead. We gotta get the fuck out of here. Or also it's gonna look bad on us. I'd feel bad for my homeless buddy. I would go through a lot being homeless. Do you think the Home Depot employee came over like his eyes are open, he's dead, and do you think he did like the thing they do in movies where they're like, they shut his eyes?
Put 2 coins on his eyes.
Mi amor.
You can rest now.
Rest easy, compadre.
I don't know what I'd do if I found a dead body. I think I'd just stand there in shock.
I've been around, like I said, the one dead body in that park, and it's like shocking. It's haunting, actually. It's just permanent. There's no big spectacle or anything. It's just kind of, it is what it is. And it's just kind of weird because you treat it almost, not like trash, but people literally come up, they bag it up, and they take it all. Like, it's just weird. I don't know. It's very unromantic. It's sad. Just sad. I mean, it probably fuck you up a bit.
Or if you saw him die, too.
Seeing somebody have like a heart attack and then die is much more traumatic than just coming across a dead body. Either way, let me tell you, you're probably gonna ask for a couple days off to kind of figure some shit out, but most tool injuries occur on a job site or at a home. Rarely do they occur in the stores. But in 2013, a 50-year-old man walked into a Home Depot and began to terrify customers and staff. He had grabbed a handsaw and began to saw both of his arms off until he passed out from blood loss. One customer who witnessed the whole thing was an off-duty paramedic. He stepped in, believing he could save the man. The paramedic fashioned a tourniquet out of ropes and a towel, saving the man's life. When he arrived at the hospital, both arms were saved and reattached. That is, they're so lucky. Could there honestly be better proof than like a guardian angel of some kind? That is insane. Can you imagine physically being able to like withstand sawing one arm off? No, he's got to be heavy on some shit.
Oh yeah, maybe PCP or bath salt.
Customers are not the only ones getting hurt inside stores. An employee won a huge lawsuit after being injured in a saw accident inside his local Home Depot. While on the job, an employee used a radial arm saw to cut wood as his supervisor had requested. At the same time, a customer was walking through the aisle, aimlessly looking at the products on the shelves. Unaware of their surroundings, the customer bumped into the employee and sent his left hand into the saw, severing most of his fingers. Brutal. The employee sued Home Depot for physical and mental damages. After a long battle, he was eventually awarded nearly $1 million in workers' compensation. I always feel like this, when it goes there, I bet you Home Depot at first was like, well, we're not at fault. And that's what escalates it. I always just think it's some of that. I always feel like the company needs to step forward and just be like, let us take care of this. Because if you don't, then it's like, dude, fuck you. Hello? Look at my hand.
Well, at first I was going to say, why don't you see the customer? But then I realized, well, Home Depot has way more money.
Yeah, well, listen. He definitely had a lawyer in his ear being like, go for Home Depot. At many Home Depots across the U.S., it is common to see laborers standing in the parking lots looking for work. But one incident shows how dangerous this can be. Brenda Acuna Aguero pulled into a Home Depot parking lot and spoke with one of the laborers about needing help moving some of the items at her home. The man agreed and was driven to her home. As soon as the man stepped inside, Brenda's mood shifted. She began to be more flirtatious and sexual with the worker. She eventually demanded sex, and when the worker tried to refuse, Brenda's husband Jorge walked out pointing a rifle. Dangerous cuck. You f*** my wife. Jorge put the barrel of the gun to the man's chest and demanded that he have sex with his wife while he watched. And while having sex, Jorge stole all the workers' IDs, including his visa, and recorded pictures and videos on his phone. They held on to all of his belongings and told him to come back in the morning, or else they'd send pictures to his wife in Mexico. Not even an hour after being dropped off, the couple demanded that he come back to the house and repeat the process. Not an hour later! It means they went home, she's just like, I get back in the car. He's like, okay, man. The worker didn't respond, so they sent all the evidence to his wife. Brutal. The man attempted to retrieve his visa, but the couple refused. He called the police, and finally the couple was arrested. Both Brenda and Jorge admitted to doing this 4 other times to other labor workers they picked up because it was a sexual fantasy scenario for them. The couple was charged with sexual and aggravated assault, unlawful recording of a person, and a $250,000 bond. Poor worker, man. I don't think I've ever heard of an aggressive cuck.
I need you to take off your overalls and have sex with my wife right now.
No. And no, I know one.
I'm not asking, fella.
That's kind of horrifying.
Maybe he likes seeing her get fucked because it gets him angry, and then he angry fucks her.
Ugh.
Tries to turn the rifle on himself. I've never heard of like a deadly cuck. A lot of cucks, when someone's just like, I don't know, they're like, okay, all right, never mind. Because they're kind of, I think they're happy that it's not going through. But a guy's just like, I don't think so, motherfucker.
I don't know, it's so weird, yeah, because it's like you're being cucked, but you also have the power because you're forcing someone to do it.
I hear a lot of wriggling, a lot of wiggling. I think it's just some can of worms, dude. that I don't think we should open. Like most other big retail stores, theft is a big issue. Millions of dollars are lost every year from people walking in and refusing to pay for items. Home Depot is no exception to the shoplifting epidemic. As inflation continues to rise, many people are more incentivized to steal from stores just to survive. Home Depot is filled with expensive items, so it makes sense that they are a target for a lot of shoplifters. A Georgia Home Depot store lost over $11,000 because of an undercover theft ring operating within its walls. Lula Harris worked as a cashier, and her friend Rodriguez Hewley would bring up carts of items worth thousands of dollars. Each time Rodriguez brought up a cart, Lula would scan a few items before letting her friend walk out the front door. When they got caught, Rodriguez had around $1,200 worth of merchandise. It was their 13th time pulling this scheme, but now they both face multiple shoplifting charges. And on the other side of the country, 4 thieves successfully stole over $92,000 worth of merchandise from multiple stores. And according to reports, the 4 men would simply walk into the store, grab whatever they wanted, and then walk out. They were able to pull off around 200 heists across 11 countries. God damn, you only got 90 grand? Yeah, 200 heists across 11 countries. I'm like, you came short of $100,000? They're getting less than $10,000 a country. I just want to say that whole like Ocean's 11 international heist thing, it's just kind of gay if you think about it. Police were able to put an end to this coordinated shoplifting ring when they conducted numerous raids on houses and storage units, recovering all the stolen items. So they didn't even Okay. All the men were charged with numerous charges like grand theft and conspiracy. But that is just a drop in the bucket compared to the profits Home Depot makes annually. If you want to make an impact, you have to do more than that. Down in Texas, police raided a home and found $1 million worth of tools, parts, and equipment. That's one home, Nick. Last people went to 11 countries. Just putting that out there.
These are professionals.
Yeah, this was one guy who's just like, my local Home Depot is great. It was a 2-person operation with one person serving as the driver and the other managing the store and online store. Every other week, the driver would drive out of the state to surrounding states such as Colorado and steal thousands of dollars worth of merchandise. Then they would take it to the house in Texas and sell it online. The home and 5 bedrooms all filled to the roof with tools, and both men were taken into custody and faced multiple theft charges. So much more impressive. Just want to say that. 11 countries just boggles my mind still. Yeah, we have a boat and everything. How much are you going to make a profit? About $3,000. Cool. None of this is surprising because Home Depot has fired multiple employees for trying to intervene with would-be thieves. Most stores have teams meant to stop shoplifting, so most employees don't even try. But when employees do try to stop them in the act, it doesn't always end well. Even when I was younger, that was a thing of being like, if someone's stealing something, don't even try to stop them. Like, just let the cops find them, whatever.
That's why you see like the Apple stores, people come in and just rip them off, and they're just like, let them go.
You just see all the Apple people just be like, am I going to get shot over a iPhone? Nah. Am I going to get shot over a Makita power drill? Nah. Benicia Knaps ran into a Home Depot in California, leaving her 2-year-old son in the car with a getaway driver.
Mother of the year.
Move over, Ruby Frankie. You have competition. When she got inside, she found some items to steal. As she attempted to exit the store, Blake Mose, a loss prevention agent, stepped in. During the struggle, Benicia pulled out a gun and shot Blake, killing him instantly. She would make it to the getaway car, but she and the getaway driver would be detained. God, why? Poor Blake. To shoot someone over stolen Home Depot goods, you dumb bitch. That's why I wish I was King from Tekken. Do with the tiger thing. Take my ankles, put it on her neck, and like. Actually, I'd rather be Eddie from Tekken. The capybara guy. Be dancing. I'd put on like Electric Avenue. I'd be dancing to it. She's like, what are you doing? I'm like, boom! Right to her temple. Make her go legally blind. She's like, what? Oh, God. And I just keep, bam! Boom! I'd hire an Asian man to be Yoshimitsu. Hop towards her, dice up her toes. She's like, oh! Once they were arrested, both were charged and sentenced. Benita, whatever her name is, got 19 years to life in prison, while her accomplice got 7 years. And guess who also suffers? Not only does Blake die, but now you have a 2-year-old who's just like, these people are so dumb, man. It's so annoying.
You think the kid got charges for being an accomplice?
Hands behind your back. That wasn't the only time a simple shoplifting attempt turned deadly. Sometimes a shoplifter pays with more than just a card. Ryan Davis was a security guard at Home Depot in Washington when he was notified that someone was stealing flooring tiles from the store. The thief in question was Jeremy Foster, who had successfully made it out of the store and into a parking lot before Ryan caught up. He was tased and tackled to the ground, where Ryan tried to handcuff him. Still trying to break away, Jeremy fought a little before things took a turn for the worst. Fed up with the shoplifter, Ryan began to aggressively beat Jeremy into submission so he could put the handcuffs on him. Police would be called and Jeremy would be taken away, but during the ride, he turned pale and was rushed to the hospital. At the hospital, it was discovered that he had suffered serious injuries like rib fractures, tears in his colon, deep cuts in his internal organs, and severe damage to his face. God damn, dude. Ryan, why don't you calm the down, bud? I feel like if it's that bad, like he has a little bit of fight where he's not, I'm like, just keep him on the ground. You have to handcuff him. If you had like a gun or something, I guess, but
taking your anger out on him.
It seems like you're getting a little to your head, just a little bit, doesn't it? Doctors had to operate on Jeremy to try to save his life, but he would pass away from his injuries. For some floor tiles, dude, because you messed with Paul Blart at Home Depot. Following his death, Ryan Davis was sued for excessive force. Well, there you go. Home Depot and the security company he worked for would also be sued for negligence. That's too far. For floor tiles, word. If Ryan was there, saw Blake get shot, and then like went in and like the person was resisting, I guess you could say like I had to subdue the person, this murderer, but a person walking out with floor tiles, come on, Ryan.
Yeah, it's like what, maybe $1,000?
It's not like my dad's Jim Home Depot. This is a family business. I mean, he should never move to violence unless somebody else is like threatened to being hurt or something. Let the guy steal the thing, and then obviously he's gonna get caught. There's no way. There's cameras everywhere. Also, the parking lot number, like they're gonna find his, like you are not going to get away with it. You know what I mean? Customers can also be very scary, but stores themselves pose a threat to those inside. Whether it's poor construction or confusing layouts, there have been a few depot deaths. Like many retail stores, Home Depot has a warehouse-sized floor filled with endless amounts of shelving. These shelving not only hold the merchandise, but also hold storage that goes all the way to the ceiling. Way too high. Gotta say, there's been some times where I'm like, it only takes us is one.
Have you seen the video of the guy on like the cherry picker getting the like product and it crushes him? Help! Help!
It's one of my favorite things ever. I can't. They're like, calm down. He's like, I can't. Looking at these shelves, one would think that it would be stable enough to hold everything on them, but that's not always the case. Multiple people have been seriously injured or killed because of these shelves. One of these victims was Jean-Lope Charitain, a NASA astronaut and an accomplished pilot. Sheridan? I don't know. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Say it here. Sorry, dude. I don't know how to say it. Jean. I'll say Jean. In 2000, Jean walked into a local store to grab some screws when a drill press 15 feet above him fell off a shelf and hit him in the head. That's f***ed, man. The machinery weighed over 65 pounds and left Jean with life-threatening injuries to his neck and spine. These injuries were so severe that NASA had to retire him and keep him from performing any more missions. Though he was lucky to survive, not being able to fly ever again was absolutely crushing. And as a result, Jean sued Home Depot for $15 million. I don't think that's enough. That's one of those injuries too, where it's like you wake up every morning and you're sore, can't walk properly still. Probably there's like so much in life you can't do now. But then also, hey, can we put that thing that weighs 6,000 pounds just high, real up there? Put it off the shelf slightly and have it teeter until just one day gravity takes. Okay, good. That's all we needed. At a different store in California, Mary Pinturf and her daughter had walked into a Home Depot for a deck project, and while walking the aisle looking for lattice material, a 75-pound box of wood fell off a top shelf, and from 20 feet up, the wood struck Mary in the head, killing her almost instantly. The family sued the store, and a quick settlement was received for $900,000 compensation. Oh, robbed. Couldn't get $1 million.
That's insulting.
That is insulting.
The guy got 15 million. He's still alive.
My boy Jean, well, he was NASA.
Oh.
He's a spaceman. Lumber took another life when 41-year-old Jeffrey Mead and his brother Dennis, after 2,000 pounds of wood and lumber fell on top of them. According to reports, the brothers were digging through loose boards when one of them had heard a loud creaking sound. Before they could react, boards from top shelving fell on them, pinning them to the floor. Bystanders and employees would free them from the pile, but Jeffrey ended up losing his life. Dennis was taken to the hospital and later survived. Now every time I go through that store, I'm just gonna be like, I'm surprised that the stuff that's high up doesn't have like nets, because you have to go up on like a lift to get it. You're not going to go up on a ladder. So it's like, why not, if anything, just have nets? Well, they can't see the product. All right, what are we going to do? Spend money on nets? All right, hey, if it's coming out of your pocket.
Actually, now you got me paranoid, because now that I'm thinking about it, most of these are teenagers who don't care.
I would like to see a report of how much stuff falls that doesn't hit people a day. Like a stuff falling a lot, you know, where people are like, oh, that fell off. Look, thank God no one was there. Working within the aisles of Home Depot is already dangerous, but employees have to worry about more than just falling objects. Customers within the store are just as threatening. For 9 years, Gary Razor had worked at Home Depot starting at the age of 73. And in 2022, Gary was working at a regular shift when Terry McMillian walked in and walked out with 3 air compressors that he didn't pay for. Trying to do the right thing, Gary got in the way to stop him, but Terry pushed him to the ground, resulting in him breaking both his hips and several ribs. What are you doing, old man? I appreciate the whole, like, you know, Gran Torino, Clint Eastwood vibe of just like, you can't do that. This is America. But I'm like, come on, man. A guy's carrying 3 air compressors and Gary's just like, stop it. Gary, no, you're made of glass. While in the hospital, Gary's condition improved, but out of nowhere, his health declined quickly. He passed away only a month after his fall due to several internal complications. Terry was arrested in January of 2024 for theft and voluntary manslaughter, and it took over a year to sentence him. But eventually, Terry would plead guilty to both charges and received 8 to 10 years in prison. It is truly amazing how quickly people can become savages as soon as they enter a big store. Any kind of retail space is a battleground. Don't ever forget that, all right? It is a place. Listen, I get wood there sometimes. Don't think I'm not clocking people, though. I don't trust anybody, especially nowadays, man. I feel like back in the 50s, you'd just be like, what do you know? What, you need my social? I'll give you my social. Not anymore. Maybe it's something to do with the rows of fluorescent lights on ceilings, or maybe it's the endless aisle of products that creates this kind of internal maze in someone's mind. It makes them crazy. It's some kind of weird formula. Whatever it is, it has a grip on the American people. And as this craziness spans across multiple stores and franchises, if you think you're safe inside a store, that couldn't be farther from the truth. I don't know what the answer is. All I know is if you're going to buy some paint, God damn it, look after yourself and be safe out there. And now I'm telling you, every time Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're going to be talking about food delivery drivers. I did some DoorDash this weekend, Nick. That's why we're doing this. Let me tell you, the whole operation, the whole DoorDash, the whole food ordering app industry, it's got to change. It's got to change. For centuries, if you wanted to eat a meal, you either had to go out to a restaurant or cook the goddamn thing yourself. Today, however, you can place an order to a seemingly endless list of restaurants and have it at your door without lifting a finger until you have to grab the bag. While many of us indulge in this service extremely often, we never stop to think about people who have to deliver the goods, right? We never take time to think about these drivers. I don't think about those things. You know, also I started noticing that after a while they started taping the bags. It's because motherfuckers are probably...
But that's why if you're a pro, you got your own stickers and bags to replace stuff
I thought that
with.
you're gonna have your own utensil that you're able to squeeze in the bag and Mission Impossible the fry out of the bag or something. Being a delivery driver, whether it's on DoorDash or Instacart, is an extremely draining and depressing job. God damn. Is it? Have you done it?
No, I've never done it. I wouldn't do it.
Why would you do it?
You don't make a lot of money, and then it's all based on tips, and then if people don't tip you, get mad, but I hate tipping culture.
I just think going on a limb this early and saying it's a depressing job. I mean, granted, I'm sure it's not what people are stoked to do, but depressing? I'm not gonna put down someone for saying, oh, it's a depressing job. Feels wrong. For some, it's a depressing job. Boom. Instacart was an early pioneer in the food delivery service industry. Since its inception in 2012, both its customers and drivers have had less than ideal experiences. Recently, there has been a trend on TikTok of people saying they are now choosing to only have female Instacart drivers deliver their goods because male drivers keep messing up their orders. One woman gave her driver a super simple list asking for 1 pack of toilet paper, 1 pack of towels, and 1 pack of chicken. Despite the app stating that the man scanned a pack of chicken, what she got was 240 red Solo cups. She was refused a refund. You know what? In a situation like this, though, do you not just think that I'm doing multiple jobs at one time and I gave you the wrong bag?
I think that's what it is.
You know what? Sorry, dude, but I'm not a feminist, and I like men a lot. And I think, dude, if a man goofs up, you have to give him 75 chances.
It's true. Women,
right?
1.
Women, none. You have to be perfect at all times. In another instance, a male shopper was tasked with getting a customer a tub of Neapolitan ice cream. After claiming they didn't have the brand she wanted, he sent multiple blurry pictures of what they had, only for it to be very clearly in stock. There's none. It's a fucking buffoon, man. I couldn't tell you. You have Ben & Jerry's? No, the fuck to the left. I see it in the picture, in your blurry picture. It's right to the left. So Ben & Jerry's? Why do you think that is, Nick? Why do you think men have such a hard time grasping the grocery store mechanic?
Well, they're not used to it. It's a foreign concept for men going grocery shopping.
You go grocery shopping.
Yeah, I get lost.
While staying at an Airbnb in Miami, a group of girls ordered a long list of basic groceries and necessities for their upcoming stay. When the order was marked as delivered, they expected to find it on the porch. When they opened the door, however, they found the driver simply tossed all the groceries all over the picket fence and left. What are we not seeing, though, in this? What are we not saying? We're not having the full picture on his side. Like, I bet you think he's just like, can I chill? And they're like, no. And that's when he just like, whatever.
That's really unprofessional. I think it's more so they're nagging.
Other night, where are you? And he just drives by, throws out the window. There's a lot of emotionally unstable people out there in the world, isn't there, Nick? That are driving Uber and DoorDash driver, yeah, all that kind of stuff. This video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Fume! Fume is a flavored air device that's designed to help people quit vaping and smoking by breaking the hand-to-mouth pattern. Cravings can come in when you least expect them. You have to find a way to fight the urge and not to return to your old ways. You don't want to be the old you want to be the new you. Fume! Flavored air! And breaking bad habits can be hard. Oh, jeez. So don't handle it alone. Let Fume help. Fume is not a vape. Nuh-uh. It's not an e-cig. No way. It's just flavored air. You like that? Which means you can use Fume anywhere! By keeping Fume close by, you can have it as your natural replacement while you're working on improving your habits. Because who you are right now is bad. You're corrupt. Change yourself quick! With Fume, there's no vapor, no nicotine, and never any toxic chemicals. And on top of that, Fume is an award-winning device with great flavors. Feel the rush of crisp mint or tangy raspberry as you say goodbye to your cravings. Goodbye! I keep my Fume device here at my desk, so it's close by in case I'm feeling anxious or bad habits want to distract me from my work, like masturbating. Thank you, Fume. I no longer want to myself. Better to play with Fume than your Better to play with Fume at my desk than go back to my bad cravings. Myself under my desk right now as I read this ad read. Can you see my hands? If you're ready to break the habit, now's a great time to try Fume. Right now, when you grab a Journey pack, you'll get a free Fume topper after using my code PAPAMEAT. The Fume topper adds a soft, replaceable, chewable mouthpiece, providing something safe to chew on when cravings hit. Grab this offer while it's available. So head to tryfume.com/PapaMeat. That's TRYFUM.com and use code PAPAMEAT to get your free Fume topper with your Journey pack. Thank you to Fume for sponsoring the video. Bye, Fume. Thank you. People are justifiably fed up with male Instacart drivers and are demanding that the company create an option to allow shoppers to pick only female shoppers to guarantee their orders are done correctly. Listen up, sweeties. Can I say that? Hey, broads, listen up. I have a feeling that it's just people that are just doing the Instacart. I think they're picking up too many jobs at one time. Also, is there probably more men that are doing this job than women? I feel like whenever I've ever had I don't think I've ever had a female DoorDash person. That doesn't mean they don't exist. I'm just saying that thinking about it now, it's usually a middle-aged man.
My guess is men, if they don't have a lot of opportunities, do like Uber and DoorDash, and then women go to OnlyFans.
For the rest of the Instacart drivers that don't have this issue, it can be extremely challenging and dangerous. After receiving a regular order of groceries, a delivery driver walked up to a home and was shot by a man that thought he was an intruder. What? Why? Why would you do that? My DoorDasher's near. Did someone say Taco Bell? Oh my God, who are you? Ah! How do you fucking forget that? Unless it's somebody in the house ordered it, it just seems like, I don't know.
This is what happened. He told him, leave it at the door. The guy knocked.
You know what? If a DoorDash driver, I'll say this, I'll say this and I'll stand by it. For any reason, if a DoorDash driver opened my door to set my stuff inside, I'd shoot him. It's too scary. I mean, hearing it out loud seems a bit excessive. There's no reason that a person should be opening my door to come inside my house. I would assume that something bad was happening. Was it that situation, or was it just a guy who was just like firing rounds through his front door?
I'd get a riot shield.
I'm gonna have the COD riot shield so I can walk up to my average DoorDash driver experience, just walking up to a front door. It turns out that the man's wife placed the order and didn't tell her husband. So when the motion detectors went off, the husband sprang into action and shot him with no hesitation. None. The motion sensors. Does he do that with animals? How many times have you had a motion sensor go off like a raccoon? All the time. All the time.
That's when I bring out my gun.
Exactly. That's why I fire aimlessly. Maybe there's a naughty raccoon. But now there's the infamous video. We have to talk about that video. The guy doing this is my fucking neighborhood. What a crazy, the edits have been so funny. I love the one where it's the, no, I'm not human or whatever. Or I feel like he'd be a DoorDash driver. I could see him with those little fat ass caterpillars for his eyebrows, dropping off some fucking Popeyes or something. Whenever a customer places an order, they often feel entitled to have the driver do whatever it takes to get their groceries to their door, no matter how ridiculous of a feat it may become. One shopper accepted an unusual order of 4 24 packs of water bottles, 6 12 packs of water bottles, and 7 4 liters of distilled water and 7 4 liters of mineral water. My God. When they reached the customer's home, they requested that they carry all the water up 17 flights of stairs because the elevator in the building was broken. Newsflash. It's outside. Come do it yourself. And in the end, the customer canceled the job, leading to the shopper's $8 payment being rescinded and increasing their overall cancellation rate. That's fair. $8? Ah, this is a depressing job. Oh my God. Besides driving people around, Uber also offers a meal delivery service called Uber Eats that is notoriously terrible to work for. Like other food delivery service apps, they pay their workers very poorly. Because of this, some drivers come up with creative ways to earn better tips. Jade Phoenix was a full-time Uber Eats driver who claimed to find a secret method for raking in insane tips on literally any kind of order. When dropping off people's food and snapping a picture to confirm the order, she would purposely include her feet in the pictures. She claims her tips significantly increased after she began this new strategy. She even received additional money on top of the tip after she sent them the original picture. Do girls like men's feet? Men with feet, what psychologically, what is that? What is the feet obsession?
I don't know. That's something I will never understand.
Didn't we try doing a foot video and it got demonetized or something? I feel like there's some kind of conspiracy happening. You know what I mean? Even like, yeah, big YouTube, whatever. It's just like, It's not just the customers that are creepy horn dogs, but the drivers as well. After ordering food, a woman in the UK began receiving creepy messages from her delivery driver. She was being asked if she was home alone or if she was married. When the woman said she was taken, the driver began begging her to leave him so he could hook up with her. Leave her, baby! The man got so desperate that he began offering as much as 10,000 pounds for her to break up with her boyfriend. There's no way the pussy could have been that good. UK pussy? You kidding me? Oh, man.
Well, I don't think I can leave them. I don't think just can you leave the Chris at the door?
10,000 pounds, mom.
I'll see what me can do.
While looking to the driver's account to report him, she found it even creepier that his listed reasons for delivering was passion. I will say I've had a driver after delivering my thing be like, hey, I love your videos. And I say, oh, thanks, man. And then it's a thing of, you want to hang? Shit like that.
God, that's creepy.
Exactly. 100 step. 100 step. Don't ever do that. Don't ever there's no reason to contact me or anyone ever. Or like that girl. Let's just get me out of this, that girl. If it's a girl now just being like, you know how hard it is for someone just to be like, no. I have no idea how you're going to react to that. You know what I mean? No idea. You've been around me when there's been people. So it's always a risk because we've had a lot of, we won't go into details, but we've had a lot of people that are just, let's just say passion. Some drivers on these delivery apps love to use them to cheat people out of free food. In 2025, one man placed an order and saw that his driver was parked just down the street. When he asked why his food hadn't been delivered, his driver said it was because his car had broken down. He then told the customer that he'd probably just refund it. Not believing a word he said, the man got on his bike, rode down the street to find he was Uber Eats driver sitting in his car, chowing down on his food. See, that's why I could never be one of these. I could never be one of these delivery drivers because I know I just see their order. I'm like, oh damn, you know, or go to some place. I'm like, what is this place? Get it? Smell good.
One little back can't hurt.
The customer confronted the driver only for him to be left speechless before peeling out in a panic. That's a good way to choke, though. At multiple restaurants around the world, you can find signs banning delivery drivers and from using the bathroom. This obviously upset a lot of drivers who pointed out that it's actually against the company's agreement with these restaurants as Uber requires them to give drivers access to their bathrooms, okay, assholes? And many don't care and continue to enforce the ban, meaning many drivers are forced to make frequent pit stops and even piss in bottles trucker style. I mean, come on, dude. Stop at a gas station. That's not that big of a deal, is it?
It's not on my route. I'm here to pick up the food. Why can't I fucking piss in your toilet?
I want to piss in your toilet.
I think there was one time at Papa Murphy's I let one person use the bathroom. It was a huge mistake. Tore it up.
Did they just decimate it? Yeah, you can't, man. It's like a zombie outbreak. You can't let one in, you infect the whole thing. To me, I think everybody needs one. Well, listen, there's a lot of people who shit themselves or piss themselves, and it's just out of their control. I'm sick, you know, food poison. I mean, who knows what happened, right? I think these are growing moments in a man's life. I don't know about women. I don't know what it's like wearing a thong and shitting yourself. I mean, that must be a crazy feeling. Shitting yourself with a thong on, splitting that motherfucker right down the middle as it comes out. I don't know. I can't tell you. But I will say that I think you should shit yourself a couple times in your life.
I think everyone needs to shit their pants at least once. In maturity, not...
I would say a couple. Because the first time you're like, what a fluke. And then the second time it really grounds you. And really, if you think that you're a big man and you shit yourself for like the second or third time, it's going to humble you real quick. That's a God-fearing man now.
But what if it's the opposite though? What if it turns you into like a, I don't give a shit now that I'm shitting my pants?
They were doomed to fail. It could have been, it was either this or heroin. ODing on hard drugs or just becoming like a diaper play guy. That's what I think. Or maybe just shits himself. I don't know. He's gonna get his ass kicked a lot. I can tell you that. There's always so much kindness that people will have until they're just like, you reek of shit. I'm gonna beat you up. Which is what will happen. They will.
Beat you up for smelling?
Yeah. If a guy's sitting there and he purposely, because after a while, you're gonna think your shit doesn't stink. And vice versa. Where one, you're like, I can't even tell. But then two, you're gonna sit there and be like, oh, I've pooped myself so much, I'm unstoppable with it. What are they gonna do to me? Right? And if a guy's sitting there and he's like, do you just shit your pants? And you're like, look at me do. Yep. Someone's gonna kick your ass. I don't know why. I also feel like if you start shitting yourself, you lose all your hair. You get alopecia. You revert back to baby.
Is that why Jacob lost his hair?
Who knows, dude? Who fucking knows that guy? Got struck by lightning. You know that? Got struck by lightning when he was like 19. That's when he started losing his hair. So I always associated with that.
Oh my God, that's like a superhero. Usually you get powers from that, but...
Not him. I think he used to be, Jacob also used to be like 6 foot. Did I tell you that? Legitimately, he used to be 6 feet tall. No, I swear to God, he used to be 6 feet tall. He shrunk. I'm not even joking. He was taller than me like for the longest time. I'm not even fucking with you, I'm telling you. Because I'm like, how tall? How tall am I? Like 6'1". Legitimately, he was like a little taller than I, now he's shorter than me. You tell me. The motherfucker got struck by lightning and his whole life just took a right turn. Which, to be fair, statistically, the anomaly of that. I mean, I don't know. Who fucking knows? I don't know. Even the robots that Uber employs are being targeted and destroyed. In Philadelphia, both restaurants and residents were excited about Uber's plan to deploy delivery robots in the city, but some angry citizens had other plans. Which, dude, fucking clankers? What are you excited for? Clankers rolling around your city? Here's these little drones taking our jobs.
The homeless are fighting back, though.
I'm glad. After only 1 month, multiple robots had been completely destroyed or vandalized. Many were left to decay on the streets as well. Online, multiple videos show people kicking them and sitting on them. Others purposely block and place them off their set path, causing them further delayed deliveries. This hate for delivery robots runs deep, my friends. And in fact, one man has an entire social media account dedicated to aggressively screaming and harassing any delivery robots they see in LA.
Watch what you do. Don't come at me. Don't come. You're going in a fucking shade. Don't you dare come at me like that. No, excuse you. Excuse you.
Are you under the Terminator 2 mentality where you're like, I'm just gonna be nice to them in case they do take over?
Exactly. Just in case there's a conscious in there. Hey, buddy.
Hey, delivery robot driver, hope you're having a good day.
You will fall.
After all this, Uber still plans to keep the robots in the city, claiming they were designed to be tampered with and send alerts when they break down.
There you go. They should have them explode if people mess with them.
Yeah, exactly. Get out of here, clanker.
5, 4,
What?
3, 2.
I mean, Akira bomb. No! Yeah, I look like Sarah Connor. Ah! It's probably well known by now, but DoorDash as a company is extremely evil and has been caught treating its workers horribly on multiple occasions. What's fucked up is it's still an app on my phone. Is that food addiction? You tell me. Recently, the company had to pay out nearly $17 million to its drivers because from 2017 to 2019, it was caught using customer tips to subsidize drivers' base pay rather than adding tips to the overall payout. That is so fucking scummy. I'll do you one better, Nick.
You're being set free? Here, order some Taco Bell.
Yeah. All right, well, they got me. It's gone. Definitely not downloading it as soon as I'm done recording. In 2025, air traffic control workers up in the tower at Chicago O'Hare Airport noticed a small red car driving across runways and into restricted areas. What the hell is that? Little Dr. Seuss car driving across. When they alerted airport security, they stopped the car and discovered a 36-year-old man trying to fulfill a DoorDash delivery.
I'm on the tarmac.
Did I take a wrong turn? Oh, God! Like flying right above him. Whoa! I mean, how could you get in this area?
I think it's just an old guy who got
He's
lost.
36! Old guy, he's 36 years old, Nick. An old guy who got lost. Yeah, if he was an 84-year-old man, I'd be like, well, yeah, he's what are you supposed to do? 36 and being like, well, I don't see why. How did you get there? How did you get past the gates? Do you think he just did, I have a DoorDash? And they're like, and they opened the gate? I mean, what the fuck happened? Apparently, he just drove straight through the gate at the front of the tarmac and began driving for miles up and down the active runway. I mean, there's planes everywhere, dude. You know what? The thing earlier, fucking men doing this are so stupid. Where am I supposed to go? What terminal are you at? What gate? It was determined that this was somehow completely unintentional. An investigation ended up with the man being let go without any charges. How? There had to be some kind of medical, or there has to be something that they're not telling us. How do you let that go? Driving your Fiat up and down the fucking runway. I could see someone doing this too. Some dumbass Midwest idiot would be like, well, I can get the airport food. I'm just going to DoorDash something to the airport. And you're like, what are you? You'd have to go through TSA, idiot. You know what I mean? But I could see someone doing that.
Almost got banned from, what is the Austin airport. I was late for my plane and I saw them closing the door. So I like sprinted down and no one was at the kiosk. So I just pulled out my ticket and scanned it myself. And then I went up to the locked door and I tried to open it.
Bomb! Bomb! That's what you're yelling, trying to get somebody's attention.
I gave up, went to the lady to help me after she came back. They were trying to get me on another flight. They're like, this is weird. It says you're on the flight. And I was like, oh yeah, I scanned it. And then she's like, what? She started sweating. She was really nice, but then airport security came up and she's like, yeah, don't ever do that again.
Regardless of how insane some drivers act, it's hard not to feel bad for them, considering that working for DoorDash is extremely draining. Unfortunately, however, some drivers take out their frustration on the customers. After trying to surprise their partner with some Asian food, one woman was shocked to see that her driver had sent her a picture of him next to a dumpster and peeing on their meal completely unprompted. Completely unprompted! How do it... See, this is what I'm saying, though. How do we know it's completely unprompted?
We're only getting one half of the story.
I think so. Don't be wrong. I think these things do happen. Some just people freak out. But I think when people make these stories, you're leaving out a little bit of information, aren't you? What did you do? Hey man, how you doing today? I think it's some stuff that's just being like, hey, just let you know I'm in line, whatever. I'm in line because you get a message like that from DoorDash sometimes. I'm in line, picking up your order! Exclamation point. I bet some person would be like, make it quick. Just a little, just something that was just the breaking point for that day to be like, cool, I'm gonna take this to a dumpster and piss all over it. Appalled by this, the woman asked what was going on, and all he said was, and I quote, "You bitch, I piss on you," before ending the conversation. The woman called the police and allegedly got his car impounded. However, when she posted the DMs to r/DoorDash expecting sympathy, many of the customers found the situation funny, which enraged her even more. It is funny. The fuck, also it's Asian food. Get over it. It's one meal.
You guys think this is funny?
Yeah, see, that she definitely fucking did something.
I think she did something, screaming at the top of her lungs and doubling down that she was sexually assaulted and how DoorDash was in the wrong for banning her. When local police got hold of her footage, they determined that the man was clearly drunk and asleep on his couch. This clearly indicated that there was no assault or wrongdoing since he was in his own home. For months, Olivia would defend her actions, but however, in January of 2026, she was charged with 2 felonies, one charge of unlawful surveillance and another of dissemination of unlawful surveillance images, each carrying a maximum sentence of 4 years in prison. The saying a few bad apple ruins the whole bunch definitely applies to delivery drivers, as we've all had annoying experiences dealing with them. For some people, messing with their food is enough to put an entire app on their shit list, which justifiably so. Most of them do their jobs correctly, but there are plenty of drivers that seem absolutely incapable of doing their job. So the next time you order food online and it gets delivered correctly, be respectful. After all, you never know how insane their shift has been, right guys? And also too, I will say, have respect for the DoorDash driver and stuff. It's a meal. It's a meal. Granted, you paid money for it or whatever. If they didn't deliver in the right spot and you had to walk a few extra feet to get to whatever, or you had to do X, it's not the end of the fucking world. Did somebody fuck up your order and you had to, you had to like live with another thing? These things don't make it justifiably okay just to be like, well, I guess I'm just gonna get walked over. But at the same time, just like let it fucking go, man. Or just don't order through the app anymore. You choose a different one, and also just ask for a refund. There's like no reason that you should ever be like harassing these delivery drivers. And there should be no reason as a delivery driver that you should ever act like this is a social interaction. Also, I want to say, fuck ghost kitchens. Ghost kitchens piss me off too. That's a story for another video. Okay, guys, that's it. Bye-bye.
So what are you thinking about for lunch? We should maybe DoorDash.
We can DoorDash Chuck E. Cheese or something.
Chuck E. Cheese?
We'll DoorDash, we'll DoorDash a Longhorn Steakhouse to get us a bunch of well-done ribs. No pink in the middle. None. Fully cooked through. A lot of catering. A lot of ketchup. Yep. No tip. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're going to talk about Goodwill pickers. Yes. Chances are you've been to a Goodwill thrift store at some point in your life, or you've at least heard of it. People donate their unwanted stuff and customers can browse around and potentially buy something decent for relatively cheap. All right? Relatively. Goodwill Industries is a non-profit organization founded in 1902 by a man named Edgar J. Helms. And after collecting goods and clothing from wealthy areas in Boston, he hired less fortunate people to repair and resell them. All right? You take fancy rich people stuff and you have the poor people come in and they'll fix it up and then you sell it to the poor people for a profit. There you go. This is what started Goodwill, which is not only a thrift store, but a network of over 150 autonomous organizations worldwide that aim to provide jobs and rehabilitation to less fortunate people and those with disabilities. Sounds like a pretty good deal, right, Nick? You're helping the poor, you're helping the disabled.
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong? While this company came from humble beginnings, it was evolved into something much more chaotic and dangerous. So today, we're going to look into Goodwill's shady business practices, as well as the never-ending war zone created by the obsessive Goodwill shoppers. And let me tell you, there are some obsessive shoppers out there, all right? Goodwill, despite seeming endlessly charitable, is not without its controversies. Like with everything, you're gonna have a little something shady, but Goodwill just, it it goes off and it says, you know what, we're a charity, we're a nonprofit. And that's where this thing gets a little dicey in my opinion. Goodwill uses a large percentage of the revenue to fund training programs for those that struggle to find work, which is a good thing. They also pay enormous salaries to those running each individual organization, and some CEOs like Stephen Loughborough received over $904,000 in 2022 alone.
This is a nonprofit.
It's a nonprofit organization, right? I mean, it's an important job that he's running, Nick. What do you think? Do you think that somebody in a nonprofit should be allocating those funds, or does it seem like a Ponzi scheme to just be like, we'll take a large portion, but then we pay our little crew handsomely? Is that fair or unfair?
I think it's unfair. I think if you're a nonprofit, just like the Hank Hill episode, remember when they freaked out? We made profit!
We made profit. While it's common for nonprofit organizations to pay their higher-ups good salaries, they are typically scaled down from traditional for-profit businesses for the sake of public perception, because once again, for-profit is different than nonprofit. Our company's not supposed to make money. We're supposed to take everything that we make and give it back to whatever organization. For these people, the people that can't find work, people with disabilities, that kind of stuff. That's the code. At the same time, if I can get a crisp mill off the top of it, why not? Part of why Goodwill customers are still critical of this, however, is due to their belief that disabled workers are exploited by the nonprofit. Okay. Due to a loophole in the Fair Labor Standards Act, Goodwill is able to get away with paying those with disabilities less than a minimum wage.
At least they got a job.
You found work, but at what cost? This has been reoccurring issues with Goodwill for several years, with reports even in 2011 showing that some were being paid as little as 22 cents an hour.
Is this China? Is this China?
What are we supposed to pay him? Look at him. It's like a regular employee, like just like putting stuff on a shelf.
At our college, Harry used to work with people, I forget what they're called, but they were disabled people working for the college. They would pay them based on, like, the output. Because they're like, oh, he only
He
stacked.
did nothing. At that point, if you're paying somebody 22 cents, is it just to give them like a place to be? And if that's the case, then why even pay them?
It's like a sense of purpose. It's like giving like a child. When my mom used to work for this lawyer, he couldn't see at all, but my mom would hand him blank checks to sign to feel like he's still doing work. So it's kind of like that.
Here we go. A big, important check signed off. And she even gave him like a crayon, a crown. But this pen smells weird. That's fine. It's like a coloring book. He's just like, all right, here I am filling out these checks for my important business. In 2019, due to a minimum wage increase, a branch of Goodwill Industries in Springfield sent letters to a dozen disabled workers that were part of the Job Skills program. They were told they were fired until rescinding their decision and apologizing due to the vicious pushback. What am I supposed to do? Pay these freaks? No fair wage for you. We can't keep you. They take their collars off. Go free. Run. In 2022, a woman that had previously worked in an assisted living facility posted a TikTok to discuss their qualms with Goodwill. According to her, many of the boys and girls living there worked at Goodwill due to their disabilities being paid less than $1 per hour.
Slave labor, man.
Slave labor. Goodwill? Slave labor. Like, I'm sure the person that is like running Goodwill is making, I mean, millions and millions. For a nonprofit, you're just like, can you not throw them off $7.25 an hour? During the job, one woman had soiled herself. Instead of sending her home, they gave her a choice: either keep working or swap to a used pair of underwear sold in the store. She ended up keeping her own pair on and finishing the rest of her shift in her own filth. I personally, as a shift lead, would have been like, why don't you go home? How many more hours you have left in your shift? We'll pay you the 66 cents. You know what I mean? How gross is it too?
Go take one of the used panties.
Also, let me tell you something else. If you buy something from Goodwill or any thrift store, you don't go home and wash it before you wear it.
What's wrong with that?
I don't trust that those people are actually washing the clothes before they put them out.
I think they wash them, but I'm thinking
they say that they wash them. I think I saw like a blood stain on a shirt one time, and I was like, I think that's when you toss in the trash.
oh, that'll come out.
Also, it was like a little kid shirt. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Today's episode sponsored by Gamer Subs. We have our own flavor, raw meat. Go drink raw meat right now.
Do you like summer in a glass?
Then drink raw meat.
Gamer Subs, zero sugar, right? Nice caffeine. Or if you don't like caffeine, they have caffeine-free options.
Raw meat. Go get raw meat.
Use promo code PAPAMeat on checkout. I swear to God, you're gonna get it. You're gonna love it. Please go buy this. If everyone just got one, right, it would end world hunger. That's a fact. If everyone got one right now, if you're watching this fucking video and you go get it, world hunger's done. Ring-a-ding-ding-ding.
Go drink it. Raw meat. Raw meat.
That's my flavor.
Raw meat.
Go drink it. Thank you so much, Gamer Subs, for sponsoring this video. Go fucking get this. Not even joking. For those that wanted to fight for better treatment in the workplace, their efforts to unionize were met with aggressive and overwhelming union-busting efforts. In 2024, 3 notorious union-busting firms were hired, pressuring people into one-on-one meetings and having their work heavily surveilled. It's funny to think that they brought in union-busting for, like, mentally disabled... physically disabled people, and they're just like, your job's not that hard. What the fuck are you talking about? And this is far from the only controversy that they've had. In 2017, in Sacramento, Goodwill was fined over $100,000 from safety violations that led to a 26-year-old dock worker being crushed to death by heavy machinery. A truck driver accidentally released a cable holding a trash bin, which had fallen on a worker named Abraham Garza. His skull was pinned between the bin and the trash compactor, killing him soon after. David Goody, who witnessed the tragic accident, was blamed for his death due to supposed negligence, despite warning them on multiple occasions about the company's inadequate training and potential safety hazards.
He's like, I don't know how to operate this.
What am I supposed to do? Regardless, they denied that the fatal accident was their doing and terminated Goody a week later, banning him from that location entirely, as if he's like, what, I can't get my shorts here anymore?
Do you think he kept coming back?
Yeah, he's like, well, the deals are too good. Goody, I gotta get out of here. Get out of here, Goody. It seemed that Goodwill had a track record of injuries due to improper training, and in 2014 and 2017, 2 people were killed in forklift accidents, and apparently the test to obtain the forklift license was impossible to fail and took less than half an hour, which I want to say I worked at FedEx for a little bit. It took, I think it was like, I'm not even joking, like 4 weeks of training. It wasn't half an hour, let me tell you that. One of the most fascinating things about Goodwill is the chaos surrounding Goodwill outlets. I did not know about this phenomenon, which is different from the stores. Like a Goodwill store is going to be different than the Goodwill outlets itself, and there's a whole culture behind Goodwill outlet shoppers. One of these, I guess, parasites is what you might want to call them. The guy who helps me make all the puppets on this channel, Adam or Creature Kid, is, I mean, a fiend. He's addicted. And I think it really does build addiction. Like, I think that the people who are these Goodwill outlet shoppers, they're addicted to going. When retail Goodwill stores fail to sell their products, they end up being sent to Goodwill outlets as a last-ditch effort to get rid of them. You throw your unused shit into one of the Goodwill donation bins. From there, they're sorted, they go to a store, and if it doesn't sell at the store, it goes back here. Sometimes too, if there's excess overflow, they'll just go straight to the outlets. And if it doesn't sell at the outlet, it's going into a landfill. Other items include those that are in poor condition and not deemed fit to sell at traditional retailers. I don't really know the process of how they actually go through and sift through stuff, but just know that the Goodwill outlet, it has everything. Everything you could ever want is in this outlet. It's insane. The outlets, also referred to as the bins, have a much bleaker vibe compared to a normal Goodwill. The items are loosely organized and piled into large blue bins for customers to purchase by the pound. And every 30 minutes, bins are wheeled out by the workers and replaced with brand new bins full of new trash, basically, for you to sift through. Every 30 minutes, you're getting a new fix, which people will be there all day. I think it's people that, one, hoarders, Adam, and also people like resellers, people that go to the bins or they'll go to these other places and they'll sell stuff on like eBay, Amazon, all that kind of shit. While some people visit Goodwill outlets to grab a cheap vintage shirt or two, others take it far more seriously. Their main goal is to grab the most valuable things they can find so they can resell them online for higher prices, typically. There are some, like I want to say, there are some collectors and hoarders. You know who you are. You might be watching this right now. These people are referred to as Goodwill pickers. Because this has become a legitimate way to make good money, these people can very quickly feel threatened by neighboring shoppers, and some will sit and shop for an entire day, becoming territorial when others start to encroach on their space. Hey! I'm looking at this one. Get out! And they have to box them out and that kind of stuff. Start with people's money, dude. They're so desperate to resell an item that looks valuable that they will sometimes pay people directly in order to transfer it over to their cart. This means they're willing to pay people to have something that still needs to be paid for inside the store. There are many stories of people stumbling across cold hard cash within these bins, like a woman who found $2,000 inside of a dirty jacket, or another customer finding $40,000 hidden inside of a used couch.
That's grandma's little nest egg.
I mean, how crazy is that? But you hear these stories, and of course people, they'll look through everything. I mean, spend meticulous hours digging through stuff in hopes of finding that. I mean, I would buy a couch, stab it open, and be like, at what point is it, it's worth it? Many bin shoppers advise people to check all the pockets of certain garments, as there's good chance that you might find hidden treasures. Because there's an unlimited potential for big finds like this, shoppers revert to their base instincts, doing whatever they can to survive in an environment reminiscent of the ruthless animal kingdom, right? We're basically calling them like gorillas. We're calling them cavemen, I think is what we're saying. Hordes of people wait behind the doors until the very second they open, descending onto the products like pigs to a bright blue trough. Some stores have shoppers that are so feral that the staff has to scream, push, and shove in order to get them behind the designated line as they begin the next rotation of bins and items. Back! I'm like, crawling over. I want to look at that purse. I want to look at that purse. I like to think that the Goodwill staff too has like batons and We talked about the people earlier getting 22 cents an hour. Those are people at like retail stores. There's no way they're putting handicapped people in these bin spots, are they? I mean, really, like pushing those bins, it looks like, reminds me of the Indiana Jones thing. The kids and the carts, whatever. I mean, it looks like slave labor, dude. One poster online admits that he simply does not have the energy to rummage around the newer bins because aggressive shoppers will easily plow through you to get to them. He compares the experience to being a weak, injured animal forced to feast on the scraps left behind by a pack of vultures. He's like, God, dude, get over here. So I can't look through the Chicago Bulls jackets anymore. I'm like a little bird. He also vents about t-shirt bros, referring to vintage shirt-loving people between 18 to 30 that seem to travel in packs, which is true. That's like a huge thing online of people going and like the garage sales and all kinds of stuff for vintage clothing nowadays. You know, it's just like a popular way to resell stuff online. And also, hype beast. Shopping alongside crowds like this often results in physical harm, something that online communities can endlessly attest to. And according to one man, an entire printer was thrown at him out of nowhere from an aggressive shopper. Some have even posted pictures of their injuries, like the woman who specifically shopped at the outlets with her mother in order to act as her bodyguard and protect her from overly aggressive shoppers. And one day, a woman purposely pushed a cart towards her, smashing it into her shin so badly that she almost threw up from the pain. She ended up giving up on returning ever again due to the fear of getting injured. Listen, dude, don't hate the players, hate the game, right? One disgruntled shopper explains how she was bitten by a crazy woman who wanted her to move away from an item she was reaching for. It's not uncommon for outlet shoppers to be threatened or attacked with blades either. In one instance, a man witnessed a shopper slash their own friend's neck over an item they both wanted. What? Another shopper saw a man sprinting around the store, swinging a machete at people. He had to be tackled by guards or removed from the store. In one story, a man found a mug with the words, "F you," on it. The man put it in his cart, only to be nearly stabbed outside by a meth head who was furious over him, taking all the good loot. Getting into pirate territory now. On many occasions, there have been full street fights outside the store due to disputes from competitive shoppers. Even young kids will get into aggressive confrontations over minor disputes, and one shopper was shoved by a Gen Z kid who wanted to grab an item, only for an older man to retaliate by flipping him like a quarter and knocking the wind out of him. People that are experienced Goodwill pickers know that it's important to bring a large blanket or other type of material to cover the items in the cart when they step away to dig into the bins. Otherwise, you can run the risk of a shopper seeing your haul and stealing from your cart when your back is turned. I bet you there's shoppers that bring baby diapers. They're wearing diapers. Some people will even shamelessly engage in a tug of war with a complete stranger for a garment if it is potentially worth anything, either to them or monetarily. Stealing is a rampant issue to the point where some people will crowd around the exits just to swipe things out of your hands. Like how the people are like, the Goodwill staff are like, well, what can we do? They're here to stay. Things can escalate even further when shoppers encounter organized groups of people that show up with the goal of dominating the entire store. This is detailed in a wild story by an outlet shopper. They were delighted to find a selection of designer products in the bins right for the taking. Oh, out of nowhere, 5 or 6 overweight women entered the store. Overweight women? 5 or 6 overweight women enter the store alongside a man that supposedly, this is what they're reporting, he reeked of. They started targeting random groups of people and harassing them. The shopper even overheard the smelly ringleader directing the large woman to shove older people out of the way.
You shove them.
Falls over. Their goal was to intimidate the more reserved people so nobody would come for their items they wanted. When someone tried to approach them, they seemingly pretended to be deaf and started acting confused about what was going on around them. Huh? What? Are you holding to me? Yeah, it probably could do without that, but shoppers aren't even allowed to film inside the store. People suspect that it's not just to preserve people's privacy, but to persuade people not to show just how chaotic the outlets on a day-to-day basis are. Also, I think too, because there's so much broken glass, there's illegal shit you could find, all kinds of stuff. I think that if you were able to record stuff and you were able to do that, I think that there's more legal cases that could show up as well. You could cut your hand on glass, or you could find drugs. I know I think Adam or Mariah, she found a gun. Some people will sneak sneak in cameras to make videos showcasing the life of a Goodwill reseller. But not all the people at a Goodwill outlet are aggressive. And in fact, some are just straight up odd. There are people that would enter the store specifically to pick up and smell the dirty underwear, having zero intention to actually buy any of the products. One man in particular made people so uncomfortable that he was banned from the store.
That's fucked up.
No, it's not. To go in there and be like,
He's not hurting anyone.
yes, you are.
He's what?
Like, in a way, he's hard, for sure. There's no way he's like, oh, I mean, like, come on. He's probably like, oh, of course you'd be like, oh, come on. You can't smell some used panties? He's like, uh-oh, period panties. Puts it over his head. Walk around. He's like, they call him Frankenstein. One freaking shopper recounted a man that would show up just to sniff the used bedding and furiously masturbate on them almost every night. How about that one, Nick?
Well,
how about that one?
That's different. If you're masturbating, that's different.
Why do you think the guy's going? He is hard. Does it not make you uncomfortable that a guy is hard, actively hard? If I told you right now when I was recording, I'm like, I record only when I'm hard. That'd be a workplace.
If that's
we need to put a curtain on your door or something. There needs to be. You need a lock on your door.
How many people, like when you go to Costco, how many people you think are hard?
I would assume not a lot.
But they're out there to roam free.
Okay, let me tell you the difference. This: if you went to Costco, if somebody went up to like a panty section, a guy, he had a Costco dog and he was eating his. Is that something where you're like, well, that guy should probably not be doing that?
Now.
Well, okay. Well, now the puzzle's kind of creating a bit of a picture for me. What are you talking about?
In Costco, that's weird. I just feel like in the outlets.
In the outlet, to me,
it's trash. It's trash.
But see, that's what makes it even weirder, is that they're dirty clothes and he's going in and smelling them. That's what I'm saying.
It's going to be thrown away anyway. Who's buying used panties at the outlets?
I'm not advocating that it's not trash. I'm just saying that a man going in there and only smelling panties, that's a character I probably wouldn't want around myself or anybody else.
You've kind of changed my mind.
Twisted my arm. Anyways, the guy who masturbates on beddings, on many occasions, he would go until completion, only seeing him get chased out on one occasion by angry staff members. One time. Other times, people are just like, okay, that's a hazard zone. Throw your jacket over that.
See, that's a biohazard, because now if someone touches that...
We're done. Some customers would enter the store for no reason other than to pee all over the items and leave right away, which is kind of fucked up. What do you get out of that? Besides, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a lay epic troll, but like what?
It's like a dog dominating their space.
Because people shoot their loads on people, or they pee on people sometimes, and I think it's like a sexual thing too. To me, it's all sexual. One man attempted to rob the store of multiple shirts by putting them all on at the same time, and a staff member watched him put on 13 shirts before trying to inconspicuously leave the store. I like how he's like walks in super skinny, walks out, and he's like,
do you think the staff member's like, I want to see how many shirts he can put on?
100%. When he was caught, he tried to play dumb until eventually giving up and taking off all the shirts, including the ones that belonged to him. He walked out of the store shirtless. I would too. I'd be like, I'm sorry, there you go. You guys can keep and resell that one. My Tasmanian devil dressed up as Scarface shirt. You can keep that one. And according to one man, he saw a man buying a toilet seat with shit all over the bottom of it, holding it close while eating a donut. Even without the insane shoppers wreaking havoc, the outlet is plenty dangerous on its own. People often wear sturdy gloves due to the potential to touch drugs, broken glass, or other disgusting substances, pee, piss, whatever. Pee and piss are the same thing, but many have reported finding mice dead and alive deep inside the bins. And in one instance, a live baby bat crawled out from under a used couch.
I thought I was going to say a live baby.
I was really hoping it was just going to end on baby. If anything, keep baby. According to another post, a shopper was bumped by a woman's cart only to have her hand slam into a broken glass and slice her thumb wide open. The shopper ran over to a first aid kit the staff had provided, only to find that it was completely empty. Oh, Because the items in the bins are not thoroughly checked, it can lead to some insane finds that can be extremely dangerous. One man opened a pocket knife that was covered in some sort of illicit substance that caused him to be high for several hours. Oh, is it a Coke knife?
Could be maybe LSD.
Something like that. If you open it, he's like, what is that?
Yeah, and Coke makes sense.
Yeah, he's sitting there, he opens it up, he's like, whoa. Yeah, he didn't complain. On various other occasions, people have found loaded weapons. And in Miami, a shopper found a gun that he assumed was a toy. He started playing around with it, only to end up shooting someone for real.
How does that that happen?
This has a good weight to it. Bang, 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 bang. What do you mean? I thought it was a toy. Yeah, right, dude.
I was gonna say that's just an excuse.
That's an excuse again. A lot of this stuff is definitely, wait, this is real? In Florida, one shopper brought home a baby bouncer still in its original packaging. After gifting it to her friend during a baby shower, however, it was revealed to contain a Massberg 715T semi-automatic rifle. How'd you not know that? You know what I mean?
That's a good find, though. That's
It's a huge find. Actually, can I get that back? It's my baby's now. At one person's Goodwill, he watched someone discover a flare gun in the bins. He immediately grabbed it, pointed it at a ceiling, and shot it without second thought.
mindless children.
It really is. Oh my God, what? Oh, it's real. Whoa. I like the idea of that's just an excuse for everything. Oh my God, wait, this is real?
To be fair, I feel like I would be one of those guys.
You are smelling panties and you're doing whatever the fuck you want in there, apparently. Another deadly weapon that people report finding on multiple occasions are live grenades. In Oregon, an entire building had to be shut down after a World War II era grenade was found in the bins. That is awesome. Do you think it was like the pipe bomb one? It's like a long and it has like the little thing at the end.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
maybe. Yeah.
Those are sick. I always like throwing those in video games.
This is World War II?
I think so.
That was World War I. I don't know.
Splitting hairs, dude. In Augusta, someone discovered a box containing military-grade grenades and mortars. A bomb squad had to come down to secure the items before they could potentially detonate. And there is no shortage of weird items that have been found at Goodwill outlets. People often find abundance of sex toys like dirty dildos, silicone asses, and blow-up dolls. And some people have even found used condoms. Adult diapers, full diapers, and fresh turds have been reported as well. Other strange finds consist of things like large glass jars filled with mercury, as well as bloody hospital gowns. How the fuck did that end up there? Also, mercury? Oh, the alchemist down the road donated all of his stuff to Goodwill. Given how insanely cheap it is to bring home massive amounts of products from Goodwill outlets, people have found that it's extremely dangerous for people with hoarding tendencies. People who have hoarders in their family despise Goodwill because of how it leads them to pile on more and more needless junk. But to be fair, you're gonna find that junk anywhere. If it isn't a Goodwill, it's a trash can. It can be wherever.
Yeah, they're gonna jump in a trash bin and get
So
it.
it's a hoarder's paradise, but still, you can't point the finger there. You know, and talking about this Goodwill outlet thing, I had to go look for myself. Is it as crazy as people make it out to be? These people online, this culture, is it as crazy as they say? Well, we had to go find out for ourselves and see if we could find some sick stuff. So let's go.
We should leave $100 for them to fight.
These are one of the McDonald's buckets I didn't get.
Are you serious?
It's a boo bucket.
Oh, really?
There we go.
What do you think was in the boot?
Mousetrap. No.
Look, it fits.
Throw it on, dude. Throw it
Put
on.
it on.
It's too small. It won't work.
Sure, man. We got some nice flooring here for Nick's office.
Yeah, so I can play on the ground.
So you have tummy time in your room.
Hey, sir, there can't be any recording.
Oh, no. Okay.
Hey everyone, this is Adam at Creature Kid, and today we're talking about the Goodwill bins. My favorite place to shop that I try to get everyone to go shop at. Hunter and Nick like to make fun of me about the Goodwill bins, but my love and passion for it is more of salvaging things that are moments away from being thrown away. Some of the things we found over the past couple days, this is a tiny beautiful silver-plated piece here. This is probably 1920s. We're gonna use it for a movie prop, so it's exactly what we need. This tiny little violin here is about as tiny as it can get. This is a perfect prop we're gonna use. That only cost a couple dollars. If you know Pokemon, you know what that is. Shadowless Blastoise. At a perfect time, we were working on a project that was The Thing influenced. This was in a box of DVDs. It's Pro-Life, which is a horror movie, autographed by John Carpenter right there. One of the weirder things is a gold tooth in the bottom of a purse. You see it with the root still on it. This beautiful watercolor painting. I mean, look at that, insane. The only thing written on it is a little cutout, Angel's Cooking, interior living room. That's from a script, right? Interior living room, it's a set. I figured out Angel's Cooking was a working title for a movie called We're No Angels, which is a Humphrey Bogart film from 1955. That would have been 10 minutes away from going into a dumpster. Let's look at what Maddie found today at the bins.
So I'm a huge fan of vintage luggage pieces. This is actually a vintage carry-on from Escort, which is a pretty cool luggage company. This weird little cowboy purse. This purse, which is very tacky, but it is Loungefly, and that is a really sellable brand if you're trying to like make an income off of resales. I think this is maybe one of my favorite pieces that I got today. It's a little Captain Caveman. You can always find really good office supplies, usually still sealed. Painter's tape is so expensive, but at the bins, it's by weight. Adam actually picked this one out for me. 1978 full color calendar of Elvis, made in 78. I just finished a short film that takes place in the 70s, and a lot of that stuff came from the bins that was authentically dated. This is probably the best thing that we found today. This Blockbuster membership card. This is from 2007, so it's a real antique. This is a VHS tape. It contains the OJ trial.
In short, the bins is the best.
It's great for the environment. It's great for history. The bins is just the greatest.
There's no downside to it, except for where's the money going? Because it's not going anywhere good, I'm sure.
It's always fascinating to see just how quickly people let greed take over them when coming to the face-to-face with a good deal. Whether it's Black Friday deals or cheap used clothing, it seems to turn people into complete animals, going absolutely feral. As dangerous and insane as Goodwill outlets can get, people swear by them as a way to find hidden treasure and always come back for more. If you're going to attempt visiting one of these stores, just make sure to do your research and prepare for the worst. You never know if you'll end up being accidentally dosed by a loose needle or find a live grenade.
Or a baby.
Or a baby. Hopefully you find a baby. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
I don't think I got any more. More. I don't think I got any more.
I got okay, I'm done.
Oh, come on, Honda. Get in me.
I don't have any more man. I've 4 times a day, John. You're asking too much.
I need more, Honda. I need more.
What is your obsession with my dude? Seriously.
Not anything particular with you. I just love Everybody loves
Well, it's somewhat sad that you don't love my but you bring up a good point, John. Why is it that everyone online is so obsessed with piss and I mean, it seems like it's everywhere, right?
Oh, I don't care. I just love
Okay, well, you know, today I think I'm gonna figure out where exactly is the obsession with Why are people so fascinated with it? John, I'm not gonna use you anymore. I'm done.
Hey, come here real quick.
What?
Come on closer.
What? What are you saying? Hey, don't lick me, man! John, what the
Oh, come on, man.
I'm getting out of here, man.
Come back here. I'm not through with you yet.
I'm going to try to clean up part of my house, and I'm not going to hire a cleaner. I view this as a penance.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're talking about a beautiful thing that happens on the internet. An obsession since the dawn of time, even before the internet. Poo-poo. Pee-pee. Poo-poo-pee. Caca. Gungus. Stinky butter. You might have heard those names, right? You see, the internet is a wonderful, wonderful thing, is it not? It allows us to enter a whole new world and connect us with all sorts of different communities to express our passion and our interests. However, sometimes that isn't always a good thing. We're not talking about that. I don't want to talk about that. I don't know what the hell that is. We're not talking about it. Not talking about that either. No, no, no. There are things that people were probably meant to keep to themselves, but the internet gave them an outlet to voice it to all the masses for everyone to see. And today, we're going to talk about poop. Mostly poop, a little bit of pee, a lot of poop. Something that the internet seems completely obsessed with. Well, that is if you know where to look. Come on! We get flushed. Flush me. If I don't get flushed, that's a cheap version of being flushed. You know who got fired. You see, some of the earliest posts online and some of the things that drew curiosity back in the day was poop related. And one of the first ones that's one of the most unhinged, one of the most vile things I've ever seen was Septic Man. Surely, I feel like everyone has heard about Septic Man. But if you haven't, or if you need refreshing, let me refresh you. A man posted this ad to Craigslist around 2012 where he reaches out to people who want to be paid to allow him to get into their septic tank. Not a bad deal. Just let me paw around your septic tank. This is what the ad read. I pay to enter your septic tank for an hour at a time. $150. This is Jacksonville, Alabama. That's shocking. Alabama? Some might judge me for this, but it's what I enjoy. I will pay you $150 an hour to bring my equipment in and gain access to your septic tank. I then have my associate close the tank after I have set my tripod and camera up. Believe it or not, it's a great place to reflect. And then we also get one of the most haunting images of all time. Can we show this image? Well, we can just flash it up on screen for like a millisecond. There it is. You can pause it. He's sitting in a big vat of chocolate, is all I can say. And shortly after this post made the rounds, people discovered a YouTube video that seemed to be from the same person, seeing as the setting matched the Craigslist image. People found a video that corresponded with the image on Craigslist. And in the video titled Septic 5, my God, the man sets up his camera and then sits in the filth for a period of time. And at one point, he buries his head underneath the sewage and repeatedly smothers it all over his head. Can I just say, people with unhinged videos back in the day when they weren't trying to get some clout for it, Septic 5 feels like the title to a horror film, doesn't it? I gotta see. It's been a while. Septic Man 5.
I was thinking of Mambo number 5.
Yeah, this is what Lou Bega meant by Mambo number 5. Him pulling the poop out of the pipe and the Gimp mask is just so horrifying. Oh, don't do it. His eyes and mouth are exposed. He's gonna get sick. Hidden gem. It's honestly, it's almost disrespectful that this doesn't have more views. You merely adopted the brown. I was born in it, molded by it. Okay. And nobody has been able to successfully identify the man. Many wonder if the title Septic 5 implies the existence of 1 through 4. Which obviously, dude. I bet you anything, he was like sitting at his day job and he like saw like on like a forum and he's like, I didn't know that other people would find this. If you think about it, back in the day, people would upload to the internet. It would be something where you'd be like, you know, people are gonna be able to see this, right? Yeah, but who's gonna find my thing? It's just for me and I can access it whenever. Oh, how wrong we were.
I bet you he was posted to like a forum. It's like, look at me. And someone copied it and uploaded it.
Yeah, exactly. It's somebody just being like, he's getting hard uploading poop fetish stuff and all of a sudden he's just like, check out me rolling around. I look like a little Tasmanian devil inside the septic tank. Or we could talk about Gary Moody's outhouse exploits. You see, in 2005, a 45-year-old man named Gary Moody was caught peeping in an outhouse in Conway, New Hampshire. According to Gary, he was changing clothes in an outhouse when suddenly he dropped his wedding ring into the sewage. He decided to hop inside and retrieve it, only to be sighted by a teenage girl who was likely traumatized. Well, I dropped the ring in there.
Could you imagine that?
Well, here's the thing. When I sit down to take a shit in an outhouse, I always check for snakes because there are plenty of snakes that get in that they fucking love it. I don't know why. So I always peep in. But if you imagine going and sitting down, you like unbuckle your pants and you like look down and there's a guy like this. Would that not be horrifying?
Yeah, just two little bright eyes looking back at you.
Yeah, two beautiful blue eyes.
Did you spot me?
And according to the woman who was sitting down, quote, he said the ring was very valuable and he did not want to return home without it. She's just like, what are you doing? I'm looking for a ring down here. He's just covered in shit. I'm looking for a ring. If you see a guy in the bottom of a John, like in a porta potty, and he's not dry heaving and throwing up, there's a problem. If he's just rolling around, he's just like, I can't find the thing. You know what I mean? He's not like, ooh. There's something going on. Also, buy a new ring, dude. It's gone. It's valuable. You got like a Macy's. You know what I mean? He claimed that when he heard the teenager enter, he originally tried to hide out of embarrassment, meaning he was planning on sitting there while a child was going to on top of him. Awkward. Gary, you did it again. And after being fully decontaminated of the feces, he was arrested for trespassing. I feel like that should be another kind of... they're like trespassing. I don't know. He was sentenced to a 30-day jail sentence, but it was changed to 2 years of probation. If he was down there to indulge in a fetish, it is likely that he was sitting there for quite some time. Gary insists that it was an honest misunderstanding, which is completely ridiculous when you find out that he was caught doing the exact same thing just a few years later. God, the ring just keeps falling off! Because in 2009, Gary was caught at the White Mountain National Forest campground, hiding in an outhouse on Memorial Day. He's like, I was afraid of the fireworks. Too many people give me anxiety. I had to hide out. And the only place that gives me comfort. Which Gary, now 49 years old, was caught by a 9-year-old boy and 2 other witnesses as he was climbing out of the pit.
He just got done.
The 9-year-old caught him while he was after he was done. Can you imagine being 9 years old and you're like, there was a mud thing crawling out of the porta potty? Because Gary was probably like covered in blue dye and shit, or all the chemicals they put in porta potties, and he's just like, probably looked like Christopher Walken, Sleepy Hollow. Remember that? It's like dagger teeth, and he's like, shh. This time, he just happened to drop his t-shirt into the sewage. Seeing as the 2005 incident was already public knowledge, he eventually admitted to his crimes, stating he has done this more than 2 occasions.
Of course.
I'll be honest, but a baker doesn't, all right? More than a handful. Can I at least say that, Your Honor? More than a handful. He was charged with violation of privacy on top of entering an enclosed area that was closed off from the public. Aside from the hefty fines, Moody risked facing 6 months in prison. So is this still an ongoing case?
No, this is old.
Which also, I just gotta say, with the underage girl and now this like little boy finding you, I'm surprised there wasn't like a...
Yeah, some kind of sexual charge.
Yeah, like put on a list or something in like years, you know? Because it feels to be like, I was drunk, I pissed on a playground, and now I'm on the sexual registration. You tell me that you saw 17-year-old girls when a 9-year-old boy came up and you were in a shit pit jacking off probably, and you didn't get a fine? Because like, what is he doing in there? I just like it. It's a fetish. It has to be a fetish, right? There's no way that you're not like mentally to where you're like, me and my dad would make poop forts, and this is my private time. I don't know. It's like there's no way. He's hard in there, beating his off, getting like bits of corn in his hole. We gotta censor. Let's move on. There's even a subreddit called Coprophiles, which apparently is the fetish of viewing, smelling, or handling of feces. So Gary was a coprophile. There's always a file for something, isn't there? Which, side note, coprophagia is the fetish of eating one's own or another person's excrement. Just food for thought. Might want to keep that in for later. Here, scat lovers from across the internet share their passion for all things poop, on top of acting as some sort of support group for horny poop lovers, pretty much. So people are like, ooh, nice cream pie. Like this post here. 22 hours ago, we got this. Hot off the press, didn't we? Took my first bite of today. 29-year-old male. I like to think he was like this. Yeah, he's got like a little dish of it. He's cutting it like a scone. Flaky. I've had a scat kink for years, but never really tried to taste any. I always wanted that first experience to be a woman feeding me. Like her poop?
I was picturing like he's under a girl's...
Isn't that called something?
What, scat fetish?
No, but it's like when someone shits on your chest. Isn't that called something? Cleveland Steamer.
Yeah.
He wanted someone to just make a little mud pie, a little moon pie on his face. Okay. But I haven't had much luck finding a partner over the years. It was honestly just kind of spur of the moment. I was sitting around, kind of horny and having to take a dump. A fantastic combination. Ooh, God. Yeah, exactly. I decided to take myself into the bathroom so I could unload into my hand and have something to huff as I jerked off. As soon as I brought it up to my face, my body was just kind of acting on its own, and I took a fairly large mouthful. I hate reading this because you ever read something like this and you smell it and like you like almost like your mouth is salivating in a weird way and it tastes like shit. Ugh. I always was curious if I got in a situation where I had a chance to eat someone's waste, if I'd be able to do it. But all these fears instantly went away the moment I bit down on the creamy dirt paste. I had way less trouble swallowing it down than expected, with no gagging or trouble at all. Also came pretty much instantly, and it was incredibly powerful. I'm now certain if I found a partner, I would have no trouble slurping down a couple of her logs. You know, it would actually be kind of a crazy sensation if you had a partner, right? They pressed their lips up against your and they sucked out a turd. How would that be? Would you think that'd be satisfying or downright invasive?
For people like this, they probably like it.
Do you think people are just like, suck that snicker out of me?
I think some people have regrets, but for that I would assume feel good getting the shit sucked out of you.
You try it?
Sure.
Would you really? I've had a handful of friends be like, you know, if a girl wanted to, I'd let him piss on me. I've never met someone that would be like, I'd take a shit on me. Would you do it?
No.
Would you take a shit on someone? I think you would. I know. I could see your gangly little Jack Skellington ass step over somebody. So just right here is good? Someone's coaching you? Can you imagine that?
I would immediately be like, I'm done. This is disgusting. Like, same thing with if someone sucked the out of my ass, I would not want to have sex with them.
Can you imagine someone sitting there, they just sucked a fat ass turd out of your ass? You guys just went to Roberto's and got yourself some fajitas, and all of a sudden then she's sucking a log of out of your ass. She smiles and there's a big piece of corn in her gums, whatever. How was that? Which also, here's a comment from that thread, by the way. Congrats on your first mouthful. Hopefully you'll come to the realization that you don't need a partner and can feed yourself your own shit whenever you're horny for it. Just keep in mind that 2 days in a row should be your maximum time without a day in between to keep the recycling to its maximum safe limit. I always have those I train to follow 2 days self-feed, 1 day break, 2 days self-feed, 1 day break. I just wanted to put that out there. I wanted to read this just in case there is anybody who wants to eat their poop. You never know. Gotta be safe. If one of my viewers likes to, if he's like sitting there, he's eating them like little like crunch bites. He has like a box. Make sure it's just two on, one off. Or another post is holding poop in hand. It must be a crazy sensation having a poop long enough to where it's like a sword, like a hilt. Looking like Kuwabara from Yu Yu Hakusho.
No.
For those that do use the toilet, do you hold out your hand to catch your poop, to play with your poop, or at least admire it? You ever do that? This is something I've always done before I wore diapers full time. Letting poop drop straight into the toilet seems like a waste. I will say, you know what's kind of crazy when I was thinking about though? Just in terms of a primitive brain thing, the weight, like the plop of it in your hand might be kind of satisfying. Whoa.
Nice and warm too.
Yeah, if it was diarrhea, I wouldn't want the it just like slide over my hand because the texture, but I'm saying if it was just like also, how do you lift it back up without like scraping your balls?
Probably go around like that.
I lift my leg over my head like that, and I do like this ballerina dance. Here's another comment from that as well. When I'm in the mood, I will reach down and let the turd fall into my hand. It is kind of erotic to do that. I will look at it, admire it, and maybe even lick it, or do a little blowjob, or bite it. Then I drop it back and finish my business. Quite fun. So people sitting there just saying that you could sit there, you're like, plop it, I admire it. Look at you go. You lick it, do whatever, and then you just throw it back in. You know that he's spiking that motherfucker like a touchdown too, letting it splash up in his face. Flush it. Watch the turd fall down. Have to choose. Please help. Hi, mates. I'll need your vote. I have a decision to make. I would pay $200 for a fat woman. She said I could smear her on her belly and after and then shower together. I think no anal. Order the other one for $300. I can fuck her filled ass, but she want to dominate me. And no smearing. She's skinny. Both of the faces are kind of cute. Kind of an interesting pickle to be in, right? Now you're between first and third, running back and forth, trying to get you're just trying to figure out which way to go. If someone says this, your choices are smearing but no anal sex, or anal sex but no smearing. So what's most important to you at this first stage of your scat journey? And is that going to be worth the amount of money you'll pay for the experience? I hope this helps. To which the poster replied, I took the skinny and she allowed me to film it with me GoPro. It was so awesome. I felt like one of them BMX riders with me GoPro. You know what? I'm glad he at least found his mate. I think he had a great time. We wanted to throw that one in there for a nice philosophical discussion for our viewers. Which one would you have taken? You know, tell us in the comments. Hit the like button and the subscribe. Didn't even have the bell anymore. Ring the bell. If anything, just comment fat or skinny.
Yeah.
I just want to see one word comments this whole time. Fat. I just want to see a wall of fat. So when people are coming to this channel, they're like, Jesus Christ, they're kind of laying it hard to this guy, aren't they? Jesus.
Wait! Today's video is sponsored by Bad Dragon. Our dear friends, long-standing sponsors of the channel. Just want to give them a great big thank you for having the best, unbelievable products and spicing up the bedroom. And if you've been trying to explore maybe your own relationship, you're trying to explore yourself, maybe a relationship, trying to dive deep into holes like a groundhog, maybe head on over to Bad Dragon and figure it out. And be sure to check out all of their premium products that are quality inspected. We've been to the warehouse, we've seen how the chocolate is made, and my God, is it sweet, my friends. So head over to Bad Dragon and look at all their beautiful, fantastical designs and see if you can't get to know yourself just a little bit better. Thank you, Bad Dragon, for sponsoring the video. But let's get out of the subreddit. Let's go to Poolexa and Scatshop.com. Poolexa.com was a well-known scat website that was run by a woman named Alexa, a woman who filmed custom scat videos and she would sell it to customers online. Now, see, this is a pioneer, ladies and gentlemen. OnlyFans, get the fuck out of my way. Poolexa. Pretty innovative. This would evolve into selling covered panties and, more notably, baking sugary treats filled with her feces, cookies, Twinkies, and, of course, her famous poo brownies. There's no way this video stays monetized. According to Poolexa, she made 30 to 35 poop brownies a week. Goddamn old Betty Crocker. Hey, was that Martha Stewart? I can't tell. And for those concierges who prefer turds in their natural, untarnished state, you can also order straight up logs of poo from Alexa instead. This became a lucrative business for Alexa. And in order to expand, she started redirecting Poolexa to Scatshop.com, where other models could post videos and sell items. Many claim she was starting to scam models, stealing content, and ripping off sellers, especially from those who didn't speak English. And she's just like, I don't give a fuck about those Russian. Users shared their disgust with Alexa's behavior, even exposing her biggest crime of all, swapping out her normal poops that were for sale with her husband's.
That's how she kept up with all the poo brownie orders.
People who are buying stuff, going to Poolexa.com and ordering something, right? Do you think they're like, I know for sure that's a man? I know, I can tell you right now that is not Pooalexa's turd.
Wait a minute, this one's a bit thicker.
It's like that scene in Inglourious Bastards when he holds up the 3, whatever. That's what they're saying. They look at it briefly, they're like,
and they immediately know. I think people after a while could get akin to that. Because think about it, how many times have you seen a woman's turd? How many times have you seen a woman's turd? Never. Me neither. I would never be able to discern it. But someone who's been psychoanalyzing it, they know, dude. They just gotta know. You know what I mean?
They're like wine drinkers. They could tell the difference in taste.
I bet you anything, somebody has taken a turd, put it in a wine glass, and like, you smell the wood? It's like oak. Oak and, what was that, mustard? But both of these websites are now inactive after what seems to be an attempt to milk as much money as possible from customers and users. Bring back Poo Alexa.
It's almost, I feel like, if you bought...
Why?
If you're advertising, like, their pictures next to the poo, I'm hoping I get that girl's poo.
I guess in a way that's true. So what are you saying, that if you got the husbands, you'd feel gay? I got hard and beat off to the husband's poo, and now I feel gay.
I'd feel disgusted, yeah. I'd be like...
But, you know, even outside of the fetish thing, some people use poo and pee for drugs, to get high. Your body is a natural producer to fucking get lit, boys and girls. You know, poo and pee can be very, very versatile, to the point where people have discovered how to get high with it. So let's dig into some of the ways you can turn human waste into drugs. I'm a responsible YouTuber. Such as my first one, and one of the best names I've ever heard for a drug, which is Jankum. I love Jankum, dude. What a great name. You're gonna want to go home and huff some Jankum? Jankum is a unique type of drug that consists of human waste like poop, pee, and sewage. Just throw trash in there. Throw Jankum. After leaving it in a container and putting it out in the sun, it ferments. And once open, you can inhale the fumes mixed with methane, which creates a powerful high that leads to hallucinations. I feel like you would see the devil. If you are seeing hallucinations from I feel like you're seeing the devil, 100%. According to those who have used Jankum, side effects include euphoria, mood swings, delusions, and of course, intense pleasure. Jankum was first reported being used in the South African country, Zambia. According to a 16-year-old child who reported his experience, he said, quote, "With glue, I just hear voices in my head, but with Jankum, I see visions. I see my mother who is dead, and I forget about the problems in my life." God damn, dude. Have you ever heard someone sell Jankum more? With glue, I just hear voices in my head. I hear my dad yelling at me. But with Jankum, it's a spiritual journey. There are risks to inhaling chemicals like this, such as cutting off flow of oxygen to parts of the body. Listen, you can't escape the OD aspect, right? You do enough Jankum, you might suffocate to death, right? I have a heart attack. Jankum comes at a cost. Or for more of the pee-pee route, if we want to talk about the urinal cake addictions. Some have discovered that it's possible to get high off huffing urinal cakes. It's made of a deodorizing chemical called PDCB. I said it right, don't question me. And is known as a carcinogen. So do you like getting cancer? There you go. Huffing urinal cakes and the chemicals within results in lightheadedness. It's like a hookah lounge. There's an official subreddit known as r/urinal cake life that, while filled with lots of satire and inside jokes, seems to partly consist of people genuinely indulging in a drug that is consuming their lives. While you have some people joking around, there are some people who are in their own intervention show episode eating urinal cakes. Users of the subreddit describe it as getting pucked up. I love that, dude. I'm gonna go get pucked up later. Can I come with you? You're referring to the urinal pucks that they use to get high. You're gonna go get pucked up, dude. Which I do want to say this because this is just, I've never heard anybody doing this, so I want to see someone's comment. And it says, "It's hard to describe the feeling. It lasts much longer than whippets for sure, and no other drug can compare to it, honestly. It's such a unique feeling of euphoria. The smell can get to you sometimes, but a lot of puckers enjoy the smell of seasoned pucks. I definitely choose huffing pucks over gasoline." What a sad life. I'm like, why don't you huff nothing? Let me get a Mountain Dew. You know what I mean? Go for a run. I don't know. It's either this or gas. No, I gotta do something, okay? Oh my God, on r/urinal cake life, why can't I stop? I'm losing everything. Jesus Christ. I've managed to try nearly every drug out there, from alcohol to crack and heroin, and put them down when things got too crazy. But I can't stop using PDCB regardless of how bad things get. You gotta just say urinal cakes. A friend of mine told me about it and thought he was joking. We were drunk and he convinced me to try it, and I did just to play along because I deadass thought it was a joke. Well, it worked, and I loved it. It was like all the euphoria of cocaine with the trippiness of salvia, and it only lasted a couple minutes. I kept doing it and found myself obsessed. My fiance walked in on me, and it was super awkward conversation, but she was understanding, and I managed to quit for a couple days before I found myself digging a puck out of a urinal at Circle K and passing out in the bathroom. I woke up to firefighters tearing the door off the wall, and I had to call my fiance from the hospital and explain what happened. Well, she broke up with me. The shame made me stop for a few days until the same thing happened at the library, but instead of firefighters, I woke up to a security guard giving me a Narcan and kicking me out. I just called a bathroom supply company and ordered several boxes of pucks wholesale. They'll be here any day, and I'm terrified of what's about to happen. This post is a cry for help. I'm too embarrassed to go to rehab, and my family and fiance aren't talking to me. I need help, but know where to start. That's actually horrifying. Also, I just want to say this reads like a creepypasta off r/no-sleep. Okay? That's crazy. I think that also posting on r/urinal cake life is not the place. I think a lot of people are going to be like, stop being a Puck up or shut up. But let's get out of urinal cake stuff. It's making me fucking sick to my stomach. Now let's talk about some of the most unique and dangerous uses of human waste. You still with me in this video? You still here? I just think there's one guy in the bathroom just having a horrible time. Because a lot of people, you know how many people say, oh, I'm watching this in the bathroom? You know how many people are taking a shit right now? They're gonna get up, look at their shit, and they're gonna be
tempted?
Oh, 100%. Comment down below if you plopped one in your hand while watching this video. Just out of curiosity. Who would know? Wash your hands afterwards. Are you a coward? Can you imagine just like peer pressuring somebody to do something? Which we could do the poop tank patent. Because in 2009, a Russian inventor named Alexander Georgievich Smirnov filed for a patent called Method of Bio-Waste Removal from Isolated Dwelling Compartment. Essentially, he had created a tank that would be used to blast feces at their enemies. Soldiers who are holed up in a tank for long periods of time need to defecate and have efficient method of ridding the waste. This patent was for a unique artillery shells that could encase their poop and launch it out of the tank alongside an explosive charge. Brutal. Not only would soldiers no longer sit with foul-smelling waste for days on end, but they would also add additional military, psychological, and military political effects. I got that drew diagram. So this is poo-poo bullet. It blows up and everyone's stinky. Do you think they signed off on it?
I've never heard of it.
I bet you if we face the Russians, it would happen.
Is that what they're gonna pull out in Ukraine?
It might be. They might have already pulled it out. I'm not sure. Or we can talk about the Arizona woman who put poop in her husband IV. We see this a lot, okay? Because in 2014, a woman from Chandler was accused of injecting her husband's IV bag with feces. 66-year-old Rose Vogel is a registered nurse and was taking care of her husband, Philip. One day, Philip was hospitalized for a heart condition, and a technician caught Rose stroking and rubbing Philip's arm, which was not advised by hospital staff. She's probably trying to put into the wound right there, I bet. Shortly after the technician left, the pump alarm went off, so a nurse responded to investigate. This is when Rose was caught once again, this time messing with her husband's pump and line. She's like, I'm not with the arm anymore. We're going straight to the source. Upon inspection, the nurse found brown liquid in the saline solution, which smelled of fecal matter. Oh my God, dude. Police were called, and upon searching her belongings, it was discovered that she carried 3 poop-filled syringes in her purse. Oh my God. And you know what's crazy? This looks like a girl that you would do it. That mugshot as a poopy girl. After several days without sleep, Rose claimed she was very depressed, and supposedly she carried out the actions and was left with no memory of the event, claiming she, quote, always loved her husband through sickness and in health. Lying. Philip revealed that Rose's best friend passed the month prior, severely altering her state of mind due to emotional distress as well as other psychological issues. Rose was sentenced to 4 years of probation. She will also be spending weekends for the next year in prison. Pretty brutal. Okay, let's just do another one, because this is not the first time something like this has happened. Like in 2005, when a pediatric nurse named Stephen McMullen from Delaware purposely injected the IV bag of a 22-month-old child with fecal matter. It was discovered that the boy had E. coli in his bloodstream, and after inspecting her belongings, syringes were found alongside an intravenous line tap, as well as a history of looking up information on child poisoning. Why do people do that? No need to delete history. This isn't my home. No one's gonna find this. The boy was becoming sick and struggling to eat, but the nurse insisted that it was part of his condition, rather than being caused by bacteria forced into his body. McMullen was charged with assault and reckless endangerment. I feel like it should be more than that. Attempted murder?
I was gonna say, that's attempted murder.
Right? They're probably just like, it's a 22-year-old baby. It'll be fine. They're like super soldiers. Or we can talk about the time that a Portland man created a bomb out of his dog's poop. In 2019, a 48-year-old man from Portland created a homemade bomb using dog feces in order to prank his friend. It's a silly prank. Rob Stout told the police that he was furious at an ex-friend of his for not returning some tools that were lent to him. Because they were both big fans of YouTube prank videos, Rob decided to pull one of his own. He found an airbag from an old junkyard and put it inside of a toolbox that was filled to the brim with feces he had collected. The bomb was set up so that it would detonate upon his friend opening the container. It was placed on the back of his friend's car for him to discover. And according to the affidavit, it exploded with such force that it sounded like an M80 going off, and the dog scat was blown out of the toolbox. By some stroke of luck, the man was not injured. Lucky. Regardless, Rob was jailed, posted $2,000 bail, and was released. His home was searched, and he was later charged with possession of meth, as well as an unlicensed short-barrel shotgun. It turned out that Rob had 14 previous convictions, 10 felonies, and 4 misdemeanors. Welcome to Portland. Some of which for manufacturing of illegal drugs and evading police. I like how all this is found out about a guy just because he's like, I collected a bunch of dog poop and prank my friend. What I thought was gonna go is it exploded, but the top of the toolbox hit the guy and would kill him. We're huge YouTube prank fans. You're a grown adult, dude. What the f are you talking about?
Well, that was the defense, trying to build a case.
They love the practical jokesters. And there was also the time a realtor got fired for showing off their boss's giant turd. And a post from a realtor went viral where he explained that he was fired from his job for posting a photo of his female boss's gigantic turd. Alex ranted on TikTok about losing his job, telling the entire story. Alex was prepping an open house for a very expensive mansion listing that Monica, his boss, gave him. Alex and his coworker Ricardo were prepping the place for a big open house event, complete with live music, sushi chefs. I mean, like, this is a big house, big deal. One of the bathrooms had no water running, so they marked it as out of service. During the event, Monica, who was rudely trashing their ideas all day, went to the bathroom and took a giant in the door marked no water. So if you don't have water, your toilet cannot flow. Realizing there was no water running, she left it there. When Alex and Ricardo found it, they were furious and decided to tap into security cameras to see who was at fault. When confronted, she plays dumb and insists on taking care of the issue herself. After Alex repeatedly comments on how disgusting and unhealthy the person who made it must have been in order to humiliate her, he repeatedly refers to it as the giant Russian submarine.
If I don't show you the picture, you're gonna be thinking I'm exaggerating. That looks like a Russian submarine. Half of that thing was in the water, half was out. I'm not kidding. For 1 minute, I thought that it was the recreation of the Titanic. A anaconda showing up from the water. We didn't know if that thing was alive. If we had to take it out and give her CPR, we couldn't believe our eyes.
The next day, Alex decides to post a picture to Instagram and directly call her out because of how disrespectful she was during the open house preparations. Because of this, he was brought into the office and fired. He tells the story parked outside of his house because he's too nervous to tell his wife why he got fired. Although he originally deleted the post after being called to the office, he decided to repost the pic now after he was fired. And I gotta say, this is a picture, we cannot show this, but that is a massive, massive turd. Also, just to leave it. What do you think's gonna happen to it? She's just like, someone will take care of it. And apparently, it's very common for people to accidentally poop in showroom toilets at places like Home Depot or IKEA. I mean, there's a local place here in Kansas City called Menards, and this is a screenshot from that. Someone says, caught somebody shitting in a display toilet. I was walking down the toilet aisle and noticed somebody recording another person taking a shit in the display toilet. I asked what the fuck they were doing, and they just ran off. They actually shit in the display toilet, and somebody had to clean it. What is wrong with people these days? And also, someone said somebody took a shit in the display toilet at Home Depot. I was shopping for toilets and lifted the lid on the display toilet, and it had shit and piss in it. I freaked out, and it looked like it had been there for a few days. Oh God! I didn't tell anybody and just left the store. Why the hell would anybody do such a thing? I'm sure it'll be there for a week. Why would you not tell anybody? Hey, there's a giant rotten piece of shit in there. It's been there for a couple days. That guy. I just fuck that guy.
As a kid, I always wanted to take a shit in the display toilets.
Yeah, of course. It's a primal thing. You see a toilet, you want to shit in it. You know what I mean? But you have basic human understanding that you're an evolved species. You're like, it doesn't go anywhere. Just be pooping in a bowl. But, you know, I mean, stores have started bolting down toilets and putting up poop and pee guards to prevent this happening. They've started to make it less fun to open up toilets. Way to go.
Those guards don't do anything.
Yeah, people definitely shit them and then they smash them. You probably get their fetish off that way. It's like,
I just want to tell you real quick that our merch sale for this block of merch is ending on April 30th. So if you want a shirt, pick it up! Because I don't know which one of these are coming back. I don't know. They haven't told me which ones I can do. They got my hands behind my back. I don't know what I can do. But our sale does end April 30th. So if you want to snag a shirt and support the channel and future Puppet episodes and Papa Meat stuff, go to meatcandy.store. Consider picking up some shirt. Get swagged the fuck out. Get some pussy. Get some boy butt. Do whatever you got to do. We'll see you. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in sundown because today we're going to be talking about beauty pageants. If you're one of many average Americans, you probably didn't know too much about pageantry until around the 2010s when toddlers and tiaras exposed millions to all the wild things that take place in them. I think toddlers and tiaras, that's where Honey Boo Boo came from and all that shit, right? That's the same kind of thing with like a Dance Moms and that kind of show. Weird child pageantry. Who thought of that? I don't know. I remember when I saw it, I was like, huh? I didn't know about it until I saw the It's Always Sunny episode when Frank does a beauty pageant for children.
That was probably around the same time it was getting popular too.
I think so, because I just remember whenever I saw it, I thought it was just the premise of the show, and it's like, no, this happens. You're like, huh? Something that seemed so innocent on the surface was revealed to be a source of deep trauma for children across the country. No. Not only just kids being judged on their looks at an extremely young age, but then parents forcing them to do that? That causes trauma? Are you sure?
On national television?
On national television? Grown adults calling these little girls pigs? No. This is because many pageant contestants begin when they're incredibly young and are sometimes forced into it by their parents, leading to brutal training programs in the hopes of taking the top spot. What is the top spot? Being Miss Universe? What is the big one? What's the big? Because remember, actually, I do remember this from the older person pageants when Steve Harvey read the wrong contestant.
That was Miss Universe.
That's Miss Universe. I'm pretty sure that's like the top one. What do you do after that? That's not even Olympic gold. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, I guess it's kind of impressive. There was one recently too, where I think it was like Miss Thailand or something like that. Her teeth popped out or something. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
It's pretty crazy. She just kept dancing and fixed him up.
I know there was like a girl throwing it back or something, doing a funny dance recently on one of these.
At a contestant? Or not?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Everybody was like doing like these elegant dances.
Oh, yeah,
and
she was
just like, yeah.
Yeah, dude. Gotta change with the times, Nick. It's pageantry. To say there are no contestants who enjoy beauty pageants would be a lie. However, as thousands of women and young girls make careers out of modeling and thoroughly enjoy the skills it requires, but it can breed a certain type of monster, especially within parents who think that they can live vicariously through their children. Old dusty bags trying to live vicariously through their young children. That's what happens every time. I found that on those shows too, like if you look at clips from it, almost every time it's a woman who's just like, I always wanted to do it when I was younger, but I couldn't do it. My mom always said I didn't have the structure. Or something like that.
And you're like their child do it. And they...
Well, exactly. Then they're like, but this is me now, reincarnated. How many of them do you think practice voodoo? To put their soul into their child's gonna be a big star, and your skin will be mine.
Every single one.
I think so too.
That's the secret.
I think that legitimately there is something at play. Some kind of voodoo is at play. Today, we're going to talk about all the craziest aspects of pageantry to see just how insane and depraved it can get. Most people don't realize that pageantry is a multi-billion-dollar industry that has been around for over a century. That I did not know. A billion? Multi-billion?
It's just a bunch of billionaires watching pretty girls. And just being, oh, yes, look at them.
Well, exactly. In the golf class. Do a spin. It really is kind of like just seems like well, especially beauty, like children's beauty pageants, seems like a pedophile's playground. Does it not?
Yeah, that's
Who judges that? Well, I mostly judge children's pageantry. To me, I'd be like,
Yeah, nowadays, you're definitely getting some looks.
Even back in the day, I feel like people were like,
I don't know.
I mean, if it was the 80s, I'm sure they're like, it's weird, but hey, a man's got to earn a living. That kind of thing. I imagine it was a little different.
You don't think people would be like, man, that's awesome. You do that?
I mean, I guess maybe. I just feel this idea of like, maybe like, well, I judge their looks and most of their bodies and how they, what's their skills. And you're like, huh? Rewind! Hey! We want to give a quick shout out to our favorite sponsor, Gamersubs, which we have amazing energy drink called Raw Meat. You need to pick that shit up right now. It is summer in a shaker, or hopefully one day a can, because they're starting to do cans in places, and it's delicious. Raw Meat, my flavor, is a beautiful cantaloupe watermelon mix that's just, oh, it's absolutely beautiful. We drink the caffeine-free version all the time. When it gets too late, because Gamersubs gives you a little pep in your step. Pep, pep, pep. Also, if you like big tittied anime women, they have little tub shakers that have big, beautiful tittied anime women on it. So if you like that, they have shakers. Pick up a big tittied anime shaker thing. They like that. You like that? I know I do. If you head over to Gamersubs right now, you can get signed up for some free samples. They're all good flavors. There's not a single bad flavor. They're all muy caliente. They're beautiful. They're so tasty. So please head over to Gamersubs and use promo code PAPAME to check out, and tell them that we sent you. All right? You're gonna get a little goodie with it. I think you'll like it. Back to the video. The origins of beauty pageants date back to 1921 in Atlantic City, New Jersey.
New Jersey.
Oof. The nation's landfill. When contestant Judge Phineas T. Barnum organized the first Miss America pageant to increase tourism. And this contest was very successful and paved the way for women around the world, as it was the first national women's beauty contest fucking ever. I don't know about that, but it was a big one. Fast forward to today, and the pageantry industry is worth over $5 billion. However, many question the ethics of the contests themselves. Some find that the idea of pageants is outdated, as many exclude married women and mothers.
Whoa!
As they should. And these kinds of rules might seem extreme. However, many pageants also have rules for specific weights and body proportions at every level, from infants to grown women. I do like how the pageantry is just like, once you have your child, the body is basically discarded. I mean, look, the C-section scar looks disgusting, does it not, gentlemen? And those have to have like one old woman there. Like, we're not misogynistic, we have Bertha. Isn't that right, Bertha?
Yes. Yes, the C-section scar scares me, yes.
Looks like Captain Hook was playing with her belly. Come on, get her out of my sight. Where are the 19-year-old Puerto Ricans at?
Jeez.
My God. Because of this, people believe that they are directly responsible for accounts of body dysmorphia and eating disorders across millions of girls. Yeah, dude. I mean, it's like, what is it? What was his? Who was Luther? What was Luther's first name? The guy who nailed the fucking rules on the Martin Luther. That's Martin Luther King. John Luther.
I don't know. Luther who?
Lutheran. The guy. The people like the Lutheran religion, the sect of
I think
Christianity.
it was Martin Luther.
What is?
Yeah.
Are we not just thinking of Martin Luther King?
Well, no. That's where Martin Luther King got his name from.
Really?
Martin Luther. Yeah.
Is that true?
That's Martin
Fact
Luther.
check.
I had the same thing because Martin Luther wrote a book about Jews. I was like, Martin Luther King wrote about the Jews.
Was it a good book?
Bad. Bad book.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
My buddy had it. It's like, look at this.
Why do you have it? It's like, whatever. Some guy nails all these rules to a board. He's just like, you're only pretty if you're in these parameters. You see me? All you little pigs. What am I reading? Animal Farm? You're all disgusting. Except you, Cynthia.
Thank you.
You should get stoned to death.
See, even if they are beautiful, you have to tell them they're disgusting just to kind of keep that power dynamic.
Nagging.
Yes.
You gotta nag them.
Yeah.
Exactly. You're beautiful, but your teeth are that of a donkey. Go pin the tail on yourself and leave me alone. I like how we're giving these judges way more power than they definitely have, as if anyone actually gives a fuck. And on top of this, many argue that there's really no societal benefit to keeping them around, since all they do is perpetuate stereotypes and reinforce near impossible beauty standards to an audience that has slowly been declining for decades, which is true. Who's just like, dude, gotta go home. Gotta tune into the Miss America beauty pageant. Beauty pageants have long been controversial, as feminist leaders in the 60s and 70s criticized them for issues that remain relevant decades later. Plus, recent polling has shown that people believe the morals and values of pageantry just don't align with modern values. I mean, we're talking about, pageantries from the 1920s. Hello?
Yeah.
What it's also so it's extremely, not to be fucking performative male here, but how condescending is the entire thing? Now, what do you want to do when you're older?
I want to drive a race car.
Regardless of what you believe, not everyone agrees with the negative narrative surrounding pageants. While there is valid criticism of these contests, many supporters of pageants argue that they are a great way to build young girls' confidence from an early age.
What?
Welcome to fucking delusion land, dude. Hey, tickets for 2. Are you fucking kidding me?
Maybe the ones who win, but even then, they're not.
Even then you're just like, now you gotta keep winning. Don't forget to keep winning. You're slipping up. Ooh, you got silver this week? You must not be as pretty as you used to be. That'd be even worse. So I'd rather just be at the bottom of the totem pole the entire time. I have nowhere to go but up. You know what I'm talking about? Big, thick girl, big fucking ankles, swollen cankles. That's how I'd start off. Be like, look at my mom one day. The shoes fit. You're going to be a very pretty little piggy, aren't you? Oink, oink, oink. And that's right. That's... Okay. All right. No more of that. We no longer hate women on this channel.
I love women. You got to say it.
You say it, and then I'll lip sync it.
I love women. You didn't even move your lips.
Yeah, I did. I moved my lips. Look like a horse eating a sugar cube. Besides performing on stage, many girls use pageantry to network and even earn scholarships that help them achieve their career goals. Like with any competitive event, it also helps people build discipline. But with the amount of horror stories that come out from the scene, it's hard not to see why people want to stay away from them once and for all. Once you're out, you kind of want to be like, I'm done, right? All right, put me back in. My discipline's lacking, Jackie. I need to get back in. From the outside, the concept of a beauty pageant seems simple. You go out on stage all dressed up, follow rehearsed performance in front of the judges, and make your way out. However, the world of pageantry is filled with all sorts of random segments and rules that most people are unaware of, which I will say this, I didn't know about this. I thought the whole thing was 15 minutes long. No. You would think that you'd be like, all right, what's your name? Jessica? What do you do? I'm like really good at math. Okay, your dress looks nice. All right, bye. I mean, I thought that was it. I thought that was no. Not at all. These events often includes rounds of interviews, talent shows, and personal presentations, which I just don't understand that. It feels like that was one of the most demeaning things I've ever seen in my life.
I don't understand. Why do you have to do a personal presentation?
It's like reading, it's like having a baseball player read the back of his own baseball card.
Exactly.
It's like the weird, all right, now be self-masturbatory for a little bit, but be cute about it or something.
You can't be too cocky, because then they're like, oh, a woman.
Well, it's like literally a thing that they judge is just being like, it's just like, oh, like her attitude was nice. Is that not like just demeaning as fuck? You know, I really thought that she was earnest. I didn't think that she was like a bitch. You know what? out of 10, a 7.2. You're not just competing to see who is the most beautiful, you're also competing to see who is the most mature and well put together contestant. Only at the very end of the entire contest do people put on their best outfits and walk the stage. That's at the end. I thought that was the beginning. No. That's the last, that should be the only thing.
Well, that's kind of progressive, though. It's like interviewing for a job.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, like, what is the difference to me between modeling and like bodybuilders? Like a bodybuilder, you're judging like the shape, the size of muscles, like very specific muscles that have grown, whatever. It seems also like we're like, I don't see the difference between them. But if you have like an eye for it, you can see like, oh, well, this is, you know, there's like certain rules to it. And that's, people are like, that's body dysmorphia too. But that's like a, you know, but people are like, oh, well, you know, people train their ass off and people respect that. And the modeling is another thing where it's like, you have to have a certain look. There's a certain artistic pageantry to it as well. But in the middle, the beauty pageants, it's just, it's I don't know. Do people feel the same way about it, you think?
Yeah. Well, being a beauty pageant contestant could probably lead to modeling gigs, maybe.
I have a feeling that some of them already are models. And then I'm like, why are you doing this side quest? The side quest, I don't understand. For the talent portion of the contest, participants can literally do anything they deem impressive. It can be very strange. Over the years, there have been tons of insane or weird talents presented to the judges that also shocked audiences. Playing an instrument is a very common talent, but some go for the gold by attempting ventriloquism or freestyle roller skating to stand out. One of the most memorable performances that helped a contestant win occurred at the Miss Mundo Chile pageant in 2025 when Ignacia Fernandez performed songs from her death metal band, and it was pretty fucking sick, actually.
Do you think anyone has done the Gluck Gluck like talent and has it impressed anybody?
See, this is why you'd make a good judge. You have the same mind of like a 75-year-old man. How do you think she sucks dick? I can't be the only one, right?
I'm just wondering if anyone has done it and it's won.
No, Nick. No one has performed fake fellatio.
Okay, I was gonna say it is just like imagine like a 2-foot coney dog.
You think so highly of yourself. 2-foot coney dog? That's me. Another big part of these contests is the interviews, which usually involve a brainy section where judges ask contestants hard questions about politics or social issues. And it's hard questions because it's so vague and there's so many ways where, one, it's like it's asking a toddler something. Those toddler questions they can be devastating because it can also make you look like, I don't know, a fucking moron or also just evil. How would you help the earth? You know, I would like to make initiatives to get trash out of the ocean. Okay, so I guess child pedophilia isn't a problem. Cool. Yeah, there's no way you can choose one thing. It's open-ended questions where there's no real way to incorrectly say something, but there's no, in my opinion, no real way to say the right thing.
That's why you just do the cop out and do, I want to help everyone.
But then see, then it's just a thing where like, wow, so you have no moral values. There's nothing specific that you actually like.
I said everyone.
Well,
everyone
yeah,
who's in need.
Are you God? Yes. And then if she took flight, now that would be awesome. I would request that we cut off every pedophile's penis and balls. That's what I would do. Is that not, I mean, that's a pretty fucking good.
Well, you wouldn't know because then the contestants would be like, oof, that's me.
Oh, you're talking about the judges.
Yeah, the judges.
Not the contestants. Yeah. While most pass with flying colors, not all can form well thought out answers under immense pressure, leading to extremely embarrassing moments, which I always find this to be odd because I would have to imagine that they tell you what the question you're going to get. Or there has to be some kind of training of like, if they ask this question, this is your answer. Like you would assume that there would be not too many curveballs.
They probably say, they give you like 10 scenarios. Or they do know the question, they just get choked up.
Yeah, I mean, it's pressure, who knows. In 2007, Miss Carolina, Caitlin Upton, was competing to become Miss Teen USA when she was asked a serious question, and I quote, "Recent polls have shown a fifth of Americans can't locate the US on a world map. What do you think this is?" Instead of answering the question about the American education system, she gave such a baffling response that it left everyone dumbfounded, ironically, making her a living example of the very problem the judge asked about. She opened her statement by saying this.
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps.
And then she went on to ramble about South Africa and Iraq before ending her speech by saying, "We need to build a better future for the children." Don't know if that's... You can answer that. Why would people know that when our education system has no funding? Teachers in America are fucking put to the side, and they're not given any support through any kind of school systems, and they're supposed to what? Be the parents of your children while you're at your job? Guys, how about you look at yourselves? Why aren't you teaching your kids where America is on the map, huh? And I fucking put it on them. I'm asking the judge, you, what's your name? Bill? What's your son's name? Because I know you have, how'd you know? What's your son's name? Marcus? Does he know where his map is? Well, of course, definitely. Yeah, probably because you're a rich fucking judge and you're in a level of privilege that not all of these young Americans are at. And I'm sick and tired of lumping in everyone together. There's a problem. And we have got to get out of Iraq. I mean, if you answer something like that, wouldn't that would crush, right?
Yeah, put it on them. Yeah.
If you put it on the judge, and then it's just like, well, because guess what? If you do that to judges, all three of them, you do it to all three of them. They're coming after me now. They're gonna have to give you a high score. What about you? What's your fucking daughter's name? I don't. What is her name? Shannon. I don't have to say it. We're doomed. Oh, yeah, you gotta go. We're doomed. He's like, fuck the pageant. I'm running for office, and everyone's like, and I'm like, I'm gonna clean shit up. That's when I get my slogan. I think there's a lot of trash all over the audience. I fucking think so too. I'm like, how about we clean it up? And I get shot.
Oh, I was gonna say that's where you pull out the AR-15.
And then I'm outside of the Cincinnati airport. I get shot in the chest twice. Her answer was so bad that late night shows and hordes of people online began making fun of her and how ridiculous she sounded. So, to try and restore her image, she went on to multiple news outlets for interviews and claimed that when she answered, she did not fully comprehend the question because she was overwhelmed. Which, to be fair, I could see that being true. Also, just a high pressure situation. I'm watching a beauty pageant. What the fuck do you want from me? Am I supposed to tell you, like, am I supposed to tell you why? I can't fucking tell you why. Maybe they don't have maps. That's also not a bad answer, actually. They don't have fucking do you have a map? No.
Is that to skirt just the looks aspect? It's
yes,
like
100%. Because it's the same thing with, it's like what I said about models. Models, people, like, the stereotype is that they're all very dumb. So I think that to skirt the idea that this is just a modeling pageant, they have to answer somewhat, like, they have to become like, not only do they have good looks, but they're educated. That kind of thing.
Got talent.
You know, and they have a talent. This isn't the only time a contestant has been flustered on stage. Sometimes the judges ask ridiculous questions, and the average person could never answer. On more than one occasion, a judge has asked a contestant about U.S. hostage policies and how they would deal with detainees in Guantanamo Bay before being exchanged for U.S. prisoners. The insanity doesn't stop there. At a pageant in 2015, a judge asked a contestant how she would deal with a threat posed by ISIS after the recent beheading of 2 journalists. Okay? Many argue that the brainy portion of the contest is unnecessary and should be removed, because when judge asks questions like this, it often confuses contestants and makes them look bad, almost like it's for entertainment and not to genuinely demonstrate their intelligence. And it could also be the case that they do this for embarrassing clips that serve as marketing stunts that, you know, attract more viewers, especially in this time of clip farming and all that stuff. I don't think that, like, old media is as stupid as people think. I think there's more times that they're just like, we need to infiltrate this market. I think that they are actively doing that. So I do think that they throw them questions like that where it's like, why don't you try answering that?
Also, yeah, if they don't like a certain person, they'd be like,
oh yeah,
yeah, you look fucking dumb.
Yeah. How do you think this is rigged? I could see like somebody being like, I'm gonna slip you X money if you let her win.
Like, it's gotta be in the millions.
I mean, maybe. Old money. Talking tennis, golf. I'm talking the old money, definitely. Many contestants who participate in beauty pageants have been doing it their whole lives. While some were initially interested on their own, there's a large majority of girls who are forced to participate by their insane and narcissistic pageant moms. Here we go, boys. Buckle the fuck up. The phenomenon of pageant moms was given the front stage through shows like Toddlers and Tiaras. For 6 straight seasons, viewers witnessed grown women fighting each other over pageant drama and putting their kids in questionable situations, all to live out their own dreams and make some cash. What made things worse was that the camera crew and production would encourage this kind of behavior to make the show juicier. If full-grown men stuff just being like, I heard that she called her a bitch and she called your daughter fat. Go tell her. Producers on these shows 100% fabricate drama.
Oh, yeah.
And they like put stuff in your ear. Even if it's not, I don't think that all of it is entirely fake, but I do think that they lie to the contestants to get them riled up.
They'll tell the cameramen stuff, well, in confidence, lol. But it's more like they tell the
Did you say lol?
Yeah.
Okay.
They tell the cameraman stuff. So then the cameraman will be like, hey, you know, Jessica's talking shit on you. To, yeah, instigate like.
What's the same shit? That's I watched the Jerry Springer documentary, whatever, and they would just get him drunk.
Oh yeah.
And they'd be like, "Aren't you fucking mad?" That's why they came on stage and they'd run out and start beating the shit out of the person because a lot of them were fucked up. I have to imagine that, especially, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Pageant moms, winos, dude. You kidding me? I have the charcuterie board and some barefoot red wine if you want some. Maybe I could. Maybe I could.
Bear trap.
Exactly. It's a little raccoon cage for 'em. They're getting all hopped up on fucking wine and charcuterie boards, and yeah, they're going out swinging. Definitely, dude. Raising their voices and shit during pageants. Yeah. Multiple clips showed toddlers being interviewed and then breaking down in tears because they were overwhelmed by the chaos of the events. Sometimes they would try to run away, but the camera crew would chase them down until the parents intervened. The children would try to flee, only to be chased by two men. Get back here. Don't say that. Having the TV crew appear at your pageant was a big deal and would send mothers into a frenzy, causing them to do whatever it took to get themselves and their children on the show. Hearing that the TLC show would be at her local pageant, Wendy Dickey decided to dress her 3-year-old daughter as a Vivian Ward, the sex worker from the movie Pretty Woman, hoping to get on TV, which, if you don't remember, it's a good movie. I like that movie. That guy that shoved the gerbil up his ass, and then Julianne Lewis. All I know, she has that scene where he does. The recreation was nearly identical, with the same revealing outfit paired with thigh-high black boots. Ugh. The outfit got a ton of backlash from parents who were astonished someone would dress their toddler this way. And when questioned, Wendy defended herself, saying that it wasn't that bad because her original outfit choice was even more revealing. My God. Why would you say that out loud? I was gonna have her be in a G-string and a coconut bra. Another mother thought it was a good idea to dress their 5-year-old daughter as Dolly Parton and give her massive fake boobs and a butt so she could strut around on stage. The girl's father was divorced from her mother and knew nothing about the pageantry, so he immediately filed for custody and demanded she stop performing. Thankfully, the judge and a court psychologist agreed that the mother was causing irreparable harm by forcing her daughter to perform under such unusual circumstances, and they awarded custody to the father. My God.
King shit.
God's building a church. He's gonna march like a mighty army man. I mean, holy shit. How many times does that happen?
Rare.
Fucking never?
Very rare.
Good Lord. I mean, a court psychologist being like, what?
What the hell?
She puts me and makes me be a spider monkey, and she throws me on stage. I have to do cartwheels.
Also, these are toddlers.
A toddler saying this.
Yeah, she puts me in.
Also, a court psychologist like looking at like a 3-year-old being like, there's no way that this woman should have custody of this child. Is what would happen. Yeah, the mom sitting there. What? What did I do wrong?
Could have been worse.
Could have been way worse. Is that a threat? Jesus Christ. The parents of these kids all react the same to the backlash. They claim that they are not exposing their daughters to any sexual predators by dressing them this way. I'm not! Okay? There's no creeps here. Right, Ben? This guy in the corner. No. Ironically, years later, many mothers did admit to having creeps message them about how sexy their daughters' outfits were. This is the biggest problem that beauty pageants face. In countries like the US and Colombia, which literally host 8-year-old bikini contests, it's somehow not viewed as a big deal. How? I'm not sure. Maybe because we're terrible. Can't tell you. On the other hand, countries like France have banned beauty pageants for children under 13 because of how overly sexualized they are. Which also, it's France too. Think about that. The most sexual country in the world. They're just like, that's too far. Versus like America and Colombia, whatever. Super religious Bible Belt thing. Well, we gotta put the toddlers in extremely revealing outfits. Not for me. Okay? Not for me. It just goes to show that regardless of whether it was on TV or not, it was often not about the kids. It was always about the selfish parents who wanted fame. In interviews, pageant moms have admitted to going bankrupt funding their daughters' pageant careers. From endless flights to entry fees and dresses, they took risky sacrifices thinking it would all pay off in the end. But if their little princess doesn't win first place and bring home the money, then there's hell to pay. Behind closed doors, parents have been caught motivating their children by telling them to go make mommy and daddy some money. And when they don't, they are scolded or shamed for wasting their parents' money on a poor performance.
fair. To ensure their kid performs at their best, pageant moms will also resort to very shady practices. The most common and perhaps most well-known is the use of sugar to keep their kids amped up before going on stage, right? They're gassing them up as much as they possibly can. It's basically the child's version of cocaine. Here, a bump. Yeah. Mommy's a bump. Here, right in her fingernail. Get it? Oh. On Toddlers and Tiaras, Honey Boo Boo's mother would give her go-go juice, a mixture of Mountain Dew and Red Bull, before going on stage. That happened. Her reasoning was that other mothers would give their kids pixie sticks, otherwise known as pageant crack, for the energy boost it gave contestants. However, Honey Boo Boo didn't get hyper enough from just a single pixie stick. Even after receiving 15 of them at one point, it seemed to have literally no effect. 15 pixie sticks.
Jesus Christ.
On a child. Following the viral spread of the go-go juice, many mothers began giving their kids sugary drinks, including large coffees with powdered sugars. One mother even admitted serving it to her toddler in a sippy cup since she was 9 months old. Black coffee with sugar. 9 months old. That's what truckers drink.
Mom, can you give me a pick-me-up or not? You know what? Folgers would hold the cream. I don't want any sugar, just give me the Folgers.
You're a beautiful little girl, just like dried up.
Thank you, Mother.
Another lesser-known reason the mothers handed out sugar was that they forced their children to stay up all night before the pageant, fearing they would roll over in their sleep and ruin their makeup.
What?
That's okay. That's fine. Sleep-depriving children is good. That's because these mothers will spend thousands of dollars to have their kids dolled up to perform each week, and having them mess up their makeup was a major investment loss. And most of the time, the kids have to be strapped down because they can't sit still for hours on end. In an episode of Toddlers and Tiaras, a mother took her 5-year-old daughter to get her eyebrows waxed before a pageant. Before she even sat down, she was visibly trembling from fear, and when she laid down in the chair, it turned into a disaster. The waxer had applied the wax at too high of a temperature, burning the young girl's skin, and then when she ripped it off, chunks of her burnt skin came off with it. How do shows like this actually not get like the FCC involved or something?
Well, I think at that point it's on the mother, right?
Well, yeah, but if this, well, actually, no. I mean, wouldn't you be compliant? If you saw this kind of thing in your document, I mean, I'm sure there's like litigious it's the FCC, right? It seems weird that you're not compliant because you're doing nothing to just be like, well, you probably shouldn't do that.
If you showed it, yeah, that's the thing. But and there's also, yeah, your dangerous practices.
I mean, you're showing all of it. Even if you didn't show it, you would still be there. And you're like, you were still behind the scenes and witness everything and didn't report it or something. Seems odd. When the episode aired, people were outraged that a mother would even think of putting their daughter through a procedure that most adults struggle to handle. And it might seem inhuman for a mother to do something like that to their own child, but some have gone even farther. In 2011, a California mother was caught giving her 8-year-old daughter Botox because she allegedly complained about having wrinkles. CPS was quick to investigate the mother and found that the mother had been illegally obtaining Botox and injecting her daughter without medical supervision. And when CPS asked the daughter what she thought, she said that her mother got the idea from her other pageant moms and that it didn't bother her because she got used to the pain. Which also, and I want to say too, TLC got a lot of hate from that episode that they aired. Not that it really matters. They're like, I don't give a fuck. We're going to keep doing it. But I will say that Botox, I mean, like, how do you sleep at night? How do you mentally get to that place? You have to be such a damaged person yourself. I'm going to give you the life I wish I had.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say. I bet some parents think like, anything for my sweetheart. Like, I want to make her happy.
Are they disguising the thing of like anything for my sweetheart when really they're just like, I want anything for me to like get that satisfaction for myself, probably?
Yeah, it's definitely like an excuse. Because who's planting these things in their heads? Where it's just like, it's the mom. You know?
Yeah, it's the mom. And the mom probably came from a place of like extreme trauma and all kinds of stuff too. Just insane how people process that shit, man. It's wild. The idea that your child must achieve these unhealthy beauty standards to even be considered successful is exactly why so many people hate beauty pageants. These mothers are so pathetically fragile because their entire mood hinges on their child's performance. This kind of belief puts so much unnecessary pressure on the child that it affects them years later. On its surface, the world of beauty pageants is all sunshine and rainbows. But once you dig a little deeper, you get a glimpse of how truly chaotic it is. From narcissistic moms putting their daughters through hell to the tight rule books that cause injuries and mental distress. It's no wonder beauty pageants have been growing more unpopular every year. And you know what I gotta say, if there's any beauty pageant contestants that are watching our videos now and we got something wrong or we didn't get, because the only thing too is I can only guess from the perspective of these people. I have no idea. I can't live their experience. So I'd be curious actually to hear if anybody's just like, no, I mean, it was pretty chill. And you know, I imagine not everybody's story is just a fucking nightmare. I mean, there's an obvious trend that's happening that it's like, it's definitely not uncommon. So it is what it is. But until next time, guys, stay pretty. We'll see you in the next one. Probably not a good
Until next time, guys, eat a big fucking cake and don't wear anything beautiful. That better? Until next time, guys, stay classy.
Wear your pajamas and Uggs to Walmart like a
exactly.
true queen.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, for all my queens out there, take some time and wear some sweatpants, Ugg boots, and a 4XL Captain America shirt to Walmart. Yeah, you don't do that. We'll see you next time, guys. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're looking into the odd and disgusting world of storage units. Is stuff starting to pile up in your house? Are you running out of room? Are friends and family starting to make weird comments about your life choices? Fear not, friend. Because there is a simple solution that may only cost you roughly $20 a month, allowing you to relocate your hoard of filth elsewhere. So first off, love Storage Wars. Fake TV show, love it. Love Storage Wars. But then I've been seeing all kinds of videos online of verticals of people like, they find tons of money. It's all fake. I mean, don't get me wrong, I bet you there are storage units where people find some crazy shit, but I want to know, what's some real crazy shit someone's found? I want some disgusting, depraved stuff. And that's what we're going to dive into today, all right? Storage units are a great solution for those with too many possessions. The services range from small rooms to large garages, and these labyrinths are found worldwide and hold all sorts of strange items. However, these large steel buildings are not as safe as you may think. From burglaries to insane tenants and even murder, storage facilities are the Wild West of urban cities with chaos hiding behind every turn. So, grab your padlocks and steel boots as we get ready to lift the door on the strange ongoings of storage units. I lived in a storage unit for 2 months.
How was it?
Horrible.
Oh.
It's horrible. It's hot. There's no power really.
Did you crank the door open a little bit? No.
I was too afraid. Just lock it. I had like a little heater in there and doesn't matter. Don't need to know that about my life. If you've ever watched shows like Storage Wars, which was one of the most popular shows of the 2010s, it goes without saying that there are all sorts of crazy things to be discovered in storage units. Storage Wars followed a competitive group of buyers traveling from auction to auction, trying to see who could make the most money with the units they purchased, right? $500, sold to the guy for $500. Now I need to make $500 plus more money for profit. That's the show. That's every episode. And there's some bickering here and there. It's trash television. It's also all completely fake. It doesn't matter. Still, eat it up all day. Love that shit. That's what I do. I watch Storage Wars is on. That's what I do. Over the years, some of the people on the show have found insane things like rare art collections and priceless vehicles. And although this might look impressive, they pale in comparison to some of the stuff we are going to talk about today. Starting in 2018, a man who bought a unit for $500 and was so excited about what he found that he approached Storage Wars auctioneers Dan Dotson to spread the word. Inside the unit was a lock safe and took multiple attempts and 2 different locksmiths before the code was finally cracked. When they opened the safe, they were greeted with $7.5 million in cold, hard cash. I'd come. I'm not even joking. I would be leaking. I'd be oozing the honey. The maple is going down the tree. You know what I mean? It would be a beehive in my pants, is what I'm saying. Sticky. News of the discovery made it back to the original owners of the unit. Realizing their money had just been sold for less than 1% of its worth, they contacted the buyer with a lawyer offering $600,000 for the unit and the money. No. After intense back and forth, both parties settled on a reward of $1.2 million and the owner received their money back in full. You still got $1 million out of it. But I would have been like, I'm not fucking giving you shit. That's also why you lie. You lie and say, I found $3 million in a deal. I'm not going to tell people about the other $4.5 million. Come on.
So wait, also, is this the owner of the original storage unit or the...
This is the owner of that's like his unit. That's his money. So he's like, wait, what? Because he's probably like, I forgot about it. It's in there. No one will ever find it. Well, how do you not pay it? I don't know. But it's suspicious in my opinion. This is I feel like a lot of dubious activities, dude. How do we know it's real? That's the thing now. You can't trust anything. If anything, now I'm like, it's just a headline to get some good press. Many believe that the cash was unmarked and was being held in a locker to avoid the law. Storage lockers are typically used for non-perishable items, and while some are climate controlled, it's never a good idea to store food inside. During a routine lock check, a manager began to smell a funky, sweet smell emanating from a nearby locker. When they opened the door, they found 4 large 55-gallon drums. They slowly opened the barrels and found that inside the unit was over 200 gallons of maple syrup. Oh man. Can you imagine that? We gotta keep those. Relieved that it wasn't anything serious, they contacted the owner and asked why they were storing so much liquid inside the facility. The owner
said nothing. The manager didn't remove the syrup, but did notice that bugs and other vermin were starting to hoard around the locker.
I think they stole the syrup. I think it was a little syrup thief.
So you think that these are people that like they went to the Aunt Jemima factory?
Yeah.
Does syrup go bad?
I don't think it does.
I think about it. I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen bad syrup. Editor note: can syrup go bad? Editor, also, sorry, do some math. Aunt Jemima is how big? So if there's that many 55-gallon barrels, how much maple syrup is that? And is it worth the headache?
I feel like that's like $400,000 worth of maple syrup.
There's no way it's that much money. I'm gonna guess it's maybe a little over $1,000 worth of maple syrup. Like not enough to me. I'd like to have to carry the barrels in there. There's no way it's worth it.
Oh, did we say 55? I was thinking like 55 gallons.
Even then, you think that's $400,000 worth of condiments? It's a condiment at the end of the day. I love how high you price maple syrup, dude. A lot of storage facilities act as graveyards for deceased people's stuff. Once the person is gone, their belongings can sit there for years until the container is auctioned off along with the stuff inside. One of the most common finds is war memorabilia left behind by veterans. Usually it's old medals, uniforms, and guns, but on rare occasions, it leads to live arsenals being discovered, aka they have like a fucking bomb. Out in Rockwell, Texas, bomb squads were called to a storage space containing what they were told were live military-grade munitions. When they arrived, they were greeted with boxes of hand grenades, old ammo, and even live tank rounds. That guy's just like, I want to take them. My business is not done. After safely removing all the explosives, they were taken to a nearby field and detonated. God, what a fun day. How sick would that be? Well, you got to use them. Look at your buddy. You're making my dreams come true. Oh, that's ooh.
So did they get to watch?
Yeah. The people blowing them up?
Or I meant the people who bought the storage unit.
Oh, they better. I'd be like, yeah, this is fucking bullshit. You better let me blow. I'd be like, you need to rent me a tank so I can shoot this. I feel like you can rent tanks for not that much either. There's no guns on, like they're not, but you can drive them. That's a lot of places you can do. You can like run over cars with them and stuff.
Oh, but in a location, you can't just take it to your house.
No, it's a.
Oh, okay.
No. No, the treads would tear up the road. The city would be very mad. It is unclear who the previous owner was and how they acquired such a dangerous collection.
I like to think it was a Nazi.
Why would you like to think that? Why does that like give you a smile of thinking that?
I don't know, just I don't know. I said like.
A little Freudian slip, probably. At a different facility in Pennsylvania, police removed nearly 60 homemade explosive devices. A lot of bombs in these storage. Kind of makes me want to steer clear of them. Now every time I go by a storage unit, I'm gonna be like, motherfucker's getting ready to blow.
Probably statistically, there is probably one storage unit with explosives in every single.
I would say, yeah. If there's a storage container area, there's got to be one locker that has explosives in it. That's what they have in the contract too. There are probably explosives somewhere in here. I don't know. Sign here. Investigators discovered the bombs while investigating the owner for a massive Ponzi scheme. While searching his locker in hopes of finding more evidence, investigators instead uncovered explosives. In total, police removed 60 PVC pipe bombs and over 400 cardboard explosives. Motherfucker's a Home Depot terrorist. The owner, S. von Merchenthaler, was arrested and sentenced to 11 years in prison for illegal possession of explosive and weapons.
That guy was starting a revolution.
That guy was getting ready. I'm like, some bank just got spared because that motherfucker was going in with that Office Depot fit. If you go digging through people's stuff, you were bound to find creepy items that they didn't want you to see in the light of day. In Florida, a former medical examiner's dirty secrets were aired out when he defaulted on his storage payments. Dr. Michael Birkland, a medical examiner based out of Pensacola from 1997 to 2003, was fired for not creating proper autopsy reports. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this does not sound good.
My asshole immediately did. Following his departure, he continued performing autopsies until 2007, when he stopped altogether. And in 2012, Michael's storage locker was auctioned off for $900 as he could no longer afford it. When the new owner started digging through the stuff, he found a stack of boxes in the back corner and was disgusted by what he found. Inside were organs belonging to over 100 different people. Brains, lungs, livers, and hearts were all found in formaldehyde. That would be a smell alone. When you open that store, you would have to smell it. Formaldehyde is strong.
But it should be sealed, right?
Yeah, but I would still think of, 100? I would assume that you'd be like, it smells weird in here. Which maybe all storage units have like a funk. But formaldehyde, I feel like you can smell that shit still. I feel like it would emanate a little bit of scent. Even worse, the organs were stored in basic Tupperware and double gulp cups from local gas stations.
That definitely has a smell then. I thought they were in jars.
Oh my God, not even glass jars, plastic Tupperware and big gulp cups, dude. Fucking big gulp cups. Police quickly tracked down Dr. Birkeland and all the organs were removed. He was charged with keeping a public nuisance, improper storage of hazardous waste, and driving with a suspended license.
Just threw that on top.
They're like, we gotta make sure we get this motherfucker. 10 families were notified of their deceased loved ones being found in the locker. Michael never faced any jail time. How? Because he posted his $10,000 bond and walked away. Posted $10,000 bond, but was unable to afford the storage. I'm telling you. Every one of these is just a little suspicious, isn't it? To be fair, if he's putting the brains and organs in big gulp containers, I don't think he really gives a fuck that much. So that's kind of cool. Yeah. Threw it in there.
I want to know why he did it. Do you think it's just trophies?
Probably. If you're doing the autopsy stuff, you have to have a fascination with the human body in some way where you're maybe what do you probably they're probably like prize organs. That's the most beautiful liver I've ever seen.
You got to take a little trophy every time you cut someone open.
Well, exactly. You're not gonna need this in hell.
I thought he was going to do something much more diabolical.
I thought he was fucking dead bodies. Because also, that's another thing too. People that do autopsies and shit, this is me just completely speculating and no real fact to it. I imagine all those people fuck the bodies. I think men that have dead women in there, I think they definitely have sexual
Actually,
bodies.
I think I've read that women are actually more likely to do something to the body.
If a guy dies with a boner, the boner stays. Because the blood stays there, right? Because it's not circulating anymore. What would a woman do?
Now that I said that, I don't know.
Fingers all calcified, whatever, and she's just like, Hey guys, this video is sponsored by Starforge Systems. Head to Starforge Systems and check out their holiday sale to get up to $900 off on PCs and gaming accessories. Whether you're in the market for top-notch PCs or customizable accessories, check out the link below to see all their great options, and thank you for sponsoring this video. Back to the video. But Dr. Birkeland wasn't the only one misusing a storage unit. While his story may have been the most grotesque, others have turned the spaces into makeshift homes. The price of rent has become nearly unaffordable across the United States, causing people to look for cheaper places to live besides being outright homeless. Many have chosen to move into storage units. Certain storage facilities offer climate-controlled units, plug-ins, and public bathrooms, covering all the basic essentials one would need in basically an apartment. With the average size of a container being 10 feet by 10 feet, that is more than enough room to fit a single bed and a small kitchen. Plus, storage facilities cover the cost of the utilities, so really saving some money. Granted, you're in a rat cage, but still, out of the rain. So long as you can afford the cheap monthly payment, you can live well within your means. And one woman chose to move into a storage locker after her rent was raised from $850 to $1,300 because the building had to be rebuilt after a tornado leveled it. Which I want to say, that's unfair. That's a huge jump too. My God, $800 to $1,300? Holy fuck.
That was just an excuse to raise rent.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we had to do a new one. I have to do it. It's like, fuck you, dude. Yeah, right. In 2021, Mayfield, Kentucky was hit by a massive tornado that left most of the town in ruin. Angie paid her rent by driving for Uber Eats, Grubhub, and Lyft, and was barely making her rent. But after the tornado destroyed her building, it was sold to new owners who raised the rent to $1,300 a month to help pay for the renovations. Tired of living in a one-bedroom apartment with a collapsed roof, she decided enough was enough and packed up all of her things and lived in her car. Since her car was crammed with stuff, she couldn't do ride sharing anymore, so she decided to rent a storage unit. At the time, she also began dumpster diving for Nike shoes and selling them online, which we've discussed too. The dumpster diving thing, good way to make quick cash, especially if they're nice shoes. Why the fuck not? So she upgraded to a larger unit to store her inventory after discovering it had a power outlet. She brought in items like a fan and lamps and eventually decided to stop sleeping in her car and live in her locker full time. Angie was able to live in the facility for quite a while, living off her Uber and Grubhub money. However, she was eventually evicted because she was found storing her stuff in units she didn't pay for. All right, Angie. Angie was she was rolling hot. She was like a Scorsese like protagonist in a movie, and then that's the thing. That's the thing that flew too close to the sun. To make things worse, she lost her Uber and Lyft license because of a DUI from 34 years ago, and has since moved to a different, cheaper storage facility where she lives now. I want to say that's fucking bullshit. 34 years ago I had a DUI, and that's an Uber gets me for that. Word? How about you fucking forgive and forget, dude?
People must have complained that they maybe smelled alcohol on her.
She keeps putting stuff in my storage locker, and I think she's drunk. What if it was that? On TikTok, a couple went mega viral for showing off their elaborate home inside a storage locker. Leyland Brown and his partner run multiple social media accounts under the name Fullest Nest and have gone viral because of a video showing off their storage unit. Hidden behind a wall of boxes was a full-blown apartment, complete with a couch, dressers, and a small kitchen. Leyland claimed he could run through the halls for exercise, use the bathroom whenever he wanted, and play loud music without disturbing anyone. This video would not only build his online following, but also get him kicked out once the property manager saw the video. Following the move out, Brown and his partner had been living in the woods inside a tent and getting continually evicted because he would post where he was squatting on private property. Buddy, give up the social media thing. That or lie about your location, holy shit. Today, the couple lives permanently inside a hotel room and uses generous donations to help them stay out of storage lockers. Despite there being numerous instances of people living inside of these facilities, it is actually against the law to do so. Some places have input extreme measures to ensure that people don't attempt to create makeshift homes. Managers are trained to identify suspicious activity and contact the police as soon as they suspect someone is living inside a unit. Additionally, more security guards are being hired to patrol, making it increasingly difficult to stay overnight. New locations are being built to be more hostile inside, with no restrooms on the property, no electricity or temperature control, and even poor circulation to prevent air from circulating. Excessive. It really seems like storage facilities are growing more heartless by the day, and the staff shows no sympathy, which comes across some as dehumanizing. If someone's just like, I want to rent this unit, I'm going to stay inside, I'm storing myself. What's the big fucking deal?
It's a violation. It's a code violation. Also, you're not paying enough rent to live there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, do you think they're just like, well, you just give me somebody using the bathroom way more. Utilities are going to go up.
I'm going to start my own storage facility, and then I'm going to have an option to live in the storage unit for a little extra.
You have to sign a waiver being like, if you die from a heat stroke in here because I've done the AC sucks, you're in a storage unit. Okay, you can't sue me. You need to realize this is a storage unit. So they don't come to me and be like, it's too hot in here. Is it? You know what I mean? That's fair to me. Like any business, you're going to encounter weird customers, and storage centers are no exception. For some reason, the halls of metal doors and concrete flooring really get people hot and horny. Numerous cases of people getting caught having sex have been reported, and what is even more strange is that 90% of them are cheaters trying to find a hidden place to elope. I'm going to treat my baby right. I'm taking her to the storage unit. It's hot in here.
Because, yeah, you could set up a bed. Oh, yeah. That's a good idea.
Easy. Jesus. God damn, dude. You need to calm your ass down. In Cleveland, Ohio, the chief of police was found cheating on his wife with another woman. Chief of police is so funny. Wes Snyder had served as police chief for a decade and was widely respected for his dedication to the city. Definitely respected by somebody. That all changed when workers at the storage facility noticed that he and Sharon Marr, a city nonprofit employee, were entering a unit together for 60 to 90 minutes several times a week. God damn, good for you. God damn, 60 to 90 minutes. This boy knows how to put in some hours. I mean, like, realistically, I was gonna be like 20 minutes. When the staff opened the doors, they found the couple having sex in a makeshift sex dungeon. The dirty deed took place on a rug with pillows and blankets. Other things like alcohol, baby wipes, paper towels, and hairbrush were found inside. God damn.
It's very depressing.
It's a very depressing locker. If you're the chief of police, can you not get a bed? Get a hotel, dude. God damn. A sex dungeon, too. I mean, it really is. It's just a thing where it's just like, this is our fuck shack. I call this the raccoon trap. After 33 years of service, quickly resigned, and both parties issued an apology to the city council. I wouldn't have fucking resigned. Oh, so what? I have a storage unit where sometimes I go there by myself and I beat off. Crime rate's low? Is it not? All right, well, good luck when this city goes to shit. Oh, man. It's becoming more difficult to be at a storage unit when nature calls. Bathrooms are now private use, and this has left some tenants to leave their shit elsewhere. At one facility, workers were alerted by a bucket found in the middle of an aisle. When they found it, they witnessed that it was filled to the brim with human feces. Filled to the brim. Do you think that's an exaggeration, or do you think it was just right to the...
I think, yeah. It's like, you know those videos where they're like the men doing the water challenge with a cup?
You're on a very gross tear today, dude. He was conveniently found in an aisle that didn't have a working camera, and it is believed that the person shit there on purpose. They're making a statement, dude. At an outdoor facility, a property manager hopped on his golf cart to patrol the grounds when he found a t-shirt discarded outside a unit. He reached down and tossed the shirt into the back of his cart, only to be hit by a spray of cold diarrhea.
What?
Someone had used the shirt as toilet paper and covered it in feces. So everyone that's watching this video is clicked off, right?
Yeah, at this point.
They're gone. I'm talking to no one now. Online, multiple people have come together to tell their stories of how people will simply poop in trash cans or next to fire hydrants, like a dog. Another manager complained to having to deal with a serial pooper who stalked the grounds at night and pooped on buildings and the streets. Goddamn serial shitter's back. You think he shows up there the sheriff's looking at it? What is it? He's just like, I know who that's from. It curves to the left the same way. Poop is the least of the staff's concern because tenants are regularly found passed out or injured near their units. The owner of a storage facility was alerted to a specific unit after smelling smoke in the hallway. Smoked himself out. When they opened the door, they found the owner on the ground unconscious and a jerry-rigged kitchen cooking food. Got a big old like pork chop in there. Nothing I love more than cooking a pork chop in my storage unit. The renter had set up a hibachi grill. What? He was practicing? The renter had set up a hibachi grill and covered himself in the grill with a blanket to mask the smell, but asphyxiated himself with the smoke and fumes. What a dipshit. He's doing that thing. He's like, dude, I'm doing that onion ring volcano. He's like, that's awesome. Just blacks out immediately. A similar situation occurred during what the owners referred to as a dead body walk, when one of them discovered a customer passed out drunk in the middle of the aisle. The owner was drawn to the man when he found a long extension cord that spanned nearly the entire building. When he found the drunk, he passed out with a beer in one hand and the other down his pants. In front of him sat a TV and a VCR that was playing pornography. What a king.
Wait, so he was fucking jerking himself off with the
bottle?
bottle?
He brought an extension cord over, he was plugged it in, he was beating his dick off, getting drunk. He's like, ugh. How do you even if no one found him, how do you wake up from that?
Yeah. What am I doing?
Why do I keep doing this? The VHS has popped out because it it stops, it rewinds, and it pops out. And he's sitting there, he's like, pushes back in, round two. Takes his onions. Covers himself in a blanket. The police were called and the sound of sirens woke the man up, giving him just enough time to hide in one of the empty units. He had previously been given keys to all the vacant units in the facility after helping the manager move some things.
What?
Oh, now he's the key master too. You helped me move a box, so here's every key to every unit. The same man had been seen just a few days earlier naked and unconscious in front of a different unit, but no action was taken. Damn, dude. That's a minotaur. That's a labyrinth I would not want to walk into. Can you imagine sitting there and grab your stuff?
I'd be scared. I don't know. I'd run away, probably.
If I saw a naked, passed out guy, yeah. Well, I'd probably call 911 because, like, hey, there's a dead, naked guy. After the police left, he emerged from the hiding and confronted the owner for calling them, only to be kicked off the property for living inside the unit. I like how he had the audacity to be like, dude, really? Or you're gonna call the cops? Cool, man. I thought we were cool. He has like a giant keyring. Does this mean nothing to you? I'm never helping move your Hot Wheels again, man. Hot Wheels, Matchbox cars, not doing it, dude. NASCAR, I'm not doing none of it. Not moving the cars anymore, man. In another unit, a tenant was evicted after the manager discovered bloody handprints and smears stretching from the front to the back of the unit. According to the manager, the space was packed to the ceiling, forcing the tenant to climb over her belongings to reach items in the back. In the process, she would cut her wrist and body on exposed roofing and metal walls, leaving streaks of blood behind as she crawled out. I completely understand though. Am I gonna take everything out? Just crawl over it. Yeah, I got cut up a bit, but I'll be okay. I wonder what if she died in there? It's like a saw trap trying to get to your Furbies in the back. Back in 2008, an obese 60-year-old woman.
Why are you looking at me?
Back in 2008, an obese 60-year-old woman came into the front office to pay her bill when she tripped and had the front door pin her to the floor. What does that even mean? How did it pin her to the floor?
I'm guessing she like tripped and the door broke and then
Staff rushed over to help her up. She was screaming and hollering in pain. Ah! The general manager was the first to reach her, freeing her leg from the door. Once free, she was dragged further into the lobby and rolled onto her back like a manatee. She tried to get up on her own, but she was so large that her gut prevented her from sitting up. Preach. Staff described her situation as rolling around on her back like a turtle and could not get up. That's a quote. That's a legitimate quote. Rolling on her back like a turtle. I thought they're just watching her. And they're just looking at her like, let's just wait for her to die. Eventually, the manager pulled her up off the ground, and staff were checking her over to make sure that she was all right when they noticed that she had pissed herself during the fall and soiled her pink sweatpants. You fell down, you got pinned, I'm gonna piss myself. All right? That's not even an act of rebellion, that's just the facts. After she was deemed okay, she paid her rent, but moved out about a month later. Because why? How embarrassing is that? Yeah, I'm gonna be fucking embarrassed every time I come in here. There's a girl rolling her back like a turtle and pissed herself, and we got it on camera. Renters can be a pain in the ass because of their behavior and odd possessions, but sometimes evictions are not enough punishment for these depraved people. There are numerous bizarre and horrific renter crimes. Tenants and managers don't always see eye to eye, but that doesn't mean they can't get along. Eric Adams worked at the 1 in 5 mini storage near Portland, Oregon for 15 years and was liked by most of the tenants. After about 5 days without hearing from Eric, a friend drove to check on him. He opened his storage unit and found Eric dead on the floor, Police determined that the cause of death was blunt force trauma from items found in his own unit. Suspicion grew when none of Eric's valuables were taken, suggesting it wasn't a robbery. His death would remain a mystery for a year until police gained access to the keypad records and found that one tenant was at the facility during Eric's final moments. Rob Caputa had entered the facility around the same time that Eric did, but after an hour, only one left. He was a long-term tenant at his unit since 2019, averaging about 55 items per month. But after Eric's last signed in, he avoided facility for 3 weeks. Not good, Rob. Suspicious activity, Robert. Rob was eventually arrested after DNA was found on Eric's body and was sentenced to 3.5 years in jail. That seems short. In court, it was revealed that Rob killed Eric after someone ran over his dog at the storage facility, and he blamed Eric for its death. He fucking John Wicked him. He doesn't know if it's Eric. He's just like, you have to die. Yeah. Another man in North Carolina was locked in his unit for days without food or water by his girlfriend.
Women, man.
In 2024, police responded to a call at the Cooper storage compound from a man who claimed that he was locked inside his girlfriend's storage unit. When they opened the door, they found Gary Oxidine, weak and emaciated, on the floor. He had been surviving in the unit for days with no supplies until he found his phone in complete darkness and called for help.
It took him 4 days to find what?
How big was that store? 10 by 10? I imagine the first day he was just like, I wonder if on the last day he was just like, I really should look for my phone, actually. I'm not gonna die here. After his rescue, his girlfriend Robin Deaton was arrested and charged with attempting murder and kidnapping. However, after the charges went public, Gary spoke to the media and claimed that the accusations were bogus. He said he had simply fallen asleep in the unit and his girlfriend had locked it without realizing he was inside. Word. Come on, Gary. The pussy can't be that good, dude. This was in complete contrast to what he said in the 911 call, where he claimed his girlfriend was trying to kill him. When the case went to court, the charges were dropped after Gary admitted to lying, and the couple was able to walk free. I'm telling you, that is some diabolical fucking sniz, dude. Holy shit. That snoo is better than Kobayashi. If you think padlocks are going to keep your stuff safe, then you're mistaken, because break-ins happen all the time at storage facilities. A traveling nurse in Colorado had $80,000 worth of stuff stolen over an 8-day period from Extra Space Storage. She lost furniture, medical equipment, family heirlooms, and even her engagement ring. Police responded to the break-ins and added her case to the long list of 55 previous incidents reported at the facility that year. Since the incidents were reported, no other break-ins have occurred, as the facility upgraded security. Oh, did ya? With what money? $80,000 worth of stuff is what I think. That's what I'd be suspicious of too. The people that work there, they see you bringing in stuff. What is this? Oh, just like my grandpa's baseball card collection.
I mean, look at the guy who gave his fucking friend the keys to the castle to go fucking open.
Beating his dick off all day and fucking... Oh, boys, La Vida Loca, dude. At a different Extra Space Storage in California, 4 people lost thousands of dollars worth of stuff after thieves cut through thin sheet metal walls with a saw. One of the victims claimed the thieves stole most of the audio equipment, including TVs, car stereos, and mixing boards. Police wonder how the criminals were able to pull off the heist because although units are indoors, have a code at the front door, and they are equipped with cameras everywhere. California appears to be a hotspot for criminal storage activity. Just a couple hundred miles south of the last break-in, Steve Bohannon and his nephew purchased an abandoned locker for $80 at auction and were excited to flip whatever was inside. They were greeted with a bunch of boxes that read, "Danger, poisonous." What is that, Uncle? After opening them up, they discovered that every single box inside the container was filled with meth, beakers, and safety equipment. Thank God. Steve called the police to report his discovery, and they arrived in full hazmat gear to safely remove all the drugs and the equipment. But just want to say, this is not me actually saying it, but don't get an Extra Storage thing. Extra Storage seems like a scam. That's not me saying it. Disclaimer, I'm not really saying that, but Extra Storage seems like a bad place to keep your stuff. I wouldn't do that. Not that I would say that. Everything I'm saying is a lie. It might just be best to keep all your stuff at home and not risk enduring the horrors of modern-day storage facilities. Between unruly guests and incompetent managers, you never know what you're gonna get. And if you're not careful, you might just lose everything. However, if you need to rent a storage unit, make sure to do your research. And if you're choosing to live in one, Godspeed.
If you live in a storage unit right now, send pics and record your setup.
Actually, that's true. If you do live in a storage unit, please tag me on social media so I can see it. Post it to our subreddit. And then also just type in Phoenix Foxtrot Harbinger in the comment section. And only us Papa Meat stands. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're going to be talking about Applebee's. Also, do you notice something different about me, Nick?
Your hair?
Almost.
Your skin is glowing.
Colder.
Eyebrows. Your eyebrows look dead.
I have 2 eyebrows again, Nick.
The unibrow sadly is gone. I was trying to see how thick I could possibly get it, but someone in my house, I'm not gonna say who, woke me up with prying needles in hand. My unibrow's gone.
Well, it looks good.
Today, we're going to be talking about Applebee's. When it's time to hit the road and grab a bite to eat with the family, there's a lot of options to choose from. You can go to a cheap fast food establishment or maybe a sit-down restaurant for those who want a more elevated experience, a more traditional experience, right? But between those two is a magical third option, a place that claims to offer that high-tier sit-down service while still serving food for budget-conscious customers. This is where Applebee's thrives. At one point, it even became a very well-known restaurant chain that could hold its own against the other heavy hitters in the industry. But like any long-standing restaurant in these turbulent times, there are heaps and hurdles and challenges. And today, we're going to talk about the controversies, crimes, and crazy stories that come out from one of the most well-known American restaurant chains to ever exist. And I will say we are doing this again because for people who don't know, we did a ranking of all of the sit-down chain restaurants and Applebee's was dead last. It was dead last, and then there's been a lot of people that have been commenting it was a bad location, Applebee's is better. And I wanted to figure out, is this a thing? Did we just go to a bad restaurant? Are we gonna have to go back again and reassess to see, is it as bad as we actually thought it was?
Are you Meat Canyon?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. She said that she took care of you guys last time.
Oh, shit. Okay, cool. Right on.
So we know who you are.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, right on.
Awesome.
Yeah.
About the bourbon street chicken and
Hope they didn't hear what we said.
But after doing more research, the amount of shit that has happened at Applebee's, it's fascinating. And we had to dive back into Applebee's. We need to go back, and then we also need to explain some of the odd stuff. It's an abnormal amount. I imagine that's everywhere, though. But Applebee's, for some reason, I don't know. It just has a certain twang to it, doesn't it?
You want to tell how we almost got hit by a car?
Yeah, we were on our way here after recording the Applebee's video, and we were like, let's go get Applebee's again to see how it holds up. And while we were driving here, this car almost being plowed on the side of Nick. He was maybe going like, what, 80 and like a 40? Coming down that road, right? This guy, I'm not even joking, comes here. He got this close to Nick's car. Boom, comes around here, goes around the front. He does like that.
Yeah.
He does that, yeah. He did that, and then we're driving. He's talking to me, and I'm like trying to process what's happening. And I look to my right, and there's a full apartment complex that just burnt down. And I was like, and I was like, where am I? And then I got out of my car, and I'm like, and then I'm here. and then it's all accumulating to this. Yeah.
Applebee's is a franchise that has had many ups, my friends, many ups, and probably far, far too many downs. For a time, it was the family restaurant, one that sold medium-tier food in an environment that made people feel like they were at home. Something supported by their slogans, eating good in the neighborhood. Now, come on.
Yeah, it's good.
I will say, you know what, that eating good in the neighborhood makes it feel like it's a family neighborhood establishment, right? I'm hopping over to a small business. It's on levels. It isn't as good, but it's on levels of you can't out Pizza the Hut. I mean, arguably the greatest food slogan of all time.
I like, what is it? Buy that chicken for Popeyes?
Love that chicken for Popeyes.
Yeah.
One of the laziest slogans. Love that chicken for Popeyes. That's subliminal messaging terrorism is what that is. Because in your head, you're like, well, I did say I love it. You know, when you hear the thing? Yeah, I don't know. I don't with it. They even theme their locations based on culture in the area they reside in, whether that's the local landmarks or college sports teams. Some of their food can even be altered to cater to those local cuisines, which I will say, once again, subliminal messaging terrorism. You walk into Applebee's like, yo, look at I love this team. This place, like, they like this community. They're tricking you. It's all a little bit of a trickery. That's why I like going into these restaurants, and they need to be the 54th Street Grill, just clutter culture. I love that. You have like boxing gloves up, you have posters of movies. As a child, it's amazing. It's the best game of I Spy you've ever played in your life, right? I don't know. There's something about Applebee's. It's just a little bit deceptive. I don't know. Applebee's focused heavily on finding local, loyal customers who didn't want to break the bank to have a sit-down meal. They opened in 1980 and saw quick success, and by the year 2000, the revenue hit over $2 billion with around 1,000 locations. They eventually expanded into locations all across the globe. No way that works. This has to be an American thing.
I was gonna say.
Can you imagine going to Japan? There's a Japan Applebee's. There's no way. What would they have to offer? Things continued to improve all the way up until around 2015, when they started to realize that they were failing to impress one of the most important demographics, one of the most insufferable demographics. They failed to impress millennials.
Locations started closing down, and they knew that the drop in revenue meant something had to be done to make themselves attractive in their eyes. The new CEO at the time, Steve Joyce, brought a bunch of ideas to the table, including the creation of one of the most dangerous concoctions to hit the American public, which was the Dollaritas. My friends. Hey! We want to give a quick shout out to our favorite sponsor, Gamer Subs, which we have amazing energy drink called Raw Meat. You need to pick that shit up right now. It is summer in a shaker, or hopefully one day a can, because they're starting to do cans in places, and it's delicious. Raw Meat, my flavor, is a beautiful cantaloupe watermelon mix that's just, oh, it's absolutely beautiful. We drink the caffeine-free version all the time. When it gets too late, because Gamer Subs gives you a little pep in your step. Pep, pep, pep. Also, if you like big tittied anime women, they have little tub shakers that have big, beautiful tittied anime women on it. So if you like that, they have shakers. Pick up a big tittied anime shaker thing. They like that. You like that? I know I do. If you head over to Gamer Subs right now, you can get signed up for some free samples. They're all good flavors. There's not a single bad flavor. They're all muy caliente. They're beautiful. They're so tasty. So please head over to Gamer Subs and use promo code PAPAME to check out, and tell them that we sent you. Right? You're gonna get a little goodie with it. I think you'll like it. Back to the video. Dollaritas, depending on where you go, it's a whole different nightly experience. Sometimes it's basically just margarita mix in a glass, right? No tequila in there. I have seen some dangerous interactions with Dollaritas. But you don't know if Dollaritas, I think they're like, they might just literally be $1 margarita.
There's no way they're $1.
Might just be $1. They're probably like $5 or something. I don't know. They're a very cheap margarita drink that you can just get smashed on at some locations. Once again, it varies. Depends on how loose is the bartender's wrist. During Neighborhood Appreciation Month, Applebee's started selling an assortment of margaritas for only $1, specifically to capture their demographic and emphasize their bar while upselling customers on their other food items. They were a massive success, despite being nothing more than a bottom shelf tequila mixed with cheap margarita mix, heavily watered down with tap water.
For a buck, though, you can't complain.
I'm telling you, for $1, though, I'm telling you, I have seen some bartenders' wrists be a little loose, all right? And I tell you what, it makes a very rowdy Applebee's neighborhood experience. Many employees dreaded the Dollarita craze, as it brought all sorts of chaos to what were often understaffed locations. But despite some efforts like the Dollaritas being a hit, it didn't keep the millennials around for too long. It also started to turn off their local core audience, scaring them into fully giving up on this initiative entirely.
I like how that scared their core audience.
Which, don't get me wrong, Applebee's would occasionally get their viral moments every once in a while, right?
Plebis? Man, we got some mariscos going on right here, shit.
Like one that began in 2021 after a country artist, Walker Hayes, talked about Applebee's in a mega viral song called Fancy Like. Dare I say, it's the worst song ever made.
I'm gonna get a Bourbon Street steak and an Oreo shake.
Oreo shake?
For people that don't remember, this is the lyric. That's huge. The biggest song in every trailer park across America. In it, he talks about splurging on his low-maintenance country girlfriend by taking her to an Applebee's to get a dog shit meal and an Oreo shake. That's essentially what the song is, all right? Those are the cowboy boots clicking in, walking, little spurs on it.
I was gonna say, as a woman, that's the perfect. An Oreo shake, you got me wet.
The phlegm in your voice there. Oh my God, clear. What the hell? The Oreo shake, you got me wet. Good fucking Lord.
Would I take someone here on a date night and then also be like, let's get 2 straws and suck them together? No, I probably
would.
wouldn't.
Allison say if you told her you wanted to do that?
She'd get pissed and she'd be like, I want my own. She'd be upset.
The song would blow up even more after Applebee's used it in an official advertisement, leading to people doing TikTok dances to the song, though many tore it apart for sounding soulless and purposely engineered to be used in a commercial, which is every country song of all time. Not of all time. I'd say a lot of them.
Name one that's not.
My name is Sue Johnny Cash.
Big iron, big iron.
The comments under the song are filled with Applebee's employees furious at Walker for being responsible for the song being played non-stop in their stores and being sang aloud by customers, which I already know there's some big old boys and some big old girls there doing it. Guys at Applebee's on a day. Shut up! You guys are getting salads! No!
You know, Applebee's had, the one in my town had beer pong competitions.
What?
Yeah, like every Wednesday we'd go. One time I trolled and the guy was very adamant of being like, you gotta go under the troll table.
There's a troll table? What is it? What do you mean you troll?
Oh, it's like...
What the fuck are you talking about?
What do you mean?
When you don't make any cups, you become a troll. So you have to go under the table. And the guy was very adamant. He was like, "You gotta get under there."
I've never heard of that.
Really? Oh, yeah.
How do I know that he was like, "You gotta get under there and you gotta pay me back"?
Yes, sir. I'm a troll.
Suck this guy's dick while he's taking out a Dollarita. You're just slurping and glarping down there. Today, Applebee's is simply seen as a trashy mid to below, I mean, it's a below tier restaurant with microwave quality food.
Let's see that cheese bowl. Look at that. Oh, fucking, wow. That was lackluster.
Many people report getting intense food poisoning from their food with websites like iwaspoisoned.com, which is a great website. I think that's a great service. Where were you food poisoned at? Mark it down. Being flooded with harrowing tales of diarrhea and projectile vomit that I could only assume happened at the Applebee's bathroom. Many people post about their stories online, like one 18-year-old man who admits to shitting himself after drinking the exclusive Mountain Dew Dark Berry Bash drink at Applebee's. My God. The Mountain Dew Dark Berry Bash drink. Is that an alcohol drink? Is it like a slush or something? I don't know what the fuck it is. Here, editor, put up a video of somebody drinking it on one of their review channels.
Chugs drinks it.
Badlands?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's in the promotional.
Oh, he's the promotional picture? Oh, well, maybe I have to get a try. I love Badlands. Love Badlands. Hey, little Hunter's hidden stories from Hunter. I was gonna do a mug root beer cartoon. Do you remember this? Was this before?
No, yeah.
Yeah, and I was gonna have Badlands. He was gonna do it and everything. It just didn't capitalize. That was whenever the mug thing was big. Whatever. He was gonna voice the bulldog. He was gonna say, "You better give me that mug." It was gonna be great. I wonder if I have any of the audio clips because I think he sent me some lines.
Oh, really?
I think so. He's like, delicious. It was great. I fucking love his voice. It's so good.
Chugging the world, one bottle at a time. Badlands Chugs is back.
Badlands, I love you. Before he could sit down on the toilet and fully pull down his pants, a loose fart led to him covering his pants in wet shit. Also, sorry, Badlands, that you had to be followed up with that. How do we know also that? I mean, I would say that a clientele going into an Applebee's, today's day and age, Applebee's has got to have some gutty work biome that's not healthy. That's some nasty gutty work. So to blame it on the Mountain Dew Dark Berry Bunch Crisp, whatever the fuck it was called, seems a bit disingenuous. I think you should have maybe just had a tap water. Do you think that they have filtered, or do you think it's just straight tap?
Oh, it's just straight tap. They can't afford the filter.
Filter's pretty cheap now. A woman named Carissa Inget posted a video admitting that after the restaurant of choice was overpacked, they went to Applebee's to eat chicken tenders and mac and cheese. Wow. After 1 hour, she broke out into a cold sweat and began projectile vomiting. Then she proceeded to throw up 10 more times once every hour.
I threw up every hour on the hour for the next 10 hours. I could not even keep water down.
Yeah, the place we're going to go to is pretty packed, so yeah, we decided to go to Applebee's to get chicken tendies and some mac and cheese. Do you know what's the thing, though, that they don't show? The Applebee's CEO eating the food, kind of like the McDonald's guy. That motherfucker would scarf it down.
Did you see his excuse?
The McDonald's guy?
He like blamed it on his mom or something.
The McDonald's CEO blamed it on his mom?
Something like that. He blamed on like why he took a really tiny bite.
Good. I don't know. I don't trust him.
I had it. It was tasty.
What was it called again? The Arch Burger?
Yeah, the Arch Burger.
You liked it?
Yeah. I had to unhinge my jaw to get it in my mouth.
It was that big?
Yeah.
That's a big bite for a big arch.
What do you think of an Applebee's regular? What do you think they look like?
Slightly overweight, a little thinning.
Hair thinning a little bit?
Thinning, yeah. He's got thick hands. He's got some calloused fingers.
What kind of attire is he wearing when he's walking in?
Jeans and button shirt, the long sleeve.
A long sleeve button shirt?
But it's like a work shirt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is he going on a date or is he by himself?
He's got his wifey.
What does his wife look like?
She thick. She missed a couple teeth.
So when you, in your mind, a man going to Applebee's is just a thinning, regular, I mean, it sounds like a regular middle-aged man, but a female going to Applebee's is a fat woman with missing teeth.
I said thick, not fat.
You said what you needed to say.
Yeah, and then it's her 3 kids, not his.
You know what? I'm glad they're happy, Nick. Despite the kind of disparaging acts you're trying to throw on them, I think they're happy. While Applebee's markets itself as a welcoming family restaurant, some of their past controversies are less than savory, to say the least. Perhaps one of their most innovative ideas turned out to be one of their biggest missteps. Around 2012, they introduced Club Applebee's, a limited time promotion held mostly through Florida and the South. Essentially, regular Applebee's restaurants would turn into a nightclub after 10 p.m.
Why? At specified locations, the restaurant would turn down the lights, set up karaoke, and even bring in DJs to create a full-on club aesthetic. Once the party was bumping, they would roll out special drinks and appetizers to keep people going into late hours of the night. It turns out that Applebee's corporate didn't intend for their restaurant to become nightclubs, and instead just wanted to get more people into their Bees Late Night, so more people would stay past regular dinner spots. Bees Late Night?
I guess that's what they call it. They called it the Bees Late Night.
Oh, Applebee's Late Night. Jesus Christ. But at the few locations where Club Applebee's operated, they saw massive boosts in profits and their stock prices, so they let it continue, even going so far as to set up full-on black light parties. Some of the images showcase women spraying whipped cream over their bodies and having it licked off by friends and strangers. I mean, why does fucking Club Applebee's actually sound like it's insane? I tell you what, those black lights though, after a while I'd be like, how do we know that ain't blood, semen, or piss? Like, it's ketchup. It's Sweet Ranch. It's Sweet Ranch. Just, it's fine. It comes right out. Some people, unaware that this is a thing, tried going to Applebee's for a quick drink with their buddy, only to walk in and see 3 women engaged in a twerk-off in the middle of the restaurant. When they were sitting at a booth by a window, they looked out in the parking lot to see more women twerking in front of their headlights while some of their toddlers were in the car. Former employees claimed it was miserable working during that time, though sometimes as little as 10 people would show up, making it a weirdly depressing experience. Applebee's, are you ready? I'm about to black the fuck out! One worker said that around 2 a.m., a family of 5 came in with 2 of their babies to witness a group of people hammered off Coronaritas, screaming into a karaoke mic. I'm going to say this. Who in their right mind is bringing their children at 2 a.m. to an Applebee's?
A strong family. A loving family.
All the while, an old man was hitting on bartender while a couple was commandeering a big booth so they could grope each other in public. Fast forward to 2024, Applebee's locations in Minnesota would be in the news for a major E. coli outbreak that sickened over 15 people. They claimed that unfortunately named Oriental Chicken Salad was the cause of the outbreak and promptly removed it from all Minnesota locations. They had a salad called Oriental Salad?
Oriental Chicken Salad.
Oriental Chicken Salad.
They could have called it Orange Chicken Salad.
You could have just even called it like an Asian spring salad or something like that. You could have called it anything else. Oriental Chicken Salad. That's insane. How did that slip through? That's an offensive term. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I think it is now. Oriental. The Orient.
According to reports, it was all the green cabbage in the salad that contained the E. coli, and that it was contaminated by the supplier and not by the chefs within the restaurant.
Yeah, right.
Sure, dude.
Only 15 people got sick.
Sounds like the goddamn Wuhan bat thing all over again, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's not us. It's just goddamn Chinese bats. In 2022, Wayne Pancratz. I almost said pancreas. Wayne Pancratz. I like Pancratz.
I like Pancratz too.
Sorry, Wayne, we're going to call you Wayne Pancratz. The executive director of operations sent out an email claiming that higher gas prices and inflation was a good thing because most employees live paycheck to paycheck. He said this would force them to work more hours and give the company the opportunity to hire more people at lower wages. This email was leaked and appalled both the staff and loyal customers. Multiple restaurants had employee boycotts, with some completely shutting the restaurant down. Others had managers quit and printing out thousands of copies of the email and plastering it all over the windows, doors, and tables for customers to see. Applebee's corporate issued a statement saying that this was not in the line with their shared value and fired Wayne Pancratz not long after. Yeah, this isn't in line with their views. Yeah, fucking right, dude. All those greedy cocksuckers are just like, yeah, I mean, can we just make it microwavable? That's another thing too, the millennial thing, going back to millennials earlier. I feel like back in the day, the food was not that bad. Maybe not always fresh, but I think like almost all of it now is microwaved. Like almost every item is microwaved now.
Most of it is all pre-prepared.
That ball of pasta was crazy.
That's how they make it cheap. That's how they cut costs, where they're just like...
Well, that's what I'm saying is I don't think that it's a certain demographic of appealing to people. I think that it's just the food has just gotten progressively worse.
Is it good? I probably wouldn't recommend it.
And also now I feel like there's a thing where with DoorDash being more accessible, it's just a thing of like, I'm just going to go home or whatever. I don't have to go out. So I think it's just that.
Also, millennials get blamed for everything.
Yeah, Nick as a millennial is very upset by this. Yeah, you're welcome, by the way. We were the test rats for the internet, by the way.
You're welcome, Gen Z and Alpha.
Yeah.
Now we're going to blame you on everything.
Yeah, well, that is true. That's just what it happens. It's going to be what happens every go around. That same year, Applebee's would air a commercial of people joyfully
joyfully dancing and eating food right next to CNN coverage of the Ukraine war, which showed Kiev being bombed alongside the sounds of air sirens.
And a little bit of chicken fried.
The company had to pause all ads on CNN and admitted that the advertisement shouldn't have aired. You know what? Actually, that was our bad. Where's this going, CNN? Give them the dancing one. They're going to be seeing all that sad footage. They'll want fajitas if they see that. The one barbecue shrimp and fajitas, just put it up. As one would expect, Applebee's, like any restaurant, also had its fair share of crazy lawsuits. In 2010, a man from New Jersey went to an Applebee's with his brother to enjoy a steak fajita skillet. When the food was served, the brothers decided to pray before eating, but as they bowed their heads, one of the brothers knocked the scalding hot skillet into his face and on his lap, causing intense burns. Listen. When have you ever seen a fajita skillet that isn't basically on fire coming towards your table and they do hot, 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 and they drop it on your table? That's at that point, that's between you and the Lord.
That's a sign from God. While
That's a sign from God. He's just like, you're not getting in. You're not getting in.
Stop right there.
I would become a Satanist right there. Is what I would do. Why would God do that to me? What kind of all-knowing, powerful God could do this to me? The man sued Applebee's, claiming the restaurant was responsible since the waitress didn't warn him the plate was hot. Wow.
Are you deaf?
The court immediately shot down this claim, saying that an audibly sizzling hot plate of food did not need a warning because it was painfully obvious. The burns also never left any scars, demonstrating he wasn't hurt that badly. Motherfucker was just looking for a little. I tell you what, that old bitch that got that coffee poured on her, everyone saw that. Everyone's a piece now. I still think that they like tossed it in the car.
Oh.
Here you go, you bitch.
I think the guys with the skillets were praying, I hope this works.
Well, yeah, exactly. All right, let's bow our head and pray. Yeah, like they go down like that hard to have the skillet flip.
Should you pray before you eat, like the food comes?
No, you pray when the food gets there.
Can I bless after I eat?
I think you should. I think it's only customary. Holy shit, that was bomb. Thank you, God. Or why would you let this meal be so bad? I'd like to just have conversations all day with the big man. Why not?
I wish he was there at the table with me.
He is.
Skillet.
No, he is. That's why I look over, I do, God? He's at the edge of the table like this.
He looks maxing at you. He's mogging.
I like to think that God, he's like deaf and he's mute. If you don't know sign language, you can't talk to him. So you're like,
does he not know sign language either?
Yeah, no. It's hot. It burns. He's just looking at you like.
He looks like he's about to cry.
You're like, no, why would you let that happen? It hurts. At a different location in Michigan, a 15-month-old boy was served margarita mix containing alcohol after the staff mislabeled the mixer. Oh my God. Once it was served, the parents noticed their child started acting weird and was taken to the hospital. After running some tests, the baby's blood alcohol level was over the adult legal drinking limit of 0.10%. For people that don't, that's a lot. I mean, it was trash. The parents sued the restaurant seeking $25,000 for medical bills and emotional distress. That doesn't feel too crazy to me. I would have asked for way more.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Get my kid fucking drunk. Are you kidding me? 0.10? All right. It turns out that Applebee's is home to all sorts of wild stories. We've covered all sorts of stories involving people at restaurants finding insane things inside of their food. Applebee's is simply no different. One party was enjoying their meal from Applebee's when out of nowhere, a rat fell from the ceiling and landed directly on their table. It started bathing in water glasses and cleaning itself as they all watched in horror. I felt bad for the rat, honestly. Oh,
I'm so dirty.
Oh, help me. They won't let me leave. Over in Albuquerque, a woman bit into a slider only to find a large metal bolt was hiding inside. What? You got the Ratchet and Clank burger. It's a bolt. Come on. Eat it. Though their meal was comped, they were surprised to see that they began serving the same sliders to other people right after without checking to make sure there weren't any loose pieces. Also, how lucky are you to not bite into it and just break your goddamn jaw or chip your teeth or something?
That's happened with people.
Oh my God. Fuck that.
Someone ate a chip. Like it was like a screw or something.
Oh! Like a beacon in the night, Applebee's draws in all walks of life, which has resulted in some insane crimes. In 2016, customers were enjoying their meals inside Applebee's when out of nowhere, a pop was heard, and people began coughing and choking inside the restaurant. After 20 people were evacuated and 5 were taken to the hospital as investigators tried to figure out what happened, it turns out one of the diners was carrying a large bottle of pepper spray in her purse when she accidentally went off, gassing out the entire restaurant. Initially, the woman fled in panic, but later returned and confessed to her crimes. She was
arrested and charged with disorderly conduct and agreed to pay $450 fine. Is that a crime? I guess it's just because she left, unless it was like an illegal canister or something.
It could just be like endangering people.
What if Applebee's sold pepper spray? Because the clientele, it's like when it gets to the late night, when we get into half-price apps and half-price cocktails, we're like, you would need to have this for the parking lot.
Is there a pepper spray that's dual purpose that you could spray on your food and spray at people? Because how many times who's using that full can of pepper spray?
I think that's kind of the appeal of the pepper spray can, is that you can use it forever. I think they go bad though.
Oh, do they?
See, what you should do is, I think you're right though. You need to have one where it's like, well, if I didn't use it, I'm gonna at least garnish my food until, well, it's bad and you can throw away.
Have you ever been pepper sprayed?
Never.
I've accidentally pepper sprayed myself a little bit, a little spritz. One of the coworkers at Papa Murphy's, she had pepper spray on her keychain, and I was messing with the keychain, and I twisted it, and it gave a little spicy.
I like how almost all these stories are you like trying to like playfully flirt with a woman, is like how you're like, and then I don't know, that's why my testicles got cut off. I don't know why it happened. It did. Just a little bit of my testicle. Just a little bit of my testicle got cut off. Over in Wisconsin, a man brought something into the restaurant that was so dangerous it could have leveled the entire building. God damn. Matthew Arnst brought his bike into a local Applebee's and began yelling slurs and cursing at children out of nowhere. When a cook told him to leave, Matthew heaved his bike over the counter and struck the chef in the stomach before running out of the building. The manager locked all the doors and called the police to alert them of what just happened. Matthew didn't make it far and was spotted drunk carrying his bicycle when police spotted him and found a quarter stick of dynamite inside of his backpack. What the fuck? After his arrest, police reported that he began threatening police. Investigators also discovered he was responsible for throwing a rock at a grocery store window weeks prior. Motherfucker, he was just begging to get caught. Today, Applebee's is still going strong, though a sizable amount of them have closed down in recent years. It's likely never going to be held in high regard again. I mean, I don't think it really ever was, but it remains a staple for people who want cheap, mediocre food at a spot they find comfortable and familiar, which I will say, it's just the fucking worst out of all of them. Even Chili's is like, there's so many other sit-down restaurants where you're like, this is garbage food, but it's convenient, it has like a big open space. I mean, I don't know, it's like close to me, right? I don't know. I mean, last time we ranked it, I mean, it was the worst. I think we got to go back and see how it is again. How was it? I don't know.
It's forgettable. I don't think the needle has moved at all on it.
The appetizers are good. And my burger
is good. Also, it helps whenever we didn't do 9 in a row, or it wasn't our third one. So, you know, all in all, like, I would not willingly be like, oh, Applebee's, let's stop. That, I mean, it wouldn't happen. But to be fair, I wouldn't do that with any of them, really, if I'm being completely honest.
We almost risked our lives to eat Applebee's today.
We almost died. I'm legitimately still shaken up about that, so I don't really care. I'm just happy to be alive right now. If anything, that's probably what made the quesadillas taste better, too.
I was going to say, yeah. I will
being
say
alive.
The shake came out the same way it came in.
Oh, a little Olivia and an unflinching courage. Okay, and a 3-3 golem. Didn't make my money back, but at the same time, I got good cards.
Did you have fun opening them?
I had a blast opening them.
That's all Dad Maya does. We got a full belly of Applebee's and a full belly of Applebee's.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about funny little brains. There's a little professional boxer named Ryan Garcia that's been in the news lately, and it's kind of got me thinking about something. And if you know Ryan Garcia, there's a video floating around of him breaking into his ex's house, harassing her, and basically destroying the house, everything around it, whatever. It doesn't feel like anything that's extremely new. I mean, he's like a pretty big controversial character talking about Bohemian Grove, the elite, all kinds of weird stuff. Just doesn't seem mentally all there, is what I would say. He's been on a downward spiral recently, and things don't seem to be getting better. He's been making irrational claims on social media and interviews about witnessing disturbing acts by powerful elites, and he got arrested for causing $15,000 worth of property damage at a Beverly Hills hotel. In some interviews, he's appeared confused or had difficulty recalling information about his career or even his personal life. He was banned for the World Boxing Council for tweets on July 4th, and finally, we had the latest events with his ex. Now, a lot of this could be, you know, people could say drugs, people could say alcohol, and even Ryan himself said that he was going to rehab for such things. But I think maybe, just maybe, it made me think of this, is that Ryan could be experiencing some forms of CTE. I don't know for sure. I don't want to say for sure because CTE requires a post-mortem examination, but I've been wanting to talk about CTE because I think it's fascinating and it's insane, some of the cases that have come out of people actually having it. You just don't know. And especially because we didn't know CTE was even a thing until like 10 years ago, which is insane. So I just want to talk about some of the most disturbing cases found from CTE.
CTE, or chronic traumatic encephalopathy, is a brain disease that develops over time as a result of repeated head trauma. Bang, 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 bang. This trauma triggers the buildup of tau protein, which slowly spreads throughout the brain, killing brain cells. The distribution of tau in CTE typically follows a unique pattern, affecting the frontal and temporal lobes, which are areas of the brain involved in decision-making, impulse control, and emotional regulation. And the most common cause of people getting CTE is contact sports. And we're talking about football, boxing, wrestling, hockey, rugby, MMA, and I guess soccer. They get soccer from faking getting hit and then doing that. That's how they get the CTE. Oh, I hit my head doing the front flip. But it's not just athletes who get CTE. No, no, no. Being a military veteran also increases the odds of getting CTE from repeated blast and explosion exposure. The shock waves rattle your brain around in a similar way like you were hit in the head playing a sport. And in short, if you repeatedly get blows to your head over and over again, then you are likely to develop CTE. You know, and I'm sure that there's a lot of different cases of it, but I'm talking about people who it is part of their normal, regular routine of getting bashed around, having their heads scrambled. Your brain no likey.
You think headbanging causes CTE?
I will never criminalize headbanging to that extent. I would say moshing probably does and getting hit like that, but I don't know. Do you think when you do that, do you think your brain is so...
At the concert, I could feel my brain rattling around, moving.
I don't think I've ever experienced that before when headbanging. Interesting. If you could feel your brain moving in your head?
A little bit.
You got a lot of empty space in your head, my guy. It is generally a slow disease with symptoms that don't appear until later in life, but the first symptoms that do appear are mood and behavioral changes in your 20s and 30s. Impulsiveness, aggression, and depression are the most common symptoms of CTE. From here, the symptoms get progressively worse and are comparable to symptoms of dementia. That's fucking crazy. At first, you're just a little more irritable, and then after a while, yeah, you just start forgetting shit. It's like a weird curse that just plagues you over time. Because you could just wake up one day and you're like, why can't I remember this or that? And then especially with the emotional regulation, you're just like, you get more irritable or upset that you can't remember things. It's just a fucking downward spiral.
Well, there's a correlation too, because it's like going back to the Ryan Garcia thing, it could be like CTE's causing drug abuse, because it's like you can't deal with your emotions.
Yeah, you can't like fucking get the puzzle right in your head, so then you turn to things that'll help you escape for a bit. Drugs, alcohol, whatever it is. Your brain tissue begins to deteriorate and slowly you become a completely different person. Which I don't know if anybody's ever had a grandparent or something go through dementia, but it's like one of the scariest things of all time.
That's one of my many nightmares.
You are going to get dementia. If you said you went to a concert and you felt your brain move, you physically felt your brain moving around, how do I fucking know you don't already have CTE? He's gonna kill us. We're gonna show up one day and he's gonna shoot us in the chest. It's gonna be fun. There are 4 stages to CTE. Stage 1, short-term memory loss, mild aggression, depression, and headaches. Stage 2, short-term memory loss, severe depression, outburst, and mood swings. Stage 3, short-term memory loss, aggression, apathy, lack of spatial awareness, and executive dysfunction. Stage 4, short-term memory loss, paranoia, difficulty with language, and even muscle movement. Wow, so you're like, I can't even like move my fucking arm right. Some other symptoms include tremors and rigidity, similar to Parkinson's disease, confusion, and self-harm ideation, and just general self-harm in general. Again, there is no way to confirm if a patient has CTE without a brain autopsy posthumously. Post-mortem, which is just, how the do we not get the technology there? Is there even a way to reverse CTE?
No, I don't think so.
So yeah, it's like if you got it, you're just like, oh, hey, it's just a ticking time bomb right now.
It's similar to like Alzheimer's in the sense that, I don't know what the protein is, but plaque forms for Alzheimer's and there's no way to reverse it.
That's even fucking worse. Almost actually, never mind, just figure it out when I'm dead. That'd be a fucking nightmare. Hey, you have it. Sorry, your brain's gonna turn to goop. And you're like, sounds good. But here is the history of CTE. It's pretty fascinating. It always baffles me how long it takes to actually find out that this is a thing. The earliest descriptions of what we now call CTE can be traced back to the 1920s. Dr. Harrison Martland coined the term punch drunk to describe a syndrome observed in boxers who exhibited cognitive and motor impairment after repeated blows to the head. Punch drunk love. Great movie. In 2002, after 77 years of research, Dr. Bennett Amalu published the first evidence of CTE in an American football player, former Pittsburgh Steelers Mike Webster. After retiring, Webster exhibited severe cognitive and behavioral issues, including memory loss, depression, and erratic behavior. He also struggled with homelessness and financial difficulties. Dr. Amalu requested an autopsy and upon examination of the brain, discovered the presence of tau protein deposits. It was the first hard evidence that playing football could cause permanent brain damage. However, his findings were met with considerable considerable backlash, particularly from the NFL and other stockholders who invested in the sport. They argued that his study had flaws and lacked scientific rigor. This professional pushback was part of the broader effort to undermine his credibility and maintain the NFL's stance that football was not inherently dangerous.
Can't lose money.
We can't lose that sweet dollar. Even in the 1990s, the NFL published studies that concussions were not a significant issue towards players' health. You just get a couple of them. I tell you what's fucking horrifying is here, and I think I've said this multiple times. I met Trent Green, who was the quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs, and he was like this giant man. I was like, you know, like just a kid. Ooh. And they had like these little red plastic footballs, and you could have him sign it. And he could like barely grab the thing. And I think I said something like, "You're an awesome quarterback," to him like that. "You're an awesome quarterback," and he did. Like barely said anything, and he had a person there. He's like, "Okay, thank you," and it moved me along. And at the time, I was like, "Holy shit, this guy's fucking wasted," you know? Because I'm like, this guy's fucking been sipping a little something. I think even like my parents thought the same thing because you just had no idea. But no, I mean, the motherfucker had like 4 concussions in his. I forgot. Put up how many concussions Trent Green had before he retired. It was a lot. I mean, and it was like every year you're just like, you're gonna put that motherfucker back out there. Okay. All right. Despite the backlash, Dr. Amalu continued his research and advocacy, publishing additional studies that confirmed the presence of CTE in other former athletes. The CLF co-founder, Dr. Chris Nowinski, began reaching out to the families of former NFL players and other athletes who had recently passed away to arrange brain donations to the world's first athlete brain bank. That's fucking tight. Dr. Chris Nowinski sounds like a fucking like Transylvanian doctor or something like that.
You mind if we dig up your husband and grab his brain? For research purposes, of course.
They just slam the door in his face. Wait!
Do you think they made players' cards of their brains?
Dude, if the fucking brain bank made actual cards that you could open, like packs of cards, and you got like a picture of their brain, how sick would that be? Do it, Tops. Don't be a pussy, Tops. Run it. Through donations made from the families of deceased athletes and veterans, they have studied over 1,300 beautiful, beautiful brains. We need more brains. I mean, there's no such thing as too many brains, but still, 1,300 brains is pretty sick. It wasn't until 2016 that the NFL acknowledged a link between American football players and being diagnosed with CTE. 2016. That is insane. 8 years. 8 years ago, they're just like, okay, fine. Football players might be able to get CTE. Maybe. The stockholders like, oh God, okay.
And no one cares. We're football.
Yeah, exactly. I don't give a put them out there. That's the thing too, is like no one gives a shit. They're just gonna be like, of course, they're slammed into you. I don't give a if I was getting paid that much, I wouldn't care if I got CTE. Is what they'd say. This came after a season in which the NFL players sustained at least 271 concussions. One season, almost a crisp 300. This led to a number of lawsuits involving thousands of players suing the NFL over head injuries. The NFL reached a $765 million settlement to compensate affected players and fund medical research. The league also implemented new concussion protocols and rule changes aimed at reducing head impacts. They're like, hey, by the way, it's gonna you get a 5-yard penalty if you hit the fucking guy in the head. The coaches are just like,
take him out, hit him as hard as you can.
Which now I want to go into some of the notable cases of CTE because it's an interesting horror story, a real life horror story of people whose brains basically just mentally deteriorated into soup and did some crazy, crazy dark shit. And we'll start off with Aaron Hernandez, who signed to the New England Patriots as a tight end in 2010 and quickly established himself as a key player for the Patriots, which I don't know if you remember that. Are you a big football guy at all?
We watched that documentary.
No, man, were you back then?
No.
Oh, man. Aaron Hernandez, Gronkowski, and fucking Tom Brady together, or especially just Tom Brady and Aaron Hernandez, disgusting, like so good. Aaron Hernandez was fucking amazing.
Did you say Baby Gronk?
Baby Gronk doo-doo. Despite his success on the field, Hernandez's off-field behavior remained problematic. His involvement with violent incidents and connections with gang-related activities raised concerns, though these were often overshadowed by his athletic achievements. The turning point in Hernandez's life came in June of 2013, when he was arrested and charged with the murder of Odin Lloyd, a semi-professional football player. Lloyd was dating the sister of Hernandez's fiancée, Cheyenne Jenkins. Lloyd's body was discovered in an industrial park near Hernandez's home. Surveillance footage, text message, and witness testimonies placed him at the crime scene, and Hernandez's behavior around the time of the murder was increasingly erratic. Reports indicated he was paranoid, believing his phones were bugged and that he was being followed. His actions suggested a man grappling with severe psychological issues, possibly exacerbated by substance abuse and a history of head trauma with his football career. In April of 2015, Hernandez was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. Hernandez's behavior in prison continued to be erratic and unpredictable. He was involved in multiple altercations with other inmates and prison guards. He displayed extreme mood swings, ranging from bouts of aggression to periods of deep depression. His mental state deteriorated, raising concerns among those close to him and prison staff. On April 19th, 2017, Aaron Hernandez was found dead in his prison cell at the Sousa Baranowski Correctional Center in Lancaster, Massachusetts. He left 3 handwritten notes next to a Bible in his cell, addressed to his fiancée, his daughter, and his lawyer. Reports mentioned Hernandez had drawn several symbols on the wall of his cell in blood. These include references to the Illuminati and a pyramid with an eye. He also wrote John 3:16 on his forehead, a verse from the Bible which states, "For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life."
Do you think he thought he was going to come back to life after that?
I don't know. I think it's just more symbolic, and I think John 3:16 is just a very popular Bible verse. He was also implicated in a 2012 double homicide in Boston, although he was acquitted of those charges in April of 2017. His death occurred just days after he was acquitted in the double homicide case, leading to speculation about his mental state and motivations. After Hernandez's death, his brain was examined by researchers at Boston University who diagnosed him with severe CTE. The extent of CTE in his brain was unprecedented for someone his age. So, I mean, he was not the oldest guy, but his brain was just, unbelievable. I mean, you can see it in the photos of it or whatever evidence they have. It's pretty fucking unbelievable. It's a fucking shame, man. Especially, I feel like it's one of those things too where your brain starts to deteriorate and then you just start giving into all these impulses or whatever, like the gang activity. Why would you do that if you have an NFL contract? Why would you risk that? You're not concerned with the outcomes, but it's like such a petty little pleasure to get out of that. I don't know. Next up, we have Jovan Belcher. He was signed on as a linebacker for the Kansas City Chiefs in 2009. Belcher and his wife Perkins had a tumultuous relationship, marred by frequent arguments and allegations of infidelity. Friends and family noted that the couple often quarreled over minor issues, and their fights had become more intense. Perkins had reportedly considered leaving Belcher due to his behavior, but the birth of their daughter Zoe seemed to offer a temporary reprieve. However, the stress of the new parenthood and unresolved conflicts continued to strain their relationship. Belcher exhibited increasing paranoia, believing that people were out to get him. He expressed concerns about being followed and suspected that his phone was being tapped. That's like an ongoing theme. Like the paranoia of like somebody's listening to me, somebody's following me. Why do you think that's always a repetitive theme? If you think that someone's like following you, do you think it's just like people, it's the idea that's like malicious, like someone is trying to...
Oh, you know what? It might be, I should have looked into this because that's a good question, but it might be because your frontal lobe is like damaged, that maybe you can't read people's faces. You might think they're suspicious or something. Like they might look at you.
Yeah, you can't read people's like body posture, like because your frontal lobe, like you're saying, yeah, you're able to see like, oh, that person's generally happy, whatever. So now if you like, you could drive by somebody and you're like, what were they? What was that? So now you're just confused by everybody.
Also, your anxiety goes up too. So I'm wondering if it's just like that's just a side effect of the anxiety. You're so anxious, you just think like everybody.
Yeah, I mean, if you think everybody's out to get you, that just has to be a direct thing. He became more agitated and short-tempered, often lashing out verbally and showing signs of extreme stress. Friends noticed that he would drink heavily, which sometimes led to further arguments with Perkins. And on December 1st, 2012, Belcher and Perkins had a heated argument at their home in Kansas City. The fight escalated rapidly, fueled by Belcher's intoxication and ongoing tension. Perkins was reportedly trying to calm Belcher down, but his agitation only grew. And around 7:50 a.m., Belcher shot Perkins multiple times in the master bedroom. Their 3-month-old daughter Zoe was reportedly in the house at the time, but was unharmed. Thank God. When you hear about that stuff, it's like always the ugh. After the shooting, Belcher's reportedly kissed Perkins and apologized to her. This act of remorse indicated a moment of clarity amid his violent outburst. It's fucking tragically sad, good God. After killing Perkins, Belcher drove approximately 5 miles to the Kansas City Chiefs training facility. He parked his car and entered the facility, where he encountered General Manager Scott Pioli in the parking lot. Belcher explained to Pioli what he had done, expressing regret for his actions. He thanked Pioli for all he had done for him and asked him to take care of his daughter. Pioli, and along with 2 other coaches, attempted to calm Belcher and talk him down. Despite their efforts, Belcher remained resolute in his decision. And at approximately 8 a.m., police sirens approached. Belcher knelt behind a vehicle, made the sign of the cross, and shot himself in the head in front of 3 chief officials. Emergency services arrived shortly after, but it was too late to save Belcher. His death was pronounced at the scene. It's always hard to say too with these things with like drugs and alcohol playing factors and having like ongoing tension already. The CTE always just feels like the missing link of like that's the thing to push people over that edge, over that hurdle to not be able to come back. Because I feel like a lot of people, it's like you get separated and you're like, I'm just going to move on, or you can go to counseling, do whatever. But how the can you when your brain is just literally rotting inside your head? If you have no actual way of controlling yourself, it's just like, yeah. Next, we have Philip Adams. In 2010, Adams was drafted by the San Francisco 49ers. His professional career spanned 6 seasons, during which he played for multiple teams, including the New England Patriots, the Seattle Seahawks, Oakland Raiders, New York Jets, and the Atlanta Falcons. While Adams showed flashes of talent and versatility as a cornerback, his career was marred by injuries, including multiple concussions, which ultimately hindered his ability to secure a long-term position with any of the teams he joined. The repeated head trauma he sustained during his career likely contributed to his mental health struggles. Friends and family members noted changes in his behavior over the years, describing him as increasingly paranoid, agitated, and withdrawn. And on April 7, 2021, tragedy struck in Rock Hill, South Carolina. Philip Adams embarked on a violent rampage that would end in the death of 6 people, including 2 children. The victims included Dr. Robert Leslie, a well-respected local physician, his wife Barbara, their grandchildren Ada and Noah, who were 9 and 5 respectively, and 2 HVAC technicians, James Lewis and Robert Shook, who were working at the Leslie residence. At approximately 4:45 p.m., Philip Adams arrives at the home of Dr. Robert Leslie. Adams forcibly entered Leslie's home, where he opens fire, killing Dr. Leslie, his wife Barbara, and their grandchildren. Outside the home, 2 HVAC technicians, James Lewis and Robert Shook, are working. Adams shoots both men. Lewis is killed at the scene, while Shook, despite being critically wounded, manages to make a desperate call for help. Police arrive at the Leslie residence. They find Dr. Leslie, his wife, and their 2 grandchildren dead inside the home. Outside, they find James Lewis dead and Robert Shook critically injured, but still alive. Police track Adams to his parents' home, which is located nearby. They surround the house and attempt to negotiate with him. Despite attempts to negotiate and de-escalate the situation, Adam remains inside, refusing to surrender. A single gunshot is heard from inside the house. Officers quickly enter the residence and find Philip Adams dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The standoff ends with Adams taking his own life, and an autopsy was conducted afterwards and concluded that Adams had CTE. I mean, we didn't go into. I'm confused of like why he chose these people.
It said it just random. Literally, he would just like.
So he was just like, oh, this is just a close by house. So it was just all random. So almost every single person, which regardless, it's horrible. But to have it be so uncalculated, and to have it be so, it makes the HVAC workers. You have a grandparents with their grandkids there, and it was just like, you're just unlucky today. It's just fucking absolutely tragic. And especially too, what's crazy too is I would like to think in a world that these people, if they could see themselves before their brain was just completely rotted, you would hope to think that they would never come to that conclusion. You know what I mean? In a way, I feel sympathetic for the people who have CTE as well, who do these horrible things, because that's like all you're going to be known for as well forever. And you did a horrible thing. And obviously the victims you have the most sympathy for, but in a way I also feel bad for people who they did a thing that they loved and then they get transformed into a fucking monster. But lastly, I want to talk about probably the most notorious one, which is Chris Benoit. Chris Benoit was a Canadian professional wrestler known for his technical prowess and intense in-ring style, which if you were in the 90s for wrestling, you fucking know Chris Benoit. I mean, he was like a superstar. 90s, early 2000s, crazy popular. Over his career, Benoit earned a reputation as one of the most respected and skilled performers in professional wrestling. However, behind the scenes, Benoit struggled with various issues, including injuries, substance abuse, and mental health problems. Benoit sustained numerous injuries throughout his career, including repeated concussions. He was also known to use steroids and other substances, which may have exacerbated the mental problems that he already had. Friends and colleagues noticed changes in Benoit's behavior over the years. They also noted that Benoit had become increasingly isolated. He distanced himself from other wrestlers and even from close friends. He often stayed at home and avoided social interactions, which was a marked change from his earlier, more sociable personality. Benoit developed a deep-seated distrust of those around him, and he was suspicious of people's intentions, believing that others were out to get him or harm his career. This paranoia extended to his personal relationships as well, causing strain and conflict. Benoit's mood swings became more pronounced and unpredictable, as he would alternate between periods of deep depression and intense anger. Benoit's marriage to Nancy Sullivan was tumultuous, especially in the years leading up to their deaths. There were reports of domestic disputes and instances where Benoit's aggression turned towards his wife. Nancy had reportedly filed for divorce in 2003, citing domestic abuse, though she later withdrew the petition. On June 22, 2007, Chris Benoit bound Nancy's wrists and ankles and then strangled her. The autopsy revealed that she died of asphyxiation. She was choked to death. There were signs of a struggle, and she had internal injuries consistent with being restrained and attacked. Nancy was found wrapped in a towel in an upstairs bedroom, and a Bible was placed next to her body. And the following day, June 23rd, Chris Benoit sedated his 7-year-old son, Daniel, with Xanax, rendering him unconscious before strangling him to death. The toxicology report indicated that Daniel had been given a high dose of Xanax, which would have sedated him to the point of being unconscious at the time of his death. Daniel was found lying in his bed with a Bible placed next to his body. Then on June 24th, Chris Benoit hung himself using the cord from a weight machine. He fashioned a noose from a cord and attached it to the high pulley on the machine, and then released the weights to hang himself. His body was found hanging in the basement of his home gym. On June 25th, 2007, WWE officials requested a welfare check at the Benoit residence after he failed to show up for the WWE Raw event. Police officers arrived at the home and discovered the bodies of Nancy, Daniel, and Chris. In the days leading up to the murders and his suicide, Benoit sent several cryptic and disturbing text messages to his friends and colleagues. These messages included his home address and information about the location of his dogs, which seemed out of context and raised concerns among those who received them. Benoit's behavior in his final days were increasingly erratic, and reports indicate that he missed a WWE event, which was highly uncharacteristic of him. Post-mortem examinations of Chris Benoit's brain revealed that he had severe CTE. We talk a lot about like weird horror and disturbing things in this channel sometimes, usually in a joking manner, but this, if it would feel a bit wrong to be that playful with something like this. But I will say that there's just something so deceptively scary about a disease that we really hadn't even acknowledged until the 2000s came around. And even then, that the NFL or a lot of sports associations didn't really take seriously till the 2010s, 2016s or whatever. It's just kind of crazy. And to think that people's brains are just literally melting inside their body from these concussions that keep hitting in their head, and these proteins keep building and just deteriorating their thoughts. And it's happening to people who are top of the top in terms of physical conditioning, literal powerhouse monsters that are walking around. It's pretty wild. And to me, I feel like people don't even still know a lot about CTE. It's just a weird disease that's plaguing all of professional contact sports, and I guess it's scary too, knowing that will probably be more and more cases like this in the future. It's like a looming cloud coming over. You just know it's going to happen, but just who, when. And luckily they're doing more rules and implementing things to hopefully curb that. But I'd be curious to see what Ryan Garcia's thing, if there is elements of that. I mean, especially for a professional boxer, how many times do you get fucking beat in the head from that? And I don't know. I mean, I obviously it doesn't affect everybody, but it's just a matter of, does that tau protein start like digging into your brain? I don't know. It's like a roll of the dice, because there are people who are just pieces of shit, who are just like alcoholics and whatever, and maybe they don't have CTE. But just looking at this within itself, it's like you could never really rule it out. I think you gotta treat that shit seriously. So I don't know. It's a weird, dark, looming shadow over professional sports, and I think that it was just kind of an interesting thing to talk about. You might already know about it, I don't know, but I just wanted to talk about it today because I think it's pretty fascinating, especially with the Ryan Garcia stuff. That made me think about that. So CTE, check out your brains. Don't fucking bash your brains into walls and stuff. You know how it is, guys. Take care of yourself out there. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Wait, before we get into the video, we're doing a subathon right now on twitch.tv, live right now, all in order to raise money for a new production barn so we can do more sets, more puppets, bigger stuff. We're live. After you watch this, go watch, support the Barnathon. Twitch.com/MeatCanyon. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down, because today we're talking about freaks, or as we like to call people nowadays, TikTokers, or people on Instagram Reels. But before you had entertainment at the little tips of your fingers, we had a little thing in the world called freak shows. That's right. I mean, people I think take for granted how easy it is to see all of the abhorrent, terrible people, not even disfigured, just terrible people out there in the world, right? TikTok, Jack Doherty, that guy who messes with tourists overseas, Johnny Somali. We take for granted how crazy it is that at any time you can watch. I'll give you a link to this. I watched a guy on Instagram Reels the other day. He pulled out his tooth with a wrench. His 4 teeth left in his mouth. Horrible. You would pay money for that at a freak show, because back in the day, people actively looked for these things. People wanted to have some kind of weird attraction, some kind of crazy phenomenon they could see, something to break up the mundane nature of their day-to-day life. And that's where the freak shows came in. So today I wanted to go down the dark alleys of the freak show, really see what made people tick back in the day. Because I gotta tell you, if it's anything like, it's gotta be, there's no way it can be as worse as today, but we can at least see. So let's talk about the earliest freak shows, right? It feels weird too. A lot of this is just like obese men. They're like, what a freak! You have to pay a ticket to like watch a guy like eat a cupcake. They're like, oh,
he's 250 pounds.
He's 250 pounds since the Great Depression. How does he do that? You fat f. The concept of freak shows really began as early as the 1500s. These deformities used to be seen as a curse or an indicator of evil spirits, but eventually turned into public curiosity. So I got back in the day, they're just like a woman with like maybe some facial hair, and they're just like, oh my God, it's
goddamn demon attached to that woman. Which, to be fair, if you're in 1500s, you'd probably think the same thing. You're just like, I don't trust her. Often, these exhibits showcase people with a unique number of limbs or those with dwarfism. For the time, this was surprising to see and would merit paying for the chance to witness it. We're talking about 1500s. The WWE with Andre the Giant, that was the 70s, and people would come out in droves because before the internet, it was all word of mouth, right? So you would have people be like, the guy's 12 feet tall, he weighs 4,000 pounds. And this weird childlike optimism would go in people's heads, and they'd be like, oh my God, he must be the biggest person ever. So the same thing applies with people with dwarves or like people that are like, he's the Spider-Man, he has 8 limbs. I could see people being like, are you fucking kidding me? Here, take a chicken, whatever they're paying. I don't know what they're paying with back then. An early example of a quote freak was Lazarus Colorado and his brother Johannes, who hung upside down from his chest. This is a crazy image, dude. Good fucking lord. His brother was a parasitic twin that did not speak and kept his eyes and mouth shut. Dude, if I sat there and I saw a guy, he's like, hello, I'm Lazarus. This is Johannes. And he's just like, he's alive, right? And he's like, he refuses to look at you. Look at me, Johannes. And he's just like, because of his condition, he was unable to make money unless it was in the form of showcasing his deformity or a freak show. Now, this is kind of a sick way. The first guy who's just like, yeah, I don't give a pay to see me. Look at me. It costs $1. Look at me. Spectators would note that Johannes would occasionally open his eyes. Like he's just upside down. He's just like, that'd be creepy. If I was a kid, that would scare the shit. If I was a 15th century like Victorian child, I'd be like, hide behind my mom. The two of them even made an appearance with King Charles I in the early 1640s. At one point in Lazarus' life, he was put on trial for murder after smashing a bottle on the head of a drunken man, acting in self-defense. Dude, you definitely know that guy was just like, let me fucking pick at him, let me see his cock. I was just like, God damn you, sir. I do think Lazarus is like a very well put together guy. You son of a... He was charged with a death sentence. God! Jesus. But it raised the question of whether or not it was moral to take the life of Johannes, who had done nothing wrong. Yeah, Johannes is just like, upside down. Death to Lazarus, but keep Johannes alive somehow. He's innocent. Look at him.
Yeah, that's a death sentence.
The death sentence to you. After showing records of the two of them being baptized, Johannes was deemed to indeed have a soul, leading to both of their freedom. So basically just like, fine, throw the freaks in some water. He has a soul. We'll let him live. It'd be funny if the next day Lazarus just busted another bottle over another guy's head. You son of a bitch. Hit him again. Or we can talk about the history of P.T. Barnum and his infamous freak show. Even if you haven't heard of P.T. Barnum, you've probably seen, I would assume, pictures or this is like the most infamous freak show around. This is the world famous P.T. Barnum freak show.
Also Barnum and Bailey's Circus.
Barnum and Bailey's Circus. You heard of that? I didn't. Nick just said it. I've never heard of that.
Really?
No. While freak show acts technically started in the 16th century, it didn't begin to see widespread appreciation and popularity until the 1800s. 200 goddamn years of Lazarus beating people with bottles and Johannes being like, Oh, do you think he could speak, Johannes?
He said he couldn't speak. His mouth was shut.
He had to feed the little motherfucker on his chest, right? Johannes, eat the gruel. Fucking Lazarus has to lay on his back and like feed him up like that. It'd be a crazy session too. Can you imagine getting back shots from Lazarus and all of a sudden Johannes' hands are just like,
He's feeling a titty.
looking like Hector Salamanca, whatever, for Breaking Bad. Lazarus is like, look at me, actor. Look at me, actor. Okay, we gotta move on. Amongst those in circus industry, P.T. Barnum was known as one of the most influential of his time. You may recognize the name for the movie The Greatest Showman with Hugh Jackman that definitely no one saw. In the movie, P.T. Barnum is portrayed as a fun-loving hero that takes in people with unfortunate abnormalities and celebrates them. But in reality, P.T. Barnum was an incredibly selfish man that took advantage of people around him from the very start of his career. Of course, the 1800s fucking freak show runner is not a good guy. I like how people are like, what? P.T. Barnum wasn't a good guy? He's like, Dolphin Boy, get in the tank! He's like, I actually don't know how to swim. Get in the fucking tank! His name was Phineas Taylor Barnum, and he was born in 1810 and proved himself to be a natural entrepreneur. Before he was 21, he was publishing his own newspaper and running a general store, as well as a lottery business. How the
do you start that? Buy a ticket. I'll call some numbers later. Maybe you'll win. It's like, yeah, I trust you. He entered the world of entertainment at 25 when he bought the rights to the exhibit of an elderly African-American singer named Joyce Heath. She claimed to be the 161-year-old nurse of George Washington. Word? While many believed this claim was laughable, Barnum's impeccable marketing skills made her a cultural phenomenon. It's kind of interesting. The guy's just like, yeah, people will laugh at you, but like, there's gonna be some people who are like, really? Even today, if someone's just like, I knew George, he was my neighbor, there's gonna be some guy be like, are you fucking kidding me? What was he like? Was he cool? You're like, it's been 200 years, sir. It's been almost 300 years.
Also, I think people would be like, oh, that's preposterous. I gotta buy a ticket to prove them wrong.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to go and mock them to their face. And it's just going to be like probably like a 65-year-old woman who's just like, she wins you over. Hello. Oh, she's very nice. He had her working 10 to 12 hours a day. He had her working 10 to 12-hour days until she eventually died at the age of 80. Barnum exploited her to the very end, publicly displaying her autopsy for 50 cents to reveal her actual age as a final performance. What a dick, dude. 200-year-old woman, come see how old she really is. It's just like, she was 80. You got duped! The exit's right over there. In 1841, Barnum created the Barnum's American Museum in New York City, which began the golden age of the freak show. This is eerily similar to Zach Baggins. Is it not? He starts off as a ghost hunter and all of a sudden now he has a haunted museum. What's gonna be next, dude? What is gonna be next, actually?
What if he actually captures a real ghost?
I was gonna say he starts a brothel.
Oh.
Zach Bagan's Suck and Fuck Festival. You can come suck my dick if you want and get haunted. I don't know. The exhibits consisted of various items like taxidermied animals and fake historical artifacts. They were often referred to as dime museums. One historical artifact was a trunk of a tree that Jesus and his disciples supposedly sat under. He's like, that's it. I think he sat like this. Well, was it? Yeah.
How'd they get that from Jerusalem?
It's a dime. Yeah, how'd you bring that over from Jerusalem? Don't worry about it. The hawk guy helped me. It's like a guy with like covered in feathers. Another was known as Fiji mermaid. Rather than being the mummified remains of an actual mermaid, it was simply the torso and head of a monkey sewn to the back of a fish. I've heard of this one. The monkey thing, it looks rad. Looks very cool. P.T. Barnum's like a master. He's actually a master crafter, and they're just like, you should just become an artist. He's like, no! I'm a showman, you see. I have to make my money my only way I can. It's like impeccable work. P.T. Barnum, while incredibly talented, was very driven by greed and was often quick to exploit and deceive people for financial gain. He was commonly attributed with the phrase, there's a sucker born every minute. That's a fucking good phrase though, isn't it? For like a seedy, like, there's a sucker born every minute just for me to penny pinch him. His unapologetic exploitation can be highlighted with the biggest breakout exhibit, his Human Curiosities, consisting of individuals with rare conditions or physical deformities. This would become what is known as the Freak Show. The performers were marketed as freaks of nature or simply freaks. Which now we can finally get into the freak show acts, dude. Let's actually start looking at what these people are. Starting with General Tom Thumb. Born in 1838, Charles Stratton lived with pituitary dwarfism, meaning his body was unable to properly produce growth hormones. This heavily impaired his development. Hasbulla. Have you seen the video of Mike Tyson kissing Hasbulla? How creepy is that?
Did you see he got interviewed and he's like, I thought he was a kid. That's what I do to kids.
I don't know, man. That's how I am with children.
Yeah, I didn't know if you actually knew him.
He's like 26 years old.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was a 30-year-old man.
He had stopped growing at 6 months old and only grew to a maximum of 3 feet 4 inches in his lifetime. It's kind of tall. Taller than Hasbulla, right? When P.T. Barnum was made aware of this man's condition, he saw an opportunity. He urged his parents to let him take Stratton under his wing in order to turn him into an entertainer. They're just like, let me take your baby, man, and I'll be able to produce gold with him. They're like, okay. I imagine the 1800s too, they're just like, you could have just walked in and grabbed him. Take him off my back, literally. He's on my back like a seed tick. Because of his abnormal height, finding a job was no easy task. So he took him up on his offer at only 4 years old. Oh That's actually, I thought he was a full-grown man. He's just a child. How do you even know that there's something wrong with him? It wasn't the size of a goddamn, I mean, like a volleyball. Let me take your ball, child. 1840, how did he hear about him?
He must have been walking by.
Oh my good God. Look at you, little man. I'm 4. That's the strangest 4-year-old I've ever seen. He learned to sing.
He learned to sing and dance while dressed in elaborate outfits. He was also known for his impersonations of famous people and was regarded as a talented comedian. He got talent. And he's just like, stop doing the Rockefeller impression and get back in your monkey outfit. God damn it. Under his stage name, General Tom Thumb toured with Barnum for 3 years and made a fortune from his success. He even joined Barnum as a business partner. Damn, this looks like it's getting in there. In 1884, Barnum even went on tour to Europe, bringing Stratton along to perform in front of Queen Victoria. Stratton passed away from a stroke in 1883 at the age of 45. It was reported that 10,000 fans attended his funeral. That's actually kind of sick. I mean, like when I heard the 4-year-old thing, I was like, that's crazy, but don't get me wrong, he exploited the shit out of them. But it seemed like they were actually like in cahoots with each other, or, you know, he seemed like he got a good cut of the pie, hopefully. Which even the smallest cut of the pie would be pretty big for him. Okay. Next up, we have the Bearded Lady. One of the most iconic staples of the old school circus freak show was the Bearded Lady, aka Annie Jones. Born in Virginia in 1865, it was reported that she came out of her mother's womb with a chin covered in hair. Her money-hungry family sought to make money off of their daughter, sending her off to P.T. Barnum's New York exhibit before she was even a year old.
What is up with these parents?
P.T. Barnum was just, he's like goddamn Professor Xavier. He just is like getting like all these like wayward kids. And he's like, well, I have a school for you to be a freak in, my friend. My God, she was showcased in his museum and became a big hit. At a year old? I mean, behind a glass case, we were just like, ew. P.T. Barnum's just like, good girl, here's an apple. Everyone's just Johannes to me. Barnum offered her mother a weekly rate of $150 for a 3-year contract. Damn, that must have been good money, right? Holy shit.
That's a lot of money.
Annie would contrast her masculine features by dressing in extravagant dresses, and even honed her musical skills with the mandolin to elevate her performance. At one point, Annie helped Barnum out as nanny to his children. While she was caring for them, a phrenologist from New York kidnapped her.
I think that's a blood.
A fucking vampire doctor came in and fucking stole her. This man attempted to steal her and add her to his own sideshow exhibit. What? Desperate for the same success, he even claimed Annie was his child. I mean, she can talk. I mean, what? Unless they're all like Giannis. Feverishly braiding hair. Fortunately, things were settled in court and she was returned to her parents. Oh, good. How old was she at this point?
She was watching Barnum's kid at 8 years old.
But she like P.T. Barnum's just like, keep the whole house under, don't worry, we're in a bad part of town, watch my kids please. She's at 8 years old with a full beard. She was one of the first to campaign against the usage of pejorative word freak as a way to refer as sideshow performers. Sadly, she died of tuberculosis in 1902 at the age of 37. Damn, dude. It's kind of sick, though, dude. All these people actually have some kind of, like, they're well-adjusted, respectable people trying to make positive change. Both Stratton and Annie here had positive actions, even at such a young age. Being taken away from your family like that, are you fucking kidding me? And then P.T. Barnum's just like, what do you mean? Freak isn't derogatory.
That's what you are. You're a freak.
It's just what you are. You're a freak. If I was fat, would it be rude to call me fat? Which now it is, I guess. Okay, never mind. Chang and Eng, the original Siamese twins. Chang and Eng Bunker were born in Thailand in 1811, conjoined at the sternum with both of their livers fused together. Aside from this, they completely separate organs. Wow, the only thing combining them was just their livers? That's kind of f***ed, right? They had begun touring as a sideshow attraction with a man named Robert Hunter in 1829, going to Boston, London, and New York. They were very successful, and even got to perform for the Prince of Siam. The f*** is Siam at?
Siam.
What's Siam? God, dude, I don't know shit, dude. I'm dumb as fuck. Editor, I don't know. After that, they decided to buy a plantation in North Carolina.
What?
Investing a fortune in the importation of goods. They both got married and had 21 kids between them.
Oh my God.
Damn! I want to become a fucking freak, man. I need to get my life on track. Are you kidding me? Holy hell. Purchasing 18 slaves to take care of their massive family. Well, you know, it was a different time. You know. In 1860, they signed with P.T. Barnum in order to have a wax sculpture of them displayed at his New York museum. They worked together for only a short time. Chang and Eng struggled after the Civil War, no longer being able to rely on slave labor. Different time. Their plantation began turning very little profit, prompting them to consign themselves to the life of the circus with Barnum once more. He's just like, sorry, looks like you had to get rid of your helpers, huh? You want to go on the road? Chang Bunker died in 1874 due to cerebral blood clot after failing to perform an emergency separation surgery. Eng Bunker died as well 3 hours later. That is brutal, dude. All because they didn't want to do the surgery?
No, what happened was Chang died because of the cerebral blood clot. So then they were like, we need to cut you off because you're going to die
so they
with
failed.
him.
They failed to perform it. So they tried to do it, but he died 3 hours later. I see. Cut me off of this bastard. Get him off! Or we could talk about Isaac Sprague. Sprague. I think it's Sprague, the living skeleton. Isaac W. Sprague was born in 1841 in East Bridgewater, Massachusetts. At the age of 12, Isaac suddenly began to lose weight at an incredibly fast rate due to the lack of medical knowledge at the time. Doctors were unable to figure out what was happening. One doctor suggested that it was simply from swimming too much. To have that be a conclusion, he must have been in that fucking pool all day or in the water. Isaac! I'm staying out. When he was fully grown, he weighed about 43 pounds and stood at 5'6". Due to this thin frame, he was often low energy.
Maybe that's why he was in the pool.
Yeah, I don't have to walk, I can just float. I like to think that they're just like, you're 43 pounds and you're 5'6". He's like, throws a towel over his shoulder and just walks down to the beach. Like, God damn you, Isaac. He had been working for his father as a shoemaker as well as a grocer. However, at 19, his parents had passed away. He found that he was unfit for most other jobs and struggled making a living. In 1865, P.T. Barnum convinced Isaac to work with him, going so far as to offer $80 a week, which is about $1,300 today. I mean, I was making about $5,000 a month. A little over $5,000 a month. Pretty good. Not bad. Like a living skeleton. I could buy my own pool. Barnum created the stage name The Living Skeleton, and in his act became incredibly successful. That is crazy. He's a very thin man. Nice face though. Damn nice face. It's kind of crazy. I don't see it now. My legs are too fat. Knees are just always so unpleasant to look at, aren't they? Like, especially on skinny people. I don't like it. Strangely enough, imitators were inspired to starve themselves and lose an unhealthy amount of weight just to gain the same level of success that he did as a sideshow act. Isaac eventually married and had 3 children who did not have any of the ailments as their father. I'm telling you, dude, they are putting us all to shame right now, aren't they? Holy hell. He attempted to take a break from the circus work to be with his family, but eventually had to return to make ends meet. It was known that Isaac heavily disliked the job, likely for the constant ridicule he received for his appearance. Yeah. I'd love to sit there and be berated the entire 12 hours a day. Can I please? He had also become too weak to easily perform his job, to the point where he was forced to wear a flask of milk around his neck to make sure he had enough energy throughout the day. Pours in a little tub in front of him. He's like, Isaac, you're supposed to drink it, not swim. Okay. As the show began touring around the world, Isaac developed a bad gambling habit. The money that was meant to support his family was being used to feed his addiction. Can you imagine seeing the little motherfucker got like a blackjack table?
Hit me.
You have 19.
Hit it.
All right, that's a 24. Ah, shit. Gets up out of the table. You can't swim away from this gambling. Okay. In 1882, he was diagnosed with severe muscle atrophy. Harvard Medical School was fascinated by the rare case, offering him $1,000 or $26,000 today to study his body after his death. Not a bad deal. You give me $25,000 up front now? Are you kidding me? I'm not. Yeah. Isaac eventually died at the age of 45 in 1887 from asphyxiation after living his last several years in extreme poverty.
Dang, he just blew that money away.
He did, dude. I'm telling you, you gotta watch out. Now, hey, who doesn't like playing baccarat, right? Getting a little couple drinks, you ain't playing baccarat. Why not? But Isaac, I mean, can you imagine seeing that little shaky motherfucker at the table?
A 2.
People aren't even gonna know. People don't know how to play baccarat. Never mind, doesn't it? But tragedy struck this freak show. While the museum was very successful, a pattern of tragic events pushed Barnum to take his show on the road rather than being confined to a single building. He definitely just burned down his own thing for fire insurance. Let's see. In 1865, Barnum's American Museum was engulfed in flames, destroying the entire property. While no humans lost their lives, it was reported that 2 whales had boiled alive in their tanks.
Look at me. So he was SeaWorld.
His museum had 2 whale tanks. You know it was something too where they probably were just idle. They can breathe.
Just big enough to put them in.
That's what I'm saying. They're just sitting there like, they can't even move. They're just like, their fins touch the glass. He's like, well, at least they're breathing there. They gotta be happy, right? Hitting the fucking glass really hard. I love you! After it was fully rebuilt, another fire had destroyed the property in 1868, only 3 years later. The water used to extinguish the flames had frozen over, covering the building in icicles and inadvertently creating a dazzling spectacle. It does look pretty sick, honestly. Barnum decided it was not worth to keep rebuilding, opting to take the show on the road instead. It seems something like, is there an insurance scam there?
I bet he was a competitor.
That's what I'm saying. Well, yeah, if people are starving themselves, some fucking anemic guy walking up, I haven't had a fucking piece of bread in 3 days. You, Barnum. But because of these fires and not wanting to rebuild, it ended up creating the greatest show on earth. His new show was established in 1870. P.T. Barnum's Grand Traveling Museum, Menagerie, Caravan, and Hippodrome. You gotta shrink that name. Okay. This was thanks to the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad, allowing circuses to easily relocate their animals and equipment, like the whales. P.T. Barnum was eventually approached by W.C. Coop and Dan Costello, agreeing to merge into a much larger production known as The Greatest Show on Earth. That's a great fucking name. Way better than Hippodrome. What the fuck is that? As circus shows began to become more and more popular, many other big acts were being discovered, not just by P.T. Barnum, but from circuses all around the world, such as Myrtle Corbin or the four-legged girl from Texas. Corbin was born with Dipicus, a duplication deformity that led to the growth of 2 extra legs and 1 extra pelvis. A whole other pelvis. Wow. It's crazy. I'll tell you what, dude, can I just say something weird? Pelvises are kind of aesthetically pleasing. Actual drawing them, like drawing them and stuff.
Okay.
You know, I don't have to fucking defend myself, dude. I said what I said and I meant what I said, Nick. You look disgusted there. Oh.
The bone?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The bones.
Well, yeah, what do you think I meant?
I don't know.
You know, like when a girl has a nice pelvis, nice abs, you see like little bumps from the pelvis there?
Oh, okay. So, but you're not talking about just...
I'm not even having this conversation anymore. Well, this is going nowhere. Soon after she was born, her father would charge people a dime to come up and look at her. Hey, you, come here. Give me a dime. All right, have a good day. They got the attention of Barnum, who snatched her up and had her performing as young as 13 years old. I'll tell you what, Barnum finds a fucking way to find you, doesn't he? I like to imagine once again it was her like walking by like a fucking crab. Good God! She made enough money to retire at only 18 years old. That's awesome. That's fucking sick. The success of this attraction led many people to create fake prop legs in order to mimic the attraction. As she had a successful career, married, and had 4 children, it was said that different children were born from each orifice. Awesome. Hell yeah. Can you imagine that going out? Which path are you going to take? Pussy A or Pussy B? So she had 2 pussies? Awesome.
Just with the second pelvis.
That's sick, dude. Wonder which one she liked more. I hope this one comes out of Pussy A. She passed away in 1928 before her 60th birthday. For a freak show life, that's a fucking good life. She worked for 5 years and she just retired. That's awesome. Good for her. Or Joseph Merrick, the Elephant Man. I love the Elephant Man, dude. Have you ever seen the movie with Anthony Hopkins, the Elephant Man? I'm a human being too. You ever see that? All right. Joseph was born in 1862 and looked like any other healthy child. At the age of 3, he began to develop swelling across his whole body that continued to grow to alarming sizes. In his early years, he struggled to find a job after leaving school. Due to his disfigurement, he could not perform certain tasks and had to look extra hard for sustainable work. His dad helped him gain the proper license needed to become a door-to-door salesman, but would shock and scare off those that answer the door. First off, way to not have any intuition. So you look odd. Let's have you do something where you have to approach strangers and talk to them. Doy? After being beaten by his father for his poor sales. God damn! You're not selling enough globes.
I'm sorry, Dad. I did not want to buy it from me.
He ran away from home. At this time, he was homeless and eventually admitted to the
Leicester
Union Workhouse, which helped out the poor by giving them work, food, and water. The conditions of this place were more so like a prison. His growing deformity took away his ability to perform any sort of physical task. In desperation, he offered to put himself up in a freak show. And soon, he was being paraded as a man that was half elephant, half man. It's so fucked up. You know, like, it's something too that I like to imagine they came up like, just like that. You're an elephant. All right. You know what I mean? He's like, okay. When human curiosity exhibits were outlawed in the UK, he was again desperate for work. He went to Belgium to find work, only to be mistreated even further before contracting a bronchial infection that soon took away his ability to speak clearly. Sound him a he'd mean, what a hand life has dealt you. With the help of Sir Frederick Trevis, a medical student, he was able to reduce his infection. Regardless, he passed away at the age of 27 from asphyxia. He had dislocated his neck due to the weight of his head and the lack of support from his neck. It was said he tried to sleep on his back like a normal person, which ended up taking his life. This is very sad. Once again, just a completely hand that life gives you. Also, to outlaw the freak show thing seems ethical because of human exploitation, but it sucks because you're like, this is probably the only way this man could have ever had any kind of like living, you know, any times a means of living. Very sad. You know, I'm going to put a fucking damper in the room here. Got to get my another Johans kind of moment here. Or we can talk about Fedor Jiftichu.
Jeff did you? He was JoJo the dog-faced boy. Now we're back in it. Fedor was another one of the most famous sideshow performers. Born in St. Petersburg in 1868, he was brought over to the U.S. when he was 16 to work with P.T. Barnum, because P.T. Barnum always finds a way. He had a condition known as hypertrichosis, which is excessive growth of hair anywhere on the body. The story that Barnum conjured up to sell tickets was that he and his father lived in a cave in the forest before being captured by a hunter. In the story, his father was killed for being far too savage. The reality was his father died by drinking himself to death. Well, maybe the being a freak werewolf man might be a better way to go. Although Jeff DeChew was incredibly intelligent and could speak various languages, he was reduced to a dog that had to bark at a mocking crowd to make a living. A fucking bilingual man. Reduced to just being like, ruff, 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 and people were like, oh, God! He passed away in 1904 from pneumonia when he was 35, being mourned by fans and performers all over. I will say, I wonder if this had any influence on the werewolf man. Does this not look like the werewolf man?
It looks like the Wolfman, Michael J. Fox.
Well, the Universal movie came out in the 30s, like the 20s or something like that, but Michael J. Fox, Teen Wolf, you know, the first werewolf man. Or we could talk about Felix Wary, the Elastic Man. Born in 1858, he was born with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, a rare disorder that gave him stretchy joints and skin resulting from very weak connective tissue. Oh, what the f does that even mean? This gave him an innate skill, allowing him to pull at his skin like he was made of rubber. He could even bend his fingers backwards. Ooh, can you imagine seeing that? He's just like... He was popular for his contortion sideshow attraction with Barnum and Bailey.
He's Luffy!
Oh my God!
This is literally just a real life Luffy. Makes me sick. Dude, if I had a stretchy, if I was Elastic Man, you better hope I could stretch my cock. Would be the final. You have like a little pig, kind of tiny, and people are just like, haha, they laugh at you, and all of a sudden he's just like, oh, really? People are like, oh! Would that not be the best way to end your show? Or Grady Stiles, the Lobster Boy. Grady Stiles was born in 1937 with leading to a deformity in his hands and feet that gave him lobster claw-like hands. He was unable to walk due to the shape of his feet. His father already had the condition and was part of a freak show, which led him bringing his children along to join the act. Stiles was known as a Lobster Boy at age 7, so his dad was the Lobster Man. This is kind of sick, though. His hands do look like lobsters. I gotta say, his get-up's kind of sick, too. They got that old boy splayed open, though. Close those legs now. The past 6 generations of his ancestors had this same condition dating back to 1840. The condition seemed to be genetic, leading to a large family with similar appearances. They ultimately created a family circus group called the Lobster Family. The family gained amazing wealth for this performances. Oh, good. But Stiles struggled to cope with those that resented him and treated him with disgust. His answer was a turn to alcohol. Don't put that in. This would manifest into anger and violence, which came to haunt Mary Teresa, a carnival grifter that he fell in love with and eventually married. At one point, Stiles allegedly ripped his wife's IUD out of her body during a heated exchange before using his claw-shaped hand to choke her.
Oh my God!
An IUD?
That's to prevent
pregnancies.
So you went up there.
This would lead to a horrific event in which Stiles murdered an innocent man out of pure anger. Lobster Boy Angie. His daughter Donna wished to marry a man named Jack Lane. Stiles heavily disapproved, but Donna was eager to escape her dangerous family life and insisted on living with him. Stiles insisted that he would kill him if it were to ever happen. When things calmed down, Stiles and Jack arranged to meet to discuss the marriage. When they met, Stiles pulled out a shotgun and murdered him in cold blood. Reportedly, after Donna learned of his death, Stiles gave an evil smile and said, "I told you I would kill him." On trial, he claimed self-defense and used deformity along... Well, how could you do that? Like, are you kidding me? It was self-defense. After you just looked at your daughter, I told you I would kill him. On trial, he claimed self-defense and used his deformity along with fake tears to garner enough sympathy to leave with only 15 years of probation. That son of a bitch. At home, the violence only escalated, but after his divorce, the kids were targeted the most. God damn, it still isn't ending. Teresa had already remarried and had children, but felt so much guilt over the state of her other kids that she returned and remarried Stiles.
Jesus.
Now fed up, Teresa and her son offered $1,500 to a sideshow performer to take Stiles' life. Sick. Ultimately, Stiles died at the age of 55 after being gunned down in his trailer while he was watching TV. He was hated by many, and only 10 people came to his funeral. Wow! The Lobster Boy. The Lobster Family. My God! Lobster Boy's a piece of shit. But then we usher in the era of the end of the greatest show in the world. In the 1890s, people became less interested in
freak shows due to the ethical and moral issues with parading people's misfortunes for entertainment. Around this time, P.T. Barnum died of a stroke at 80 years old. In 1898, famous sideshow performers staged a labor strike during a UK tour in order to demand the removal of the word freak on all advertising materials. This event was dubbed the Revolt of the Freaks. Ironic.
Let's remove the word.
Yeah,
but
freaks, and then we'll put the Revolt of the Freaks. There you go. In the coming years, medical advancements brought along a better understanding of what was going on with these people, which took away the mystery and magic of human curiosities. It didn't help that the animals held in captivity were mistreated horribly as well. The freak shows eventually died in the 1940s due to federal laws, prohibiting the discrimination of people with physical disabilities. Way to go. Barnum and Bailey Circus slowly evolved into the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey, which is still running to this day. Kind of crazy to think about.
I think they just canceled that.
Oh, they just... Okay, never mind. It just got canceled. Never mind, it is just gone. The circuses of today are not much better. I think it's still this weird area of animal abuse, you know, exploiting people. I think circuses, the idea of circuses are still very controversial, yet it still brings in crowds. Whether the ethics of it, it's still something that happens today. Personally, I'm just like, let's not chain up animals and do what, I mean, like, we have enough, the internet gives us all we need, which that leads me back to the internet. I sincerely believe that vertical content, as we know it, reels, shorts, TikToks, are the future and the mainstream way of the P.T. Barnum production now. Only this time there's no ringleader. The only ringleader is people's need for likes, notoriety, the need for attention, the disconnection people feel nowadays that they try to actively get online. That's the freak show. Even with the things we do on this channel, you could say is a freak show. The participation in weird events just to garner likes and clicks. It's a horrible thing, but people crawl out of the woodworks to be their own P.T. Barnum for themselves and raise their own kind of attractions. And my God, I don't see that going anywhere anytime soon. It seems like kind of a thing that'll continuously evolve as time goes on. Now it's vertical content. What will be next? I don't know. But all I know is the freak shows of the past, the people who participated in those, seem to be much, much more respectable than the Jack Dohertys, the Jesse Somalis of the world that we have now. Johnny, whatever, doesn't matter. He's in South Korea, he's gonna die there. The freak shows were a thing of the past, and I'm glad that we're moving in the right direction by just having the freaks come out and parade themselves around for free. That's freak shows for you. Thank you guys so much for sticking around and hanging out with us today. We will catch you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about the crazy world of organ donations. If you ever had to go in for surgery, you'd know how stressful it can be. I mean, medical procedures are necessary but often scary part of life. I always think I'm gonna be in that very small case of people who go under anesthesia and they never come out of it.
Oh, yeah, that scares me.
That freaks me up, man. Apparently it doesn't happen a lot, but I'd be a statistic.
I'm worried about my dogs never waking up.
There are numerous procedures that one can undergo, but one of the most vital is organ donations. This operation has saved millions of lives since its inception and has people waiting for literal decades for a chance at getting an organ. However, not everything is as perfect as it seems. Hospitals are typically seen as a safe place, but sometimes they can be someone's worst nightmare. Today, we're going to explore the world of organ donation to see how bizarre it can really be. First up on our docket is animal organs. Typically, most organ transplants are human to human, but because there's a limited supply of human organs, doctors have resorted to animals instead, or xenotransplantation. 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 You get animal stuff and you put it in a human. I feel like I was born with a pig heart or a quail heart. I feel like my heart is too small for my large frame.
A little Grinch heart?
I do have a little Grinch heart, and I have to be so evil to make it big. That's how I survive every day. It's just science. But xenotransplantation is the practice of taking an organ from one species and placing it in another. Which, if that's the case, then too, could I be like, I just have enough money, I'm gonna just put a human heart in my cat? This happened with an Alabama resident, Tawana Looney. Great name. Yeah. Tawana Looney. Oh, dude, call that boy Looney Tunes? Hell yeah. Who originally donated one of their kidneys to her mother in 1999 and 2 years later lost another one after a pregnancy complication. She had been on the donor wait list since 2017, and due to her high levels of antibodies, she was likely to never receive an organ donation as the likelihood of her body rejecting it were extremely high. But in 2022, she got the opportunity to skip the wait list and try out a gene-edited pig kidney, a procedure that only 4 others have ever tried at this time. Which I would say too, if that's your only chance of survival, I'd be like, fucking put a pig kidney in me, dude.
I wouldn't give up. Put a skunk in me.
What's weird?
A whole skunk. Let him roll around in there and see if he can squirt some good juice on me. I don't know.
I thought they were already doing, like, they said, like, oh, I have a pig heart, but apparently they've been doing pig valve transfers.
Oh, so it isn't a full heart, it's just the valves.
This is actual, yeah.
Well, no, I know. The pig kidney's the full thing. Yeah, because people say, oh, I have a pig heart, but no, it's just the tubes.
It's just the valve, yeah.
The guinea pig tubes crawling around. And on November 25th, 2024, just of last year, the organ transfer was surprising success, and her new kidney lasted around 130 days before the body began to reject it. Which, to be fair, almost a whole year, whereas before I feel like it was instantaneous. So I would still consider that a success. I'm guessing because of that, do you think it's just going to be like you just have to come in and keep replacing it? I mean,
imagine doing open, like,
God, I feel like it would just fuck you up. I don't know.
Can you keep cutting the same spot over and over again?
Well, I mean, would you have to continuously do new spots? You'd have to. Brutal, bro. This is a record-breaking achievement, as the other 4 patients' bodies usually rejected the pig kidneys only 60 days after receiving it. As of today, Looney had the kidney removed and is on dialysis, but her story proves that there is some potential in xenotransplantation. But not all animal transplants are successful. Some can turn deadly, like 57-year-old David Bennett, who had been diagnosed with terminal heart disease. And in an effort to save his life, doctors replaced his heart with that of a pig's.
There you go, pig heart.
The surgery was successfully performed in January of 2022, but only 2 months later, he suddenly passed. Unbeknownst to David, the organ he received had a virus called porcine cytomegalovirus, which is usually only contractable in pigs, which is fucking crazy because there's no way doctors are looking for a pig disease inside of a human. Following his death, his family questioned how such a tragedy could occur. Doctors responded that the heart came from a lab-grown pig and admitted that they were unsure how the infection slipped through, which I would say too. You couldn't get me on a grass-fed pig? You gotta be a test tube piggy? That's man. Neither the hospital nor the doctors who performed the surgery faced any legal problems because of the FDA's compassionate use rule, which allows for experimental treatments for conditions with no other options. Which, to be fair, it's like, we're gonna sue them for trying to help you out. I mean, what the f?
Yeah, it's like a last-ditch effort.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
You're at the bottom of the list, buddy.
Even though, to be fair, I would take the fucking test tube gub piggy and I'd be like, I'm gonna throw the motherfucker in a 3D printer, whatever you have to do to figure out if there's anything wrong with it, you know what I mean? I like to think it's like a black and blue. They're like, wow, they just put it in the guy. I don't know. But for decades, doctors have also explored the use of animal organs for their potential anti-aging properties, with some even experimenting with transplants in hopes of rejuvenating the body and extending human life, which I find that to be weird because animals die so much faster than humans, unless they're just like, you're gonna be the first crustacean man. It's like a Fly movie, but you're just like all lobster and you're walking around. Why? Walking the earth forever. I want to die. Even back in 1920, French surgeon Sergei Abrahamovich Voronov began experimenting with the effects of transplanting animal testicles into human bodies for medical purposes. Sure. This idea actually came from another doctor named Charles Edward Brown Seguard. What the f are these names? Who had injected himself with ground up guinea pig and dog testicles. Ha! He was hoping to slow down the aging process. How did you come to that, Doc? Put it in a blender with the guinea pig and the testicles and I'll drink it right now. What are you talking about? Or what if that was the first collagen?
Oh, yeah, putting it in
Your
his
face looks huge. It's like swollen. He's just like,
Thank you, I feel great.
he claimed that his urine jet stream quadrupled. I didn't already read that. He claimed that his urine jet stream quadrupled. His bowels moved more regularly, and he was filled with energy. So basically, he's just like, I piss harder, I shit more, and I feel fucking on top of the moon, dude. I feel on top of the world! But unfortunately, 5 years later, Charles sadly died.
Wonder why.
But through Charles' work, Sergei saw inspiration and got the brilliant idea to graft thin slices of chimp and baboon testicles into his patient's scrotums, hoping to see similar effects, as one would. And surprisingly, after a few attempts, he was successful. His patients claimed having higher sex drives, better eyesight, and improved memory, and even lived longer. His practices gained so much popularity that some soccer teams in the 1940s, such as Portsmouth Football Club and Wolverhampton Wanderers, utilized its practices to improve their players' performance. However, following the 1940s, the surgery lost credibility and it fell into obscurity. I wonder why. It feels weird that it had some positive stuff. Do you think they were just like, we can't keep doing this to the baboons?
It might have been, I was gonna say, it might have been placebo effect. man, I feel good.
It probably was a placebo effect thing. They're like, you have chimp in you now. And they're like, I'm stronger. They just gave them confidence, basically. Yeah. But using animal organs is just the beginning when it comes to dark and complex world of the organ donation system. There are far more weirder donation stories out there. And although organ transplanters are now considered routine surgeries, each patient's experience can vary differently, right? We all know about your routine kidney transplant or your heart transplant, but what about womb transplants? Now you could do that. I didn't. I mean, a Scottish woman by the name of Grace Davidson was born with a rare condition called Mary Rotansky's Hauser syndrome.
That was pretty good.
I tried. Whatever. But it causes the womb to not fully develop, meaning she couldn't have kids on her own, which probably bummed her the f out, dude. I want some little tykes running around. That's pretty good Scottish accent, I'd say. Well, she's Scottish. I'm Grace Davidson. I want some poops running around, but I can't because of the syndrome head. Is that good?
That was really good.
All right, thank you. Luckily, her sister Amy didn't have this condition and was able to have 2 children on her own. So, when she met her husband and decided they didn't want more kids, Amy graciously donated her womb to her sister Grace, hoping she could successfully start a family. And in 2023, doctors successfully transplanted the womb into Grace, making the first of its kind. This resulted in Grace's first child, Amy, with many calling it a miracle, which is fucking crazy. At the same time, does that mean that it's technically her sister's kid? Or no?
Because the ovaries are where the eggs are produced.
So it's the ovaries and stuff, the eggs and stuff are still hers,
just
but
the
the
womb.
Actual fucking like nest that the baby grows in, I see.
So the egg is hers.
The
and then
nest, the fish trap, the fish net that is known as the woman's vagine womb. That's where it is. She's just like, take my parts, I don't need them. It's like a muffler. Car runs fine. Whatever. Since then, there have been 50 babies born through womb transplantation, and Grace hopes to donate her sister's womb back after she has her second baby. Bro, I'd be like, keep it. You know what I mean? What the you can keep it. I'm good.
I know, I thought that was so weird.
Yeah, have it back. I don't want it anymore. I had it at first, but now I don't know what the hell that I don't know what accent that was. Just as with any surgery, there is always a risk that something could go horribly wrong. It's the funnest thing about you have to go to surgery. I'm gonna die. You know how many times it's been something too, which is like it's a routine surgery, it's easy. It's like you didn't make it. How fucking horrifying that is.
There's a 1% chance of happening.
God, dude, my grandma too. That crazy old bitch. She's had like so many. She doesn't give a. Put me under. It's like her knees. Put me under. I don't care. It's like that old head where they're just like, doctors are doctors. They're perfect. You're like, I don't trust them. You know what I mean? I'm fucking horrified of going to the doctor. Like having a surgeon transplant a deadly cancer into your body. In 2019, a 69-year-old Arizona man went to Maya Clinic to get a liver transplant after suffering from severe liver cirrhosis, excessive drinking. My future, it's gonna be fun. And he also had liver cancer. Initially, the surgery went fine, and the organ was successfully transplanted. However, 4 months later, doctors noticed that there were 2 large masses in the new organ that they transplanted. After closer investigation, it was discovered that the donor had more advanced and aggressive forms of lung cancer that spread to his liver before the donation. This fact was never caught before the liver was put into the 69-year-old patient. And unfortunately, because the cancer had spread throughout the patient's body, he was unable to get another liver transplant and died just a few months later. So you had cancer before, we thought we removed it, but we gave you a worse cancer. We goofed. But I mean, that's just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to doctors fumbling the bag. In the UK, a doctor caused multiple patients to become ill and another to die because of his medical malpractice during an organ transplant. This event took place in 2015 when a surgeon was removing organs from a deceased donor and accidentally nicked the stomach, causing its contents to spill all over the rest of its internal organs, which I want to say doesn't sound like a little nick. Yeah. Sounds like he was like, and like fucking Chipotle and everything just started spewing out. He's like, ah, like curry and everything. No! He like had to start scooping it out of the stomach. And instead of following standard procedures, the surgeon didn't report the error and allowed the now slop-covered organs to be transplanted into the other patients. So imagine a giant piece of like Chipotle honey chicken and brown rice just being like, all right, and then just like you're like, F it. Hello?
Hello.
What?
Just brush that off.
His gloves onto him. All right. I mean, what the f is going on? And this resulted in dangerous consequences. No. One patient received a contaminated organ that had a fungal infection called Candida
which caused him to have an aneurysm and pass away. The guy had like a piece of zebra cake on his fucking organ, and he's just like, and then just short-circuited and died. Dude, it is fucking I mean, like, this is an obvious statement. Like, this is obvious, I get it, but it is frightening how fragile the human body is. Like, the brain. Like, all we have is a fucking skull.
To protect it? Yeah.
I'm fucked. I don't know when. I see, and I'm such a hypochondriac because I think about this now and see I'm already like my brain, it feels tense. Like I'm like, here it comes.
The aneurysm?
The aneurysm, here it fucking comes.
Sometimes I feel one coming.
Banana. Because I'm like, think banana and say it. Banana. 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 One. It's a horrible video I did, dude. I'm scared now. I'm frightened. I'm frightened. It's not funny. I'm fucking freaked out. Another patient received an infected kidney that put them into a coma. Welcome back to the Papa Beach. We recording? Put them into a coma and forced them to be on dialysis for a year, getting 16 blood transfusions. Oh my God. This kidney would later be removed due to how infected it was. Oh, did they finally get around to it? You know, it's like stomach's like huge, whatever. Well, I guess we should take out the kidney. It's been about a year. A third patient received the other kidney and experienced similar complications. The doctor who removed the organs was a student at Oxford University and never lost his medical license. All the people in the UK are like, he's still out there? While these tragic cases highlight the devastating consequences of negligence and... Sorry. Itchy nose. Jesus Christ.
You do bump?
No. While these tragic cases highlight the devastating consequences of the negligence in organ transplantation, the world of organ donation can also take unexpected and deeply personal turns. Imagine giving your kidney to the love of your life, just for her to leave you and take your kidney with her. All right? That would me. I'd be like, that'd be the time where I'm like, give it back. Give it back. I'm taking it back. You get half of everything, chop the fucking kidney in half and give half of it back to me. That's what I'd say. One doctor lived this exact tale and fought to recover his kidney. Good man. Dr. Richard Batista gave his kidney to his wife in 2001 after her kidneys began to fail. Once he found out he was a match, he gave her one without question. But 4 years later, he found out that his wife was cheating on him and filed for divorce.
I save your life, and this is what you do.
I give you a fucking kidney! And she's just like, I don't know. He still doesn't know how to really reach back there and get it. Thank you, neighbor, or whoever the fuck she was sleeping with. Oh my God. It's normal for couples going through divorce to fight over possessions, but Richard was determined to get his kidney back because he's a fucking Chad. So he took his wife to court and demanded that she either give him the kidney back or pay $1.5 million. Yes! The story was so ridiculous that the news outlets picked it up and provided coverage for everyone to watch. And it wasn't until 4 years after the initial divorce had been filed that a Supreme Court judge denied his request. Boom! Stating that the kidney was a gift and therefore he could not get it back. Okay, was it a gift or was he just being like, you're gonna die, I'm gonna help you out? Are you fucking kidding me? That's bullshit. I'd be like, pay up, pay the piper, bitch. You know what I mean? She probably has like some like little fucking buck-toothed kid now from this new guy.
Yeah.
Do that, and I'm like, also, you have to drown your child in a river.
I know, I take the kid's kidney.
That's such a good idea. Oh my God. Drown the kid or give me his kidney. That's only fair, because either let him die or give me his kidney.
And then when he does die, you still get his kidneys.
Grabbing that little motherfucker, reeling him in, cutting that bitch open myself. That's only fair, Nick.
He's a doctor.
All right, keep the money. I don't need money. That's fine. I want my fucking kidney, though. And I'm getting it from you. The kid's like, guess what? Mommy's a whore. That's what I'd say. Mommy's a fucking little slut. The new guy's like, yeah, she is. I love you, girl. She's like, I feel great with this kidney. She's probably flaunting it, too, and shit. Yeah. Oh, my God. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night.
I bet he's thinking about his kidney getting by that guy.
Oh, my God.
It's
the guy's fucking jisms and spit, all kinds of stuff, just swimming past, being like, you know what I mean? Doing the little drive-bys. Whatever. That would me up, dude. Also, your kidney like fueling that new guy's baby. Oh my god.
Do you think he's done back shots on the kidney scar?
Oh, absolutely, slapped and and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, fucking like ripping up. She's like, stop. He's like, yeah, I don't fucking care. New handle. God. We need to make patron saints for the channel. And I want to say right now, Dr. Richard Batista is a patron saint of this channel. What? Am I wrong? He got fucked.
Here.
I would fucking happily. You know what? Next time something happens, I'm flying to that motherfucker. Take my fucking kidney. Take it. I'm fat as shit. I drink a lot. I don't know how valuable it is, but still you can have it. Put it in a glass jar. I don't give a fuck what you do with it. What are we talking about? Then there's the story of one man's life hitting rock bottom after losing his penis. Not just one time, but twice. In 2005, a 45-year-old Chinese man lost his penis in an undisclosed accident that, according to his surgeons, quote, left him with a small stump, unable to urinate or have sex normally. I'd kill myself. At the request of both the man and his wife, doctors performed a penis transplant using the organ from a 22-year-old man deceased donor. Awesome. That young dick, too. Good for him, man. He's just like, look at him now. Slapping against his thighs. Yeah, between his legs. He's like, take me down to Kokomo. The surgery was a huge success. See? Huge success. As it was the first ever transplanted penis. 2005 was the first ever transplanted penis. Man.
I was learning a lot. I was like,
that's
I thought
insane.
we already did this.
Wow, you would think that they'd been doing that forever. All right. Doctors reported that there was no signs of rejection and that everything functioned normally. However, after the man returned home, his wife began to psychologically reject the new organ and insisted it be removed.
Do you think it was too big, a different shade of color, or weird looking?
I don't care. How often are you actually like mean mugging that motherfucker, like looking at it? Lights usually off, you're underneath the cover. I mean, how would you psychologically reject?
Do you think it winked at her?
I'm gonna have to get this Chinese guy. We might have two patron saints back to back. Yeah, she probably was looking at it. She's like, no, like a yokai or something was like, I don't know how she got that, whatever. But she insisted that it be removed. Not long after the transplant, he underwent another surgery to have it removed to make his wife happy.
Women, man. Women.
What in the f is going on, Nick? Am I fucking going insane? Hello? Are these the two greatest men on earth? Because how many times would other guys would be like, I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
We're done then. Are these the nicest men to ever live? Hello?
Well, what's crazy is like, this is the first time it's ever happened. It was like, well, what if it doesn't work?
You're the first case in recorded history. Yep, well, your penis works fine. You can get an erection normally. And he's like, this is a miracle. I don't like it. Take it off. I'd be like, how about you put a fucking gun in your mouth? Is that too much to say?
No.
That's
appropriate, yeah.
That is... This has made me, I'm sad. Like, I'm scared, I'm sad. This is too many. There are many different ways and reasons why people undergo organ transplants, but not everyone consents to having their organs removed. And in many places around the world, some people profit from harvesting organs by working in organ trafficking rings. Which I know there's the meme of like, oh, I went down to Tijuana, I woke up in a bathtub filled with ice and my kidney was gone. Whatever. I know that's like kind of a meme. I feel like it was a meme. You don't see it as much now, but that was a thing.
In the 90s, yeah.
Yeah. Around the world, thousands of people either go missing or are found dead due to being trafficked for their organs, often referred to as the red market. Human organ trafficking rings are international groups that target children, tourists, and the weak for their precious organs that sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars a pop. I mean, it's fucking crazy. Like in Pakistan, when a 14-year-old boy went missing and was later found alive on an operating table.
I feel like I've seen this in like 24 or something.
Something like that. Well, I feel like a lot of these stories, these are real stories, and then just like shows steal them for premises. You know? Yeah. Pakistani police raided an underground lab suspecting an operating organ trafficking ring and found a boy who had been missing alive without his kidney. And according to reports, this ring would lure in young children with this prospect of a good paying job, only to drug them and take them to an underground lab to take their organs. They were selling these organs for around 900,000 rupees, or approximately $4,000 a piece. And following the raid, 6 men were arrested, and police believe some doctors who worked for the ring are still at large today. How fucking sad is that too? 14-year-old kid, for a good paying job, he's like, I just want to work. Gets lured in and this fucking kidney gets taken.
That's fucked.
At that young of an age, to be that like forward going and like, oh, I want a good paying job, whatever. It's just, ugh. Also, $4,000, that's all you're selling them for? No fucking wonder, dude. People are buying those up like crazy. What the fuck? Some other people are selling it for hundreds of thousands. $4,000? Word? Almost 1 million fucking rupees? God damn, man. That's
In Nepal and Mozambique, a group of Catholic nuns had been dealing with human traffickers for years. The traffickers repeatedly tried to abduct children from the nuns' orphanage and even ambush them after they worked with police to expose the group. The nuns believed that the traffickers were taking these children and harvesting their reproductive organs for powerful magical charms. And so they went to the police to try to stop it. Before the group made progress, 53-year-old nun Dorothy Danger was found strangled and beaten outside her home. Her fellow nuns knew it was the work of a trafficking group, yet police and government officials did absolutely nothing. And to this day, nobody has been arrested for the death of Miss Danger, with many believing her death was part of a cover-up, and organ trafficking remains a big problem in Mozambique. Which I just want to say this too, actual saint.
Yeah.
3 fucking saints in one video, by the way. That's, I mean, my God. Organized crime rings can be scary, but in the world of organ donors, things can get much, much darker. Here are some of the most macabre tales of organ donations. One of the most common fears for people going into surgeries is waking up in the middle of it. For one man, this was a reality. In October of 2021, TJ Hoover was rushed to the local hospital after a drug overdose. Believing he was brain dead, surgeons at the hospital rushed his body into the intensive care to begin inspecting his organs for donation. His sister Donna, who took him to the hospital, watched helplessly as her brother was wheeled past her. She saw his eyes darting back and forth and tears streaming down his face as he was taken into the operating room. She quickly reported this to the staff, but was told it was a common reflex. But that was far from the truth. TJ was laid and sedated on the operating table, only to wake up and begin thrashing and screaming while in the middle of a cardiac catheterization, which is a simple, non-invasive procedure. As soon as they realized that he was alive, all work stopped and he was removed from the room for re-examination. Following the event, multiple staff who were in the room either quit or requested therapy due to how traumatic the event was, which I could see. That would, oh my God, man.
Yeah.
TJ never fully recovered from this accident and has to have his sister be his legal guardian for the rest of his life.
That's like a big fear too. I feel like,
oh my God, that's all I hear. People sitting there and they kind of like wake up and they look down and see their organs being removed from them, or like see their self like cut open. I think psychologically you would never, that would f you up forever too. Some organ recipients may experience changes in their personality or preferences after receiving an organ. For one man, it changed a lot more than just his personality. It changed his life. Sonny Graham had only a short time to live due to congestive heart failure when he got a call from a nearby hospital saying that there was an available donor. The heart came from a 33-year-old man named Terry Cottle, who tragically took his own life with a gunshot to the head. Soon after receiving the call, Graham went to the hospital and had his heart replaced. Feeling grateful, he contacted Mr. Cottle's widow, and over the next few years, fell in love and married Mrs. Cottle.
What?
There is some devious organ donor shit in this deal. This is crazy. I mean, all seemed well until April 1st of 2008. Sonny Graham took his own life by shooting himself in the head, just like his heart donor did. Friends and family said that he showed no signs of depression and were taken off guard by this tragic event, especially Mrs. Graham, who had now widowed the exact same way for the second time.
That's actually
a little suspicious.
Yeah.
Is that not? She's like, I can't believe it again.
A little Kurt Cobain.
Yeah, dude. Courtney Love action. Who knows?
There's actually like a pretty big theory that sometimes personalities or DNA can transfer with organ donors.
Yeah, it's so fucking weird. I mean, I don't know how true it is, but I've heard, yeah, personality or even like physical traits, like even like fingernail biting, like weird quirks and stuff from other people that you can pick up just from like getting like a body part from them. How fucking crazy is that, man? It's almost like a possession.
Oh, that would actually be.
That'd be kind of a sick movie. TM, trademark me.
Yeah,
that's mine.
Get a donor's heart.
You get a donor's heart and you end up getting possessed by his fucking spirit or something. Write it down. Write it down, Nick. Harvard Medical School is one of the most prestigious schools in the nation, if not the world. And hundreds of individuals donate their bodies to the school, hoping their gift will aid the students in medical education. However, behind the scenes, a darker story was unfolding. Cedric Lodge was the manager of the Harvard Medical School morgue for nearly 30 years. And during his tenure, he managed all cadavers coming in and out of the Atomical Gifts program. But he also turned his profession into an illegal business. For over half a decade, Cedric and his wife would regularly steal bodies and organs from the morgue and sell them on their New Jersey home to clients across the nation.
That's a good side gig right there.
That's you're already working at Harvard. He's just like, I need more cheddar. Also, how the f do you get in that game? We could sell these.
Well, he probably looked at them. These organs, they're perfect.
They're throwing them away.
Yeah, what?
There's a gold bricks inside these people's bodies. Sometimes their clients would drive up and meet him in the Harvard morgue, while others received their orders through the U.S. Postal Service. One client from Pennsylvania ordered multiple heads and brains and paid for them over PayPal using PayPal description like head number 7 and brains. How if it's that.
I was gonna say that's like Venmo, you know, because it's like a social media.
Yeah, it's probably just emojis of a guy's head, and there's like one with like a brain or like a guy like. A different buyer, Katrina McLean, owned a horror shop named Cat's Creepy Creations and regularly bought parts from Cedric for her store. And some items purchased included a tongue and 2 dissected faces. After his heinous acts were revealed, Cedric was quickly arrested and charged with interstate transportation of stolen goods and conspiracy to commit interstate transportation or stolen goods crimes. What? Each carrying a 10-year prison sentence and a $250,000 fine. As for his wife, Denise, she faced similar charges. In the end, the couple would plead guilty and accept a plea deal in March of 2025. Both are currently awaiting their sentencing.
Yeah, this is a brand new story.
That's this fucking year. It's insane. Harvard isn't the only morgue having issues in America. An Arizona man donated his mother's body to science, hoping they would use her brain to help research a cure for Alzheimer's. Jim Stauffer was trying to move on from his mother's death. He had just received her ashes and believed that her body was being put to good use after her death. That was until a Reuters report showed him that the company he donated his mother's body to, Biological Resource Center, actually sold his mother to the military without his consent. Buckle up, because this is going to be extremely funny. After hearing this news, Jim dug a little deeper and found that his mother was strapped to a chair and put through a simulation to see how IEDs affected soldiers. The US government blew up his mom! Which I just want to say this, do that with me, please. That is fucking awesome.
I was gonna say, I would like to be like, if I die, I want my body to be thrown.
Blow me up, dude.
Throw me in a tiger cage at a zoo and like let kids like watch me get eaten.
Oh my God, dude. Jesus. You really want the kids to watch it? You're like, let the kids watch.
They do that with like other animals. They feed them to the tigers.
In addition to Jim's mother, 20 other bodies were sold to this government program at about $6,000 a piece. Cheap, bro. The whole body, it's like that pussy is used up. All without the family's consent. And in 2014, the FBI would raid the BRC building after connecting it to a human organ trafficking case a few years earlier. And nothing could have prepared the agents to what was inside. Buckets of legs, arms, and heads, male genitalia were found throughout the facility. There were male torsos without limbs or genitalia, and random parts stacked on top of each other with no identification in the freezer. The most insane thing found inside was that of a, quote, large torso with the head removed and replaced with a smaller head sewn together in a Frankenstein manner. On top of all the body parts, investigators found a price list that included whole bodies with no heads and shoulders for $2,900, whole legs for $1,100, and pelvises for $400.
This seems ridiculously cheap.
It's so cheap. Following the raid, owner Stephen Gore was arrested and pleaded guilty to illegally conducting an enterprise, which got him only 4 years of probation and no jail time due to the plea deal.
That's a fitting name, Gore.
It is. I mean, not long after, around 30 families sued Gore for mishandling their loved ones' bodies. And in 2019, a jury awarded $58 million to the victims' families, bringing the case to a close. What a fucking video. What a fucking crazy day, man. My God.
I just, I got my license and I put myself as an organ donor. So.
I do too. Oh, blow me up. I don't fucking know. Most people would have never guessed that organ donations could be such a dangerous and lucrative business. It's a necessary procedure that saves millions of lives and has millions of people waiting for a second chance at life. Yet you never know what will happen or who will be performing your surgery after death. So next time you go into a hospital, maybe think about what's going on behind closed doors, because it might be more sinister than you could have ever imagined. Thank you so much for watching the video today, guys. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. It is the end of the year. Yesterday was my birthday, December 30th. I know. Thank you. Happy birthday. And, you know, I released a nice little video on Christmas that got demonetized almost immediately. It's insane. It's probably one of my favorite videos I've made of the year, too. If you haven't seen it, if it hasn't get pushed to you, please go check it out. Or if you don't know, I have a main channel called Meat Canyon, where I make cartoons, and I make fun cartoons for everybody, so please go check it out. With the Smash Maggot getting demonetized, it also made me think about all the other cartoons that got demonetized. My merch video. Yes, where people say, go to meatcanyon.store over and over again. That got demonetized. Can't promote it. One of my favorite videos as well, Fogs Over Flavortown, that I got to work with Halupi on, that got age restricted because Guy Fieri takes a little of his barbecued flesh, whatever, and pokes it off, but we made sure to not use any blood or anything, but still, that got age restricted as well. You know, I have been doing YouTube for about 3 years now. That being said, it's been cartoons every 2 to 3 weeks. You know, sometimes, you have 4 weeks go by, but I would say consistently 2 to 3 weeks. And that is
very painful. Last year, around this time, I made a very similar video talking about how I needed a break and stuff, but by the time the break came around, my analytics and everything dropped so much that I went into extreme fear mode and just saw, like, you know, bills I couldn't pay or all kinds of weird stuff, not being able to pay my animators and everything, so I felt like I had to continuously keep grinding and grinding and grinding. If you enjoy my videos and if you enjoy, you know, if you've sent my stuff to your friends, my cartoons, or you enjoy this, as a birthday present to myself, I just want you to check out the Patreon page. Check it out and see if it's something that you might be interested in. We just got done uploading an animation tutorial. We're going to be doing more interactive content where we get to have patrons be in future videos and draw them and make little animations out of stories that we get to do with them. And it's just going to be a much more interactive experience because I think that I'm trying to build a solid community on Patreon to where I don't have to rely on YouTube's ad revenue system for my main channel. I really don't want to start doing sponsors over there. I already do them here, but you know, if we get enough sponsors, I might not have to do them at all, which would be awesome. And that's just me saying that if you are interested at all, I am not saying it is mandatory by any means, but I am saying that if you enjoy the content, just check it out and see if it's something that you're interested in. If not, that's okay. I just wanted to actually take a stance and be completely direct with you and say, check out the Patreon. It's really cool, and it actually supports the channel. It supports really cool creative ideas that I want to keep doing, and it helps me, you know, fight off the beast that is YouTube. So just wanted to take time to say that. But the main channel in general, or the Meat Canyon channel, is a tricky subject because I don't get to just talk to my viewers directly like I do to you guys. I love this channel. I love the Papa Meat channel. I love the community that I have on this channel. It doesn't even scratch the surface of the numbers that I get on my main channel, but it just feels so much more interactive and like cozy, and it feels like all the kind of stuff that we get to do on this channel. It feels like you guys enjoy it. It just feels like such a fun club that we're in. And I really just can't thank you enough for making this channel something that's just so great. I mean, like, really, it's been such a blessing for me to be able to do this channel and just kind of do whatever I want and just be creative in different ways that doesn't feel like I have to continuously outdo myself on these cartoons all the time, because making cartoons is difficult, it's expensive, it's incredibly time consuming, and one thing that's difficult about the cartoon channel is that I am completely judged on my product, which is completely fair. I think that's like a great transaction, but on YouTube in general, channels thrive whenever people have a personality, whenever the channel has a soul, whenever people feel like they can be connected with the creator. And on this channel, Papa Meat, I feel like I have been able to, I've started to do that more. I feel like we are seeing more interaction in the comments between chatters. We're seeing more people just having fun showing up to this channel and putting it on in the background, or if they want to laugh, if work sucks. It feels like that's a extreme positive in my life. And I feel like this year, on my main channel at least, I've made some of my favorite tunes I've ever made. Like, probably the most favorite video I made was the pumpkin spice latte thing. I'm finding that I really enjoy making lore out of mundane things, very like Junji Ito inspired. But the Stink Fiend was amazing. Even this last one with the Smash Maggot, that one was awesome. I really love that. And then just like even topical cartoons like the Johnny Depp cartoon, the Andrew Tate cartoon, they were all great. Working with Halupi this year was amazing, with the Pinocchio tune. It's just all these things that I'm so incredibly proud of, and yet it feels so defeating. It feels like a Sisyphus thing, and I think every creator feels that way, to have to continuously think of like new crazy ideas and, you know, reinvent yourself all the time is crazy. And it's like an impossible task that leads to, like, honestly, a ton of depression and anxiety that is just something that I don't want to really deal with a lot anymore. And I think in the new year, I'm not going to stop doing parodies. I'm not going to stop the cartoon flow. I'm not trying to say that I'm pulling back, but I'm going to introduce a new character to my channel that I'm really excited for. And I'm going to just kind of like try to be a bit more free on that channel. I think I need to, honestly, my mental and physical health. I know that I get comments a lot saying that I'm a big fat piece of shit all the time. And I agree. I mean, it's gotten out of hand. And I think that's just come with, you know, a very unhealthy relationship with food mixed in with depression and stuff and anxiety. And I think that in this new year, I really just want to work on being better with myself while still being creative, not using this as an excuse to slow down or like not be creative, because I love making things for you guys. I love feeling like any little stupid idea we can run with and see if it fails or if it becomes something that blossoms into like a really fun video or creative idea. That's like what gives my life purpose right now. And I am so unbelievably lucky to even be in a position where I get to say that this is my job. But I am so grateful for everybody that watches my videos and comments and is just like supportive and everything that they do. I just cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. And I know this is like a big sappy kind of like, oh, thank you thing, but I'm so tired of the facade of like ironic humor, of like nothing matters, you know, we're all just joking all the time. I wanted to take this time as my last video of the year to be completely transparent and honest with you guys and just say, I love you so very much. And you just give my life so much meaning and so much purpose that I cannot thank you enough. And it really, I'm just very grateful every day. So I thank you for that. All right, now that I've got done patting y'all on the back and giving y'all the love, I just wanted to quickly go over what are we going to do in the new year, moving forward on the Papa Meat channel. 1, more uploads. I think that we're doing 1 a week, and I think that's fine. It seems cool, but I think we're going to try to do some where maybe we do 2 a week. It's not going to be like an everyday thing. No, for the love of God, no. But I do want to do more content on this channel. I think that we can do more, and I think that we have a couple ideas for stuff that's going to be a bit more on theme. I feel like this year we've been all over the place. We've been doing movie reviews. We did a Lego build, a drunk Lego build, drawing videos, VTuber stuff, you know, like story time stuff, weird like Disney fetish stuff. I think we're going to try to be a bit more streamlined. We're going to be trying to be a bit more consistent so you guys know what this channel is exactly and what we know what it is. But we're still going to do whatever we want. I think we just want a bit more like a North Star to follow a bit more for this year coming up. Also, probably going to make more cartoons on this channel, or just try to implement more cartoon stuff if I end up pulling back on the Meat Canyon channel, if that just feels like I'm like wanting to pull my hair out over there. I think I'm just going to bring more cartoon stuff onto this channel that's probably a bit more loose, a bit more fun, and kind of continuously interact more with more like cartoons and live action stuff that we've been doing. So I think that's going to be fun. I think it's going to like hopefully make us stand out a bit more on the channel. And with the animated content mixed in with the live action videos, like we did with the Doctor Strange video, like we did with the Osmongold AI art video. Did you like that they were 2D animated? We'd like implemented like regular cartoons, or do you like it more whenever we animate it like the sleep paralysis video, where it's like more of like an internet historian kind of vibe, or more of like the PNG animated thing? We enjoy doing both, but we're just kind of curious what the audience likes more. So I don't know. Just wanted to pose that question and see what you guys thought. So comment that below if you're interested. If not, then you don't have to do anything you don't want to. Just have me hold a gun here and be like, do it. I want you to do it right now. But once again, I just wanted to reiterate the Patreon. We are going to be doing so much content on the Patreon. We've already uploaded a 15-minute long animation tutorial on how to take a poopy. So if you want to learn how to animate and you want to learn the fundamentals of animation through showing how a butt poops, that's, you know, I'd use more graphic language, but trying not to get this video demonetized. That's up on the channel. It's going to be fun, but I think we're going to be doing a bunch of interactive stuff with content with patrons and trying to animate them, draw them, use their stories, and just like, I like collabing with internet people, with other YouTubers. I think it's fun, but I would like to do more content where it's just like, it's our group, it's our gang making stuff. It's not about trying to get clout from other people. It's just trying to find interesting, fun stories to animate or to share for the internet. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I really do. And once again, I just got to say thank you so much for this amazing year. I can't wait for 2023 to kick off and start seeing how we can innovate this channel more and just make some more stuff for you guys. And I ramble a lot. I ramble a lot. I know I do, but I just cannot stress enough how much you all mean to me as an audience, and how much I sincerely appreciate you guys even clicking on my videos, responding to them, doing whatever. It really, really means the world to me. I can't thank you enough, and that's just wanted to end the year saying thank you for watching my videos. You guys rule. And if you have any suggestions below about some stuff that you liked this year or didn't like, any criticism below is awesome. Any feedback, we want to, you know, feel like we're making stuff that people want to see, and we want to like feel like we can innovate on things that maybe we didn't do very good this year. So, yep, that's all I got. I love you all so much. Like I said, once again, sorry. Check out the Patreon. It's awesome. I'm telling you, it's going to be great. It supports the channel, and I love you all. Thank you all so much. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. See you in the new year. Bye-bye.